Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me my baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet.
All right, so that opening music is by a young and up-and-coming artist called L00TING. So the alphabet E, then a dash, then a lean, L-E-E-N. So go look her up when you have a moment. So L00TING, that's the name of the artist in that wonderful rendition. So L00TING. And just to forward post you to what is coming on Wednesday, we have the front-running candidate for the PDP chairmanship joining us to discuss matters Nigerian and his politics. Segun Sowunmi, I don't need to tell you who Segun Sowunmi is, one of the leading politicians within the Nigerian space, almost certain to be the next PDP chairman. So he's coming to discuss his politics with us on Wednesday. A conversation with Segun Sowunmi, politician influencer, opinion molder, PDP chieftain. So that's the 31st of the 1st, 2024. So that's it right there. So I'm going to post a link to that session in the comment section now, so that you can go and bookmark it. So I posted the link now. Go and turn on the post notification. It's one of those sessions that you almost certain don't want to miss. It's going to be a banger. It's going to be a banging session. So Segun Sowunmi joins us, as I said. So Segun Sowunmi joins us as we carry on with the opening phase.
Ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀, akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀, bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́. Wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́, àkọ́bí wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè. Wá fi jó ẹrùkù, bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí. máa fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyàndá, ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, náà bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejembo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejembo, anamu. Karatuba jodiri chukuma, tukutuba jodiri ndimmawu. Egu mawu ego. Karatuba jodiri chukuma, tukutuba jodiri ndimmawu. Egu mawu ego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Obodo sanye ye we mo. Ye we mo. Obodo sanye ye we mo. N'ụbọchị anyị ga-akpọtụ mo ihe dị egwu ga-eme. Ọkwịtara kara mi ṅụrụ mmanya mi ga-akwụrụ m ụgwọ ya bebi mo. Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Asekwa na ife ọja bụ anyị si akwụna enye ego bụ maka mbọsị ọzọ. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akwụna mụta nwa akwụna ka ọ ga-abụ.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Since I was born, and now that I am getting old, and whatever it is that is said after that. So I'm sure it's all delight. I'm sure he was wishing us wonders and everything charming and tickety-boo. So everything charming and tickety-boo. So there it is. So, pardon me. Good day to you. Good to have you here good to be in your company. So I've already flashed it up. I'm so excited for what's to come on Wednesday, but well, equally excited what is to come today. Every day is a banger, so I'm not quite sure why I'm calling something a banger. Every day a banger. So every day a banger. So what are we banging? The usual protocol. Click on like. Click. You should really be doing this, and you should do it really when I invite you to do it. So click on like. If you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. If you want to share the link to the stream on your social media spaces, so just copy the link, pop it into your WhatsApp group, let your friends come and see the noise making that goes on here. All of that, those kind of stuff. Click on like, click on subscribe, share the link, and all of that funky stuff. All of that are funky stuff. And if you want to come and participate, if you want to be a player rather than an audience, then the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your ticket to ride. It's a gold standard ticket, just yours as the click of the link. So if you click on that link, up you pop into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll invite you onto the screen and engage in a conversation. Nothing complex, nothing complex, nothing that should task you. Nothing complex, nothing that should task you, but enough of the Bula Balu and Bula Ba. So let's get straight into it. So enough of the Bula Balu and the Bula Ba. So let's get straight into it and let's go into it with this. Tinubu having sleepless nights over very bad economy inherited from Buhari. This is Dave Umahi. And of course, you know, in instances like this, you have to learn to read between the line. This is an allegation of corruption being leveled by Dave Umahi. You cannot read it any other way other than. So they looted everything, essentially what is being told us here. But then, of course, we already know that they looted everything. So that's Dave Umahi. Tinubu having sleepless nights over very bad economy inherited from Buhari. This is David Umahi. Minister of Works Dave Umahi says President Bola Tinubu has sleepless nights over the very bad economy he inherited from his predecessor, Muhammadu Buhari. So now, before we go on, this has to be a middle passage narrative, because when Goodluck Jonathan handed over the Nigerian economy to Buhari, the Nigerian economy was buoyant. The Nigerian economy was one of the gold standard spaces for foreign investments. So a lot of portfolios coming into the Nigerian space and a lot of developments going on there. Roads being built everywhere, rails being built everywhere, everything being built. So it was a buoyant and a robust economy that Goodluck Jonathan handed over to Buhari. So within an 8-year period, these guys decimated the economy to place Nigeria at the worst footing it has ever been in its history. So that middle passage of between Goodluck Jonathan and Buhari, some of the most brutish, certainly the most corrupt we've ever experienced within the Nigerian space. Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, says President Bola Tinubu has sleepless nights over the very bad economy he inherited from his predecessor, Muhammadu Buhari. Mr. Umahi, who spoke whilst inspecting some projects in Aba, Abia State on Saturday, urged citizens to support Mr. Tinubu's government. The citizens of this country will need to do their bit, while the leadership also does its bit. That is the only way it will work, Mr. Umahi said. While Mr. President is passing through sleepless nights on how to solve the problems of a very bad inherited economy, Nigerians should support him and also support themselves. So a lot of the blames packed, a lot of the blames actually being packed on Tinubu is actually unthinking blames. Because the guy was barely a month into his administration, and they very quickly packed at his doorstep all of the malaise that had afflicted the Nigerian state pretty much from independence till date, and they wrapped it around his neck and apportioned him the blame. So it's just a total nonsense. It's still sour grapes from the loss of the politics, And that sour, but that loss of that sour grapes from the loss of the politics is lingering on for too long now, because usually within our first 3 to 6 weeks of an administration, things settle down and people rally around the country. But there seems to be still a lot of politicking going on, rather than nationalistic patriotism are looking for a pathway for the country to emerge out of where Buhari has placed it. So let me start from the top. I'll speed through it. Minister of Works and Housing, Dave Umahi, says President Bola Tinubu has sleepless nights over the very bad economy he inherited from his predecessor, Muhammadu Buhari. Mr. Umahi, who spoke whilst inspecting some projects in Abia State on Saturday, urged Nigerians to support Mr. Buhari's government. The citizens of this country will need to do their bit, while the leadership also does its bit. That is the only way it will work, Mr. Umahi said. While Mr. President is passing through sleepless nights on how to solve the problems of a very bad economy, Nigerians should support him and also support themselves. Mr. Umahi becomes the second person in Mr. Tinubu's cabinet to berate Mr. Buhari's administration for leaving the economy in a very bad shape. I wonder if Buhari has yet come out, or if he will come out, to come and address how he actually left the country. In November 2023, National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu lamented that the Tinubu-led government inherited a difficult situation, literally a bankrupt country, no money. Mr. Tinubu took over the helms of affairs from his party man, Mr. Buhari, on the 29th of May 2023, with an inflation rate of 22% and a debt profile of 46 trillion naira, according to the Debt Management Office. However, Mr. Buhari's spokesperson, Garba Shehu, has insisted that the former administration rescued the Nigerian economy within its 8 years rule between 2015 and 2023. So I didn't really think that the Nigerian economy was not in any shape. It was the Nigerian economy was teetering. In fact, it wasn't even teetering. Let's not do an injustice to Goodluck Jonathan. The Nigerian economy was buoyant under Goodluck Jonathan. Whether you want to park that on the high price of crude, or you want to park that on Goodluck Jonathan's finesse as an administrator, or you want to, whatever the reasons where the Nigerian economy was buoyant when Buhari took it over, and they just went in and stole everything. That's just what they did. They just went in and stole everything. Nigeria in talks with United Kingdom to commence Lagos-London flights. This is Festus Keyamo. So yes, there has to be, I mean, why should there not be? Lagos is one of the most trafficked. I want to know what the hierarchy is in terms of the most trafficked routes in the world. I will eat my glasses if Lagos is not one of the top 15 at least, if not top 10. Lagos, London, the most trafficked route in the world. So why is there no direct Festus Keyamo, Minister of Aviation and Aerospace, says Nigeria is discussing with the United Kingdom to actualize direct flights from Lagos to London. So I wonder who gets that route, though, obviously Airpeace. The minister spoke during a meeting with the management of NORSE Atlantic Air, led by Ben Bolin, a chief executive officer in London on Friday. This was disclosed in a statement on Saturday by Odutayo Olusheyi, spokesperson for the minister. Keyamo said he is speaking with UK transport officials, and the discussion is centered on the partnership between NORSE Atlantic Air and Airpeace. He emphasized that NORSE Atlantic Airways is a major carrier in the United Kingdom and Europe. I am not aware of it, so I'm not quite sure what they are or who they are. Speaking on the issue, Oluwatoyin Olajide, chief operating, anyway, there it is. They are trying to open the Lagos-London route. So that's just what that tells us. So they're trying to open the Lagos-London route, but a route closes. And this really a lot to do with the influence of, this is the influence of Russia in African politics that you're seeing playing out here. Full list of ECOWAS countries as Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso announced withdrawal. So all those countries then that have gone under the wrap of Russia, they have been pulled out of the ECOWAS system. And by the way, all these countries are founding members from 1975 or whatever. The economic community of West African states comprises 15 member countries in the West African region. However, the number of member countries may soon be down to 12 following their announcement by 3 countries on Sunday, January the 28th, that they were quitting the body. So, on Sunday, the military ruler of Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso announced the withdrawal of their countries from ECOWAS. The 3 countries issued a joint statement. It cannot be a joint. You can only have a joint statement when there are 2 parties involved. It's just really, all these people, I don't know what sort of schooling. On Sunday, the military ruler of Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso announced the withdrawal of their countries from ECOWAS. The 3 countries issued a joint statement saying the decision is with immediate effect, saying they said their economic interests are not guaranteed, accusing ECOWAS of drifting from the ideals of its founding fathers and the spirit of Pan-Africanism. The main goal of ECOWAS is to promote economic cooperation amongst member states in order to raise living standards and promote economic development. Correspondents note that ECOWAS was against the military rule in the 3 countries and had imposed sanctions on them as part of measures to make sure they return to civilian rule. And by the way, ECOWAS is saying they've not yet communicated this to them. Experts, politicians react. Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso withdrawing from ECOWAS amounts to a colossal act of economic self-sabotage, isolating yourself from your closest neighbors, and an epic economic crisis is profoundly unwise, and unfortunately, ordinary citizens who are led to believe this action serves their interest will be the primary victims. Moreover, these countries lack an alternative to ECOWAS. So a lot of these countries, maybe we'll bring up the African map. A lot of these countries, if not all of them, they are actually landlocked, and they need to route past an ECOWAS country in order to access the sea. So I'm not quite sure I'm not quite sure. Let me just bring up an African map. See, will this do? Will this? Yes, this will do. Let's bring up an African map. Yes. So where are they? These are rascally. So that's Niger Republic right there, and that's Mali right there, and that's Burkina Faso right there, and of course all of these countries, they'll need to. It's either they go through the north through Algeria to access the sea via, and I wonder if the Arabs will want them to be part of them. So, but their route to the sea is usually traditionally via the ECOWAS route. So I'm not quite sure. And if they are fenced off, if Nigeria fences off Niger Republic, they will starve to death. But there it is. So rank stupidity then from people being deceived by the Russians. Rank stupidity from people being deceived by the Russians. So we trailed this conversation yesterday, but we did not really develop it as a talking point. But we're talking about high corruption within the Nigerian space. We are committed to upholding integrity. Federal government probes all theft allegation against naval chief. So this is Ogala. Bello Matawale, who himself just a poster boy for corruption, Bello Matawale, Minister of State for Defense, has directed an investigation into all theft allegations against Emmanuel Ogala, Chief of Naval Staff. A report by correspondents had alleged that Ogala was involved in a multi-billion naira oil bunkering and contract splitting fraud. Reacting in a statement by Henshaw Ogunbike, reacting in a statement by Henshaw Ogunbike, Director of Information in the Ministry of Defense, Matawale said the administration of Bola Tinubu has zero tolerance for corruption in public service. Though these allegations might be mischievous, the Ministry of Defense is committed to upholding the highest standard of integrity and accountability within the Nigerian Armed Forces, the statement reads. The allegations leveled against Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala are serious. He added that the investigation will be thorough and impartial. We respect the role of the media in fostering transparency and holding public figures accountable, the minister said. At the same time, we urge responsible journalism that adheres to the principles of fairness, objectivity, and accuracy. Accusations of this nature, and by the way, if they investigate this, if they investigate this and find that this guy is not found wanting, the weight of all of it all should be brought to bear on our People's Gazette, because for too long they've done these sort of things. Accusations of this nature, you remember it was this same People's Gazette that told us then that the Ariwola, the Chief Justice of the country, was smuggled in a wheelchair to meet Tinubu in a London hotel, only for us to discover that Tinubu was in Paris at the time, and Ariwola was not even in London on the date that they said. So this is the sort of journalism you get from People's Gazette. But then, of course, we've had encounters with the owner of that platform, and it's told us that he just makes up stories. Accusations of this nature can be far-reaching. Accusations of this nature can have far-reaching consequences on the reputation of individuals and institutions, and thus it is crucial to avoid premature judgment. We remain committed to the principles of due process and fairness, ensuring that findings will be based on concrete evidence and legal standards. It is our collective responsibility to maintain the trust and confidence of the Nigerian people in the institutions that safeguard our nation's security. So our box standard response there. So allegations baseless, malicious, Navy reacts. However, the Nigerian Navy denied the involvement of Ogala in any fraud or shady deal. In a statement on Sunday, Ade Dotun Ayo Vagan, a naval spokesperson, describes the allegation as unfounded, baseless, and malicious. Of course, it will. Is it? How do you pronounce this name? Is it Vagan or Van, or how do you pronounce this even? Of course, we will say that. Ayo said the allegation is a coordinated effort by disgruntled elements feeling the heat of the Navy's renewed vigor to fight crude theft and illegality in the maritime domain. He said the allegation would not deter the Navy from continuing the battle to curb oil theft and give all thieves sleepless nights. So bog standard response there. Right. Okay. Well, yes. I think. Let me read it to the end. He said only the NNPC, not the Navy, has the prerogative of awarding or overseeing all bunkering contracts. According to him, there are clear procedural requirements in the arrest, detention, and release of any vessel or persons found culpable in the maritime sector. It is until these processes are duly concluded that such vessels are released to appropriate prosecuting agencies for further action. Indeed, all arrested vessels are mentioned in the publication that were involved in crude oil theft and illegal oil bunkering are being investigated, and none of such vessels has been released as alleged. Secondly, the CNS does not award or oversee any oil bunkering contracts. The award of such is the sole prerogative of the NNPC. Thirdly, all contracts awarded by the Navy follows due process in line with the laws of the Federation. Ayo said the Navy would remain guided by extant laws and regulations. But is it telling us that the Navy will go to court? Is really the language we want to hear. So there's that. Ayo said the Navy will remain guided by extant laws and regulations and discharge its role of monitoring Nigerian maritime domain and arrest any vessel that contravenes the law. Accordingly, members of the public are therefore enjoined. You see this word enjoined right there. It's a particularly Nigerian word. They use it a lot. Enjoined to discountenance completely the malicious publication. It is totally untrue and completely baseless, being a figment of the shallow imagination of the writer, his publishers, and their unpatriotic sponsors. So there it is right there. So that's Ogala who still stands accused. A lot of people are monitoring that space. So a lot of people monitoring that space. But now insecurity seems to be the bane of everything that is going on in Nigeria. But look at what is going on in terms of the people being asked to address it. So look at what is going on in terms of the people being asked to address insecurity. We are suffering. For some of us, our 50,000 naira salary can't even buy 5 kg bag of rice. Nigerian soldier, right, President Tinubu. So it's just unconscionable, this sort of goes on. Buying yourself SUVs and telling the telling the army to go and soak Gary. I'm not going to give you all of this. I'm just going to give you about 3 paragraphs. An aggrieved soldier of the Nigerian army has urged President, it says President Muhammadu Buhari here, but I think this might be a mistype. An aggrieved soldier of the Nigerian army has urged President Muhammadu Buhari, but really President Tinubu, to address the issue of poor treatment of military personnel sacrificing their lives daily for the country. According to the unnamed soldier, we have unknown soldier, now we have an unnamed soldier. According to the unnamed soldier, in an open letter written on behalf of his colleagues to the president, the reason why some soldiers are involved in criminal activities is because of poor welfare and remunerations. The letter dated January the 27th, 2024 was titled Expression of Concern regarding poor welfare and salaries of the armed forces. The soldier also urged Tinubu to take his anti-corruption war to the armed forces, lamenting the non-payment of the government's 35,000 naira monthly palliative to workers. The letter reads in full. We, the soldiers of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, are writing this open letter to respectfully express our deep concerns and disappointment regarding the ill treatment experienced by soldiers, particularly those serving in the army. We believe it is crucial for you, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, to be aware of the challenges we face in our daily lives. Firstly, we would like to emphasize the discrepancy between our poor welfare and salaries compared to the hazardous conditions under which we work. So this is an educated man. This is not an illiterate. This is a political, it's not a political move, but it's a politicized military person just alarming out. It is disheartening that a soldier is being paid a mere 50,000 naira as their monthly salary, which is insufficient to purchase even a single bag of rice in the market. As dedicated soldiers sacrificing their lives for the peace and security of our great nation, we find it immensely difficult to provide for our families and meet their basic needs. Some of us struggle to afford our children's school fees due to the meager compensation we receive. Furthermore, it is alarming that soldiers serving Nigeria must use a significant portion of their salaries to purchase uniform and other necessary equipment required to carry out our duties. A soldier's uniform costs more than their 1 month salary, leaving very little for their families' upkeep. We question how soldiers are expected to cope with the financial burden. So there it is. It's just a lamentation of Sodom and all of that. And just off the back of that, Tinubu approves inauguration of committee on minimum wage. So that minimum wage has to be a living wage. It is not a percentile increase of what obtains at the moment, but it has to be a means tested. The minimum wage in Nigeria has to be means tested. So means testing means that it has to demonstrate that it is able to function to meet the basic needs of the person receiving it. So it has to be a means tested salary. President Bola Tinubu's government has approved the inauguration of a tripartite committee to look into the implementation of the new minimum wage for Nigerian workers. George Akume, secretary to the government of the Federation, disclosed this in a letter addressed to XYZ ABC. The letter reads, I write to inform you that Mr. President has approved the inauguration of the tripartite committee on national minimum wage. So forget all this inauguration. Just tell them how much you are paying them. If they agreed, fine. If they don't agree, then let them take to the streets and sweat you hard. Take to the streets and sweat you hard. I'll tell you somebody that wasn't sweating hard. It was Sanwo-Olu in Grenada when he went to cozy up with his side chick. So the focus now on Sanwo-Olu's side chick. FCTIRS asks Aisha Achimugu to file tax returns after Grenada birthday bash. So we also saw clips of this woman flexing it like she was a puff daddy. The FCT Internal Revenue Service on Saturday reminded an Abuja socialite, Mrs. Aisha Achimuga, to fulfill her tax obligations. FEC IRS posted on its social media. So this is how governance is now being administered now on social. This is just the way it's going to be. And this is the way of the future. The government now communicates directly via social media because that's where the populace is. FCT IRS posted on its social media handle that it wished the socialite's warmest birthday as she lavishly celebrated her 50th birthday, setting the Caribbean state of Grenada agog in a 7-day bash. You know, I'm just, the mind boggles as just the level of money that they spent on. That's a $10 million spend minimum, if not more, just on a birthday bash for some side chick. But there it is. Achimuga is the founder and managing director of Abuja-based Falek Concept Group. So what do they actually do is more the question. She turned 50 on January the 22nd, 2023. The FCT Internal Revenue Service extends our warmest birthday wishes to you. May this special day be filled with joy and blessing. Remember to fulfill your tax obligations by filing your annual tax returns. They posted a dedicated website for the 7-day, let's see. You know, this is what annoys people, you know. This is what annoys people. They actually have a website dedicated to this girl's birthday. Who the hell is she? Aisha is the managing director, CEO of Falek Concept Group. She attended the federal government girls' school, Kuje, Abuja, and transited to the University of Jos, Nigeria, where she acquired a BSc in accountancy in 1998. She was awarded an honorary doctorate degree by the Commonwealth. That means nothing. That's not an academic credential. Aisha got married to Suleiman Akwa Achimugu, and they have 3 children. Amongst her shining accomplishments, Aisha received several awards one of which is the Youth Ambassador for Peace Award, which recognizes individuals whose lives exemplify ideal living for the sake of others and who dedicate themselves to the practices that promote universal moral value. So this woman, that we saw flexing, I'll go and look for the clip again, that we saw flexing dollars in Grenada. She exemplifies universal moral values. This is what they're telling us. So this is what they're telling us. So let's go back to the piece. Right. A dedicated website for the 7-day birthday party included information regarding visa arrangements, available chauffeurs, travel schedules, and the nearest airport to the event. The festivities began on January 16th with the arrival of guests, especially the sponsors of Wolu, who went there to gift the Prime Minister of Grenada a toy train. The following day, the event started with a welcome breakfast, exploring the resort and mingling. On day 4, attendees wore vibrant African attire for special performances, including drum dances. A bonfire provided a cozy backdrop as guests gathered for an evening of warmth and music. Day 5 showcased performances by a local band, various cocktails, and a retro disco party. On the 6th day, guests embarked on an island excursion. On January the 23rd, the seventh and final day began with an all-white breakfast, culminating in a luxury dinner themed glitz and glam before the guests bid farewell to Grenada. Many socialites and prominent Nigerians reportedly graced the birthday bash. Those who graced the birthday bash were said to have flown from Nigeria to Grenada in hired jets. Some of them described the birthday bash as one of the most lavish parties they have ever attended or heard of. Celebrants hired Kalivigny Island for a week and booked rooms for our guests at Silver Sand, Grenada. Aisha Achemegu was reported to have changed clothes at the party at least 30 times, with each dress reportedly costing thousands of dollars. These were in addition to the high-end clothes she wore for photo shoots with a celebrity photographer before the event. Throughout the evening, she wore costly diamond jewelries, designer shoes, and carried Hermes crocodile leather handbags, each estimated to cost between $50,000 to $80,000. One of the many gatherings occurred aboard the Silver Angel, a yacht sailing on the Caribbean Sea under the flag of the United Kingdom. According to reports, Aisha Achemegu spent nearly $1 million, more than $1 billion naira, to rent the island for the entire week. Quite a number of local and international A-list. I heard that Ashake was there as well, by the way. Quite a number of local and international A-list musicians and entertainers flew in to perform at the various events. Artists who performed included the American saxophonist and composer Kenny G, Nigeria's Waje Flavor, Adekunle Gold, Ashake, and Mr. Killer, a Grenadian musician. The event was filled with a lot of activities, from swimming to extravagant meals, bonfires, kayaking, and treasure hunts. Then, Nigerian version of the birthday bash continued on Friday at Transcorp Hotel, Abuja, and another one on Saturday at an undisclosed location. Achemegu holds a bachelor's degree in accounting from the University of Jos. She also holds an honorary degree of the Commonwealth University Belize, also a Caribbean island. She's married to Suleiman, engineer Suleiman. So there it is. So So if you ever anyway, let me not say much. You already know what's going on there, so I need not really add anything to that. I need not really. It's just unfortunate, but that is where we are, and that is who we are. So that is where we are, and that is where we are, and God Almighty, it's unbelievable. But let me play the Kegite music, bring the panelist on, and then we kick it off. It's quite sad, actually. It's quite saddening. When I read things like that, it's just saddening. In the midst of abject poverty, they were literally throwing money away in Grenada, and that is just how Nigeria is.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Pilot kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that about myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. And some of my friends join me now. Bishop in the house, always a delight. The elegant Larry is here, so that guarantees a great session. Prince Daddy, the one with the voice that charms the ladies. Emeka with the scars of war joins us. New Daddy, Adewale joins us, taking a break from diaper changing. An expert in changing diapers, war pace, and father of the bride, Adanle Koko. So an eminent class of panelists already. So still room, anybody that wants to hop on. Hop on. So gentlemen, because the room is somewhat fairly populated, I'm going to take people through 2 topics each, round about 8 minutes, so that we can move the conversation, because what rankles people the most is having to wait for too long. So we move the conversation around as quickly as we possibly can. And we kick off the conversation then from coming from the spoils of war, King Emeka Pele. I thought you would be putting hot water on those slabs that I saw being dished away. Mekus.
Yeah, good evening, woman. Yeah.
You're a glutton for punishment, you know. I saw you on another platform being bashed around as usual.
No, people don't like diverse opinions, and when you call them out for their ignorant statements, they begin to crawl in their wings and change their mouths. Anyway, I for one, I'm not afraid of taking a hit, and also I know how to dish it out equally. You understand? I'm not a coward. I go in for a fight and I'm prepared for one.
All right, brilliant. And by the way, don't prepare for a fight, but come with best behavior. We've got Shegun Showumi joining us on Wednesday.
Oh, awesome.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Yeah, so I actually spoke to him earlier on, and I said, yes, set it
Yeah,
up. I want to come hang out with you
yeah,
guys.
he's someone to want to hear from, and
Yeah,
his
because
views are.
he's in play at the moment, isn't he? So
Mm,
yeah.
I hope. Well, let's see what he brings, and then the questions we are going to ask him.
All right. So the questions for today then are: should Sanwo-Olu be thrown into prison for spending $10 million of Lagos State taxpayers' money on a side chick? This Aisha Achemu, just there's a life out there that a lot of us don't know about. They rent a whole Caribbean island and party it for 7 days, and they tell us to tighten our belts. What are you then making then of the imagined
I
story
didn't
of
know
this
about
lady?
this. I didn't
Yeah.
know of this party, right? You understand? And I think I got the wind of it today from Falana. You understand? And the one thing that came to my mind, I was wondering why would the governor travel all the way for a private birthday party? It has to do with probably a girlfriend. And like what Falana said, he got so embarrassed that he rushed to go and organize a meeting with the Prime Minister of Grenada. You see, weak men, that's my problem with weak men. Weak men fall for the antics of manipulative women. And weak men will always get themselves into trouble if they don't know how to handle women.
This is the woman in question, by the way, and this was at the event. There she is. Those are $100 bills that she's throwing at the barman.
You can imagine. That's the silliness of weak men. You understand? And it's a shame that the governor would get himself into this kind of situation. In all places where you want to throw a party in the country, you decided to be manipulated to do it out of the country. Now people are asking questions. If not for immunity sake, he would have been shown the back door. This is silliness in the highest order. This is silliness in grandeur. It's annoying and it's painful to see what weak men do because you have power, you have money, and you don't know how manipulative women can be. You begin to, spend it. Why would a woman convince you to go and embark on such kind of lavish stupidity? A 7 days party, and then you are flying private jet, and you yourself as a sitting governor decided to go and embark on that silliness. It's a shame what men, when you see some men talk, you just look at them and what the hell is wrong with you? Now people are asking questions on the way you are. Why would you go and goodness me, Lord?
All right. Let me take you to the space. We are suffering. For some of us, our 50,000 naira salary can't even buy a bag of rice. So this is the narrative of the Nigerian soldier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Woman, before you go ahead with the Emeka, I want to ask him a question. On the last topic that is spoken, can I ask him a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, carry on.
Was any law broken by him traveling to Caribbean?
Yeah, he's not supposed to be traveling to what he can go there for private capacity. It's not about the laws being broken, right? It's about the ethics and the morals that his office comes with. No. Hold on, sir. Let me portray. You asked me a question. Let me continue with my line of thought, sir. Please don't be angry. You see, when it is the silliness of what men expose themselves to that is getting him into this position. If he was a commissioner or probably someone who does not have immunity, you probably will be asking for his head now at this point in time. You are taking funds. There is no way people will not say these funds because that money does not look at like money that was made with the sweat, blood, and pains of an individual who is working. These are money that are loosely earned.
Earned money is not spent in
You don't
this
spend
manner.
that kind of money. These are loosely earned money that you take around and you are flying around the world and you are throwing. Somebody is changing clothes 30 times. Your girlfriend is changing clothes 30 times to impress who? When you are using, let's call it a spade. It's public funds.
Emeka, are you saying that you make money or money that belongs to the girlfriend, the alleged girlfriend?
Where is the money
get the
from?
question.
Where is
I
the
didn't
The
get
money
the
question
from?
is that he was talking about the money being spent frivolously. And I said,
I didn't get the question.
was it the someone that was caught spending money lavishly, or the celebrant was the one spending the money lavishly?
Look, okay, go for it, Emeka, because I'm not quite sure where you're leading with that.
Honestly,
No,
myself,
I'm trying to establish. The guy just said on moral ground that someone should.
one
Is the woman
man,
a public
please
official?
correct me if I'm wrong. That is the governor's side chick. True or false?
Yes, that's the
Okay.
widely
No,
reported.
no. I'm not really brief for governor, but what I want us to establish is this. Instead of us jumping into conclusion on everything that, oh, this object doesn't look good. Before it became governor, it was somebody, correct? And he has family and he has...
It was a civil
commissioner.
servant.
And it was a person. He has family, he has friends.
Right.
They have friends. So because I'm not a governor, I'm not the president, I should not be seen identified with my friend. What my friend does, I'm not answerable to it. I'm not.
What is he heading with this?
You're the one that brought the morality out of things. And I said, he did not bring any government. He did not spend any government money. Okay, go ahead.
Well, see, in Western world, right? The governor's office is a respectable office. Is an office where sir, now except you want to keep talking.
Let Emeka land. Emeka carry on.
The governor's office or public office is a respectable office, and it's expected to be carried out with some form of good standing and morality. If the governor is flying out of the country to go and entertain or to honor the invitation of his side chick, that side chick alone would have even gotten him into trouble, and people will be pressuring him to resign. And if it's a Western country, then your side chick is spending money. A side chick, we know what this is now. We are men from the point. Let's not pretend.
Hold on, Dewale. Dewale, hold on. We're talking about a lady that has that is widely believed to have a romantic association with the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. This lady
is not just widely rumored now. If a governor can leave his executive function to attend the party of a girl.
Can I put in a question?
Yes, and then this lady, she has no real known source of income.
No source of income.
So that's
no
the
source
other
of
thing.
income.
And
you're changing your code 30 times for a party. No source of income.
She's celebrating our 50th. Can you hold on? She's celebrating her 50th. Can you hold on, please? She's celebrating her 50th birthday. She hires out an entire Caribbean island for a week, and then she's changing from Hermes to Gucci. Diamonds flowing everywhere. 30 clothes change per day. And then yachts, private jets, booked out hotels, and then the governor turns up to come
You already read out those ones. Can we pop in the question, please?
Yeah, go on.
Good. You stopped somewhere when you were reading that is the whiteboard one engineer or something. Just allow me to begin that question. You did not conclude it. You said you were. I think it was so. I was expecting that you would mention the name, maybe the
engineer Suleiman something. I did mention the name. So
if the wife of one engineer, and we are publicly associating and saying confidently that she's the side chick of someone else. That area is a little bit sketchy to me. If you can mention the name of the husband, if you can establish the husband,
I think the husband might be deceased. I think the husband might be deceased. I think he might well be one of the COVID.
He's a widow. He's a widower. She's a widow. Husband died 2020 for COVID.
It was a COVID victim. Yeah.
Okay, the husband. Okay, the husband is dead. Okay, but then how can we confidently say she is the side? It's bad enough that the governor I did not support the governor going there. I mean, we have serious issues of ground. I did not. So I would tend to go align a little bit with Emeka on the morality ground. I mean, there are certain places you shouldn't be seeing some people, especially considering what we are going through. I will side with him on that. But saying confidently that he's the side chick and more insinuating like the governor bankrolled that outing, that's where I would differ a little bit. So the question I wanted to ask you, have answered it. So she's actually a widow, okay? Because you were saying the husband of one engineer something, and you stopped there, and all of a sudden we are now saying she's the side chick. How can somebody be public official, and now we are still saying she's the side chick of somebody? That one a little bit confused me, but now that is clear. But yeah, I don't agree with the governor going there, but now saying that is the governor's girlfriend or side chick, and a kind of the government bankrolling, I think we can interrogate that piece a little bit more. Thank you.
Right.
If I can interject, anything, I'm sorry for taking your spot. I promise you I won't speak. The reason why I'm raising all these questions is, just like Bishop just said, I would rather I have the fact in my hand than just insinuation and innuendos or what the newspaper reported. We all have family and friends that we know. Right now, I don't even know how one man is able to establish.
So sorry, Dewale, how do you establish that somebody is a side chick other than it being widely known?
A rumor can be like
no. How do you establish that somebody is a side chick? There's no formal coming together in terms of a documentation. You only know that somebody is a side chick if it's widely known that that person is a side chick to this person.
Widely known because somebody said that and it spread like fire. What if? Yeah, it's not actually. I mean, she's not actually a side chick. What if? I want us to be careful when we read all these things in the newspaper, thinking that is the truth. Okay. For one. Bishop said he did not support the governor attending such party. Look, I can tell you this. In as much we try to hold our leaders to a standard, to certain standards.
Why did Sanwo-Olu attend? Why would you speculate that he attended? What the official reason that he gave? He said he went to have a bilateral meeting with the prime minister of that country to strengthen.
That was what people gave him away.
And he said he went to present a miniature of the blue line rail. He went to give the prime minister of that country a toy train. That's essentially.
Before you throw the governor under the bus. It's an official. Hold on, my brother. It's an official here in Nigeria. So when you have somebody in his capacity as a governor visiting a Caribbean country, okay, I expect, number one, that there will be a link up, maybe for business reasons or whatever, with the authority in that place, at least trying to establish, not just going there like a regular person. Now, what we have going around is this. If someone will take money from the government account to spend on that party, that is where I have problems.
How would that be established if he did?
But that has not been.
Hold on. How would that be established if he did?
I mean, we can ask the flight, the cost of the flight, who is responsible for the flight, how he gets there. We can ask those questions.
No, hold on. If someone sponsored the whole birthday bash of the Lagos State coffers, how would that be established if he did that? How would we be able to establish it?
The media can ask that question. Even if he's capable enough to sponsor anybody's birthday, all right?
He's capable to spend $10 million on a birthday.
But in as much that money is not coming from the till of the government of Lagos State.
How do we know he did not? No, how do we know?
Because we can ask. We can ask.
Hold on. If you ask him and he said he did not, then you leave it there. Then you believe him.
Don't let us talk as if we are beer parlor can. No. See, but let us establish the fact. This is not. No, this is what I don't.
Let's laugh. Ojewale, who will laugh at you? Ooh. You don't say this now.
You can laugh.
You can't say this. You can't say this. No. What are you on about? Wait, what are you on about right now? What are you trying to drive at?
what is the concrete evidence that that lady is his girlfriend? Number one. What is the evidence that
Wait, hold on. Is this boyfriend that we talking about?
Can you allow us speak so that we can let you know?
All right. Dewale, let Ajanle Koko come in and then Emeka takes the floor back. Ajanle Koko.
Yes, thank you. Look, if we want to do a media trial of Sanwo-Olu, I think we should base it on fact. Number one, we don't see any video of Sanwo-Olu presence in the party.
That was how he was caught. It was from the video that he was caught.
He even admitted it in his official statement response.
I didn't hear the official statement.
Will you just let it rest there? He's on video, live. I have watched it here in Japan. He admitted he shot himself in his leg. He was everywhere of the party, privately, personally, openly. It was there. It's a shame, it's a disgrace. And he said he made his statement before the video came out the next day, which he had shot himself.
Let me speak. You will speak your own. One man, where is the video? You need to put the video outside.
Everybody has widely seen it. I don't have it to hand, but like everybody is reporting it. It's out there.
This platform, you say everybody. I have not seen it.
Go to Twitter handle, go to Facebook, go to Instagram.
Let it be out there in the space. In as much as it's not spending government, it's a person, it's an individual. He was in the public the government. Why are we so worked up? Because the government
is settle down now. You can't say it's not spending public funds because you don't know.
How can you conclude that he's spending government money for attending an individual friend's party? How can you conclude that the money spent there is coming from the government?
All right, let Ajanle Koko land and then Emeka round off that space.
Okay. All right. The people saying the video is out there. I think if one man can get it, since we are talking about it on this platform, we should be able to show it to our viewers as well for them to see. I have not seen it. And a lot of people are in the same position like me, but like to see it. So if they are followers of this platform, watch this platform, follow the discussion on this platform, I think it'd be good for them to help them in their to have a sense of judgment on this issue. So that's number one. The video, like I'm saying, number one. Number two is that morally, it is not wrong to attend party. I don't think there's anything wrong in that. But legally, if the governor is is visiting that country on official matter, I think it'd be good for us to know as well. I think you mentioned it that he met with the prime minister and stuff like that. So he met the prime minister. That's to tell us that he visited that country.
Do you know why he met because they released an official statement, as I said. He said he met the prime minister to present him a miniature version of the blue line that has just been opened in Lagos. So a miniature version, and we will bring up the picture. Essentially, he traveled to Grenada to go and give the prime minister of that country a toy train. That's what that says.
Woman, you forgot something. It was after the news of the party that he decided to go and organize himself meeting with the prime minister. Then again, we asked, was he even invited? Wait, sir. Was he invited? Yeah. Was he there on official capacity? Was he invited by the prime minister of Grenada to come to the country? No. Was he going there? So, in what capacity? He does not work for the federal government.
What justifies the spend of because there's a retinue of expenses for him to travel. So, what justifies that spend to go to that island?
Exactly. So he's not working. He's not the government, federal government. He's not working for the federal government. He's not the either the trade ambassador or minister or an ambassador of any community. He does not represent Nigeria. He represents Lagos State. He didn't go there officially on an official invite. Else, you will see the prime minister. You know how it will happen. And since he's a Nigerian citizen, did he inform the president of Nigeria that he was going there? He went there unofficially. The news, wait, sir, Nadele, hold on, sir, please. The news leaked out. He rushed to organize a meeting with the Prime Minister of Grenada and was giving him a toy train to cover up the embarrassment that came out of him sponsoring his girlfriend's birthday party on an island that they shut down. That was what actually happened. He's a public officer. That is the mistake public officers go ahead to go and make. If we do not call this that, and here we are trying to justify the nonsense that the Lagos State governor went to go and do. We are here, when he does the right thing, we will glorify him. Was it not just on Thursday we were saying, oh, the governor is trying to be innovative and is pioneering a good innovation with Lagos Air or whatever. If a public officer messes up, let's call it a spade. What are we going about trying to cover up a useless act made by a weak man, be manipulated by his girlfriend to go on an island to spend money and shut down the island? And we are now saying,
who paid for that party is the question, because someone the lady has no known source of income.
It is widely rumored that this man is dating this girl. Widely rumored, and then again, we all know that when public officers, sometimes there are some parties they do not go to. They will give you a gift. There are some parties that they go to because they want to make a statement. Now, this man has gone to attend that party. Why did we know? Because one of the celebrants leaked it on her Instagram page. That is how we got to know. That is how the world got to know. If there was no private event, if they had seen posts, nobody will know. This man went. That man has been bankrolling this.
Emeka, add this to this. How look flights you gonna have that leak? So how look flew by himself only.
Sorry, one voice. Yeah.
Emeka flew. He left his job as Lagos State governor. He left his job. You see why I say weak men are very useless. He left his job. The job as the number one citizen of Lagos State for a woman.
Emeka, hold on now. Emeka, hold on. We have to establish that he committed illegality. That is where we can hold him. Is it illegal?
Even if he committed illegality, he has immunity. Who is going to kick him out?
No.
If it's illegal, he has immunity.
The issue is this. Look. We have to establish illegality.
Our threshold for legality is getting low on this platform.
If we cannot establish illegality for his visit to that country, then
he's not supposed to be in that country.
We are on the wrong
but he's not supposed to be in that country.
No,
he is not supposed. No, he is a public officer. He did not inform the president he was going there.
You don't know.
He did not know.
Emeka, please borrow me this microsecond.
Why can we say it's illegal?
You see, Oga Jalikoko, please. Oga Jalikoko.
Where can we say, oh, he has committed illegality for visiting a foreign country? I don't think that is illegal. Is it illegal of him to attend a party?
Nobody is stopping. Nobody is. No, sir. Hold on, sir. Sir, wait, hold on, sir. We are looking at the morality here. We are not looking at the legality now. We are looking at the morality and why is he? If he has not broken the law, if it is what he has done is right.
Guilty of immorality and he's not guilty of illegality. Yes.
If the governor thinks what he has done is right, why did he run? Why did he run to
please, can I just put this?
Give him a toy train. Why if the governor thinks
prosecution on
it's not prosecution, yes, sir. If the governor thinks what he has done is right, if the governor feels that I am obliged, and nobody, I don't give a damn. I must go to my girlfriend's party. Even though I did not sponsor it, it is my girlfriend's party or it is my friend's party, I must be there. Why did he not go and organize a meeting with the Prime Minister of Grenada to give him a fake tour and then use that as an excuse to be in Grenada? If the governor is actually right, if he knows what he has done is right, because he knows that I am not supposed to be in this country unofficially.
How do we know that he hardly went to organize that
Emeka, please. Let me say this. Let me say this. Sorry. Let me say this. Sorry. Sanwo-Olu flying to Grenada was not on his roster. Neither was in Lagos State broker. Well, it's his event or this lineup. Is when the information broke out. That Sanwo-Olu came out like, hold on now. People work. Sanwo-Olu is not the only person working in Lagos State House. Lagos State, what are they called? They have staff that look over those things. He wasn't there. Now, this information broke out and he came out and excuse, I went there to go and show the Prime Minister trend. First of all, does Grenada have train? What is the economy? They're not even trying to build a train in the next 50 years. They don't have train. Their economy don't have to want $300 million or before $500 million. They don't have train. They don't need train. There's no train broker in their 50, what they call plan 50, maybe in 50 years that will be train. There's nothing there. The president did not invite Sanwo-Olu. That is the international standard. Is on the broker. You see, if Sanwo-Olu has meeting with the Grenada president, you see by now you'll be seeing by next year, April, Sanwo-Olu will be going to see the president. He's not there. He flew a private jet. That is, first of all, he has established spending Lagos money on the party. He flew a private jet of $140,000 to go there, which is wrong. He flew alone, not without secretary, but he flew alone.
With Lagos State money, the
that's Lagos State money.
Used, and the extra code for the retinue of staff that he took with him.
He went there personally.
One man.
So now you are saying you're established. Hold on, I got Dalikoko.
When we are talking.
Hold on, let me land now.
No,
let me land now. Let me make it. Wait now, hold on, beg. Hold on. When something like this happens to a government official, most time we try to take like a cut of law to look for legality or technicality. No, what is wrong is wrong. But the fact we say it's wrong does not mean they'll kick him out of the office. But when we can say this is wrong, that will hold them accountable to adjust, not to just do things on impunity. Right now we are trying to cut shortcuts for them. It's not good at all. In Western world, in Spain, I don't know if anybody remember, the Prime Minister, I think the Prime Minister was kicked out of cigarettes he received, cigarette gifts he received, cigarettes. He was kicked out. My uncle, I said, he's a retired Chief Justice of Edo State. If you advise him from some parties, he will not go. He will give you envelope. Say, I cannot go. Reasons why? Because I have handled a case for the person before or his wife before. If I go, you look like I did them a favor to give you that case or send them that case. For that reason, he does not go. He's retired though. He will invite you for parties. Now, he won't go. Not to talk about the person that is in government. No, you are dropping plane to go to Grenada. It's wrong. Let's forget that. No one can justify this.
Thank you very much for dropping the point. Our legality threshold is dropping. It's not when somebody we have this kind of likeness for what they do. I think we did the same thing with Bumi, and when they do something wrong, we begin to want to make excuses for them. What is wrong is wrong. This thing, the governor would have, if it's in United States, Canada, or the UK, or in Australia, the governor would have resigned the next day, instantly. He would have resigned the next day. Please, for Christ's sake, please. We live in the Western world. We don't even live in Nigeria. We live in the Western world where they hold their public officers with the highest degree of integrity and moral upbringing. If a governor who is not supposed to be in an event was found in that event, questions will be asked because taxpayers' money was spent. He's not supposed to be there, and he was there. What are you doing there? Then you leave your place and you flew 7,000 miles away to go and attend the birthday party of somebody. If that person is not so important to you, what are you doing there? Then you not back it up. You not back it up with more life.
You can't categorically
Hold on,
say.
you now back it up with Nola. Wait now, let me land now. The governor did not say hold on, sir. The governor did not say I went to Grenada to attend the party. The governor said I went to Grenada to go and give a fake toy train to the Prime Minister of Grenada. You see how the silliness is. If he had said, "Oh, I attended the party," yes, I am wrong. I didn't know. I just went. It's for a friend, and I attended. Yeah, people will look at it and say, "Mr. Governor, come on." But he knew what he did was wrong. He knew he's not supposed to be there, and he decided to go and organize a stupid meeting with the Prime Minister. Probably spent more money again to organize that meeting because the Prime Minister would just open up his schedule just to come and meet a governor from Lagos State. He would have spent money to go and meet the Prime Minister, and then they can gather press and was giving the Prime Minister a toy train. Toy train from where? The Prime Minister will be looking and say, "Thank you for the $4 you gave to me, no problem." And then let's please, for Christ's sake.
So hold on. Look, what Peace was saying the other time. What Peace was saying, he traveled alone. As a matter of fact, that's not possible. A governor, anywhere he's going, he must have his security personnel around him. It must be documented officially that the governor is going so where.
It wasn't scheduled. It wasn't in the schedule of visits.
How do you guys know?
Because it was reported now.
Who reported it? Who?
It was reported.
No, who reported it now?
Carry on. What do you mean who reported it?
No, I'm asking.
It's all over the media space.
Who are the people that reported that?
I don't know their names and their address or their.
How can we just believe what some people said?
Well, is that not what we do? We read out what's been reported.
But if there is no fact around it, we can't hold it as something meaningful. One man.
But it was in the papers.
Yeah, who reported it? Is it reported right from the governor's office?
Does Sanwo-Olu work in the ministry alone? Does Sanwo-Olu work in the ministry alone?
Who reported it?
The ministry reported it. It's in the ministry.
If you are number one citizen of the state, there is nowhere that will not be documented.
We read out things every day. You don't ask who reported it.
So we should read exactly. Should we be asking who reported the news?
Look.
But that's how we got the information in the news. We got it from the news.
We got it from the news. On this kind of matter that is so controversial around somebody, we should be able to check our facts right. I mean, we this is a factual-based platform. This is not a platform that people just talk and just talk.
Are you saying the newspaper? Are you saying the newspaper lied?
That is not what I'm saying. Whether the newspaper lies or it does not lie. What I'm saying is that let us ask questions.
What do you think the fact is?
Hold on. We have to ask questions to get our facts right. That is what I'm saying. We cannot stand in a public space, or rather on the media space, to destroy a person. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just saying, let us get our facts right. They said it's not reported where he was going. From where did that come from? Is it by Lagos State official, or from which office of Lagos State did that information come from? Because that information.
If that sort of news comes out, you know that Sanwo-Olu's record, Sanwo-Olu's movement is a matter of public record. So it's not something that's going to be released by the Lagos State governor or Lagos State government. It's something that can be accessed by whoever wants to access it. And because it's a high-profile narrative, people have gone to look at his schedule, and it was not scheduled for him to be in the Caribbean. Why would it be scheduled?
That schedule, did they publish it? Look, when Udeyi...
What do you mean, did they publish it?
Hold on, one man. When Udeyi reported here that the federal government is moving through, we're moving through to the borderline, the memo to that effect, this guy published it. And we read it here.
Oga
When you
Jalekoko,
don't
go
see
the
fact on
ministry. See,
issue
Oga
like this,
Jalekoko,
you
why
can't
Oga Jalekoko?
conclude
Sorry, let me
that
suggest.
that is what really happened.
All right, let Ajadekoko land. Let Larry come in and make a round of that space, and then we move on.
Yes, when Udeyi, that guy that was pro Obi guy, when he reported here that federal government was moving troops to so side of the country, he backed it up with fact. We saw the fact. We saw the memo from the military, from the defense ministry to another.
We
to
didn't
the
see the
commander.
memo. We saw a piece of paper that he published.
It is not paper. It is a printed. It is the memo. The memo to
How
that
do you know?
to
How
the
do you know? How do you know what it was? It's the memo. Did the army come to verify it?
You mean the army?
Yes.
Did they verify it?
Yes.
Did they deny it?
Oh, right. Did Sanwo-Olu deny it? Did Sanwo-Olu deny it?
No. What my point is that he published a memo to that effect.
He published a piece of paper. He published
it was
an
not a paper, one man.
Who verified it? Who verified it?
It was a memo from defense stamp.
Who
saw government stamp on that
right.
memo.
So that's the verification. No, hold
this,
on. Is that the verification? Who verified Udeyi's so-called memo? Who verified it?
Why did they deny it?
From the army office?
Did they deny it?
Is Sanwo-Olu denying it?
Did they make statement contrary to that effect?
Did Sanwo-Olu make statement contrary to what's been said?
Sanwo-Olu, so that is not on schedule?
Yes. Has it made statements contrary to that?
I've not heard anything.
All right. So there it is.
Yes. So, but what I'm saying.
So do you not see that your logic
is still fresh? All right. It just happened over the weekend. So let us wait.
No, not this weekend. It happened on Thursday, Friday.
Yes, it just this weekend. It just happened
it's been responding to it all the way through.
He responded according to what you read that he went there to meet the prime minister and they gave him so.
Yes.
But what I'm saying here, what I'm suggesting here is that these accusations against him, let us search for our fact right that we can use to nail him down. When you don't get your fact right, and then you are throwing punches and all this against this guy, I think we are not doing a good job.
So what I would say in this,
sometimes sensational news on the pages of newspaper sometimes might not be right.
No, but
sometimes doesn't come right.
No, Adalekoko, you are going contrary to what the governor himself had. Let me tell you what he has admitted. He has admitted that he's in Grenada. He could not deny that. He said he was having bilateral meetings with the prime minister, and he said he gave him a miniature of the blue line, which is what we're seeing. And then he said he went from there to social events, and this was on his verified Twitter handle.
Okay.
So
what he told me.
I'm not quite sure what sensationalism when the guy himself is not denying.
Okay, fine, one man. That is good. So what governor, tells me there is that he was in that country, or maybe he's still there, on a bilateral visit.
Hold on, Adanlekoko, 1 second. That bilateral meeting just happened to, as a matter of coincidence, coincide with the side chick having a lavish party there.
Sorry, one man. Let's exclude. That's
the coincidence.
It's
just a matter of coincidence
that is where we have to do our research and get our facts right. But to conclude that
his bilateral trade meeting coincides with a Nigerian party that
so now conclude that the governor is the one responsible for all the expenses on that party.
Answer my question though. So Sanwo-Olu, you are saying he is on an official capacity visit there. Are you saying then it is a coincidence that this lavish party, 7-day party, no expenses spared, shut down the entire island? Are you saying it's a coincidence then that his bilateral meeting coincided with his side chick having this $20 million party on the Caribbean island?
Yeah, that is where we have to check, get our.
No, you don't have to check anything now. All we know speaks for what happened. All we know already speaks for what happened.
Yeah, so let me tell you, one man. Why
can I just say something?
We have to check our fact right. Hold on, I will yield for you now. 1 minute. I will yield for you. So where I'm saying we have to check our fact right, particularly if you have a very good media, we want to trace the payment of all the payment for this party, and all this. Where did they come from? Did they come from that lady? Did they come from who? That is where the media, Nigerian media is Nigerian media.
Nigerian media has done his job. They've exposed him.
No, they don't get their part. No, exposing him is to get to the root of it. Where they can
they are only at the root of it. He spent $20 million of Lagos State money to throw a birthday bash for his side chick.
$20 million. Where are the facts to that effect? They can
No. We need to show Baba Jalikoko the check. We need to show him the check. Let's get
You can't just mention any figure.
Everybody, hold on for Larry. Let Larry come in.
Larry come in.
Yeah, let me just say something. You see, I respect everybody here, but sometimes, we tend to dwell more on assumptions and not really going with facts. And I'm going to pick it one by one. Number one, we all allege that this woman is Sanwo-Olu's side chick, and we don't have any facts to that. Number two, we alleged that Sanwo-Olu funded that party, and we don't have facts to that. Number three, we alleged that this woman does not have anything doing, and we don't have facts to that. And now let's go to the facts. Who is this woman? This woman is a big player in the oil and gas industry.
She is not. That's where you coming from.
Let him speak now. Let this guy speak, man.
Can I talk?
Let him speak.
That's the problem.
She's inherited money.
Larry, you just made me laugh. I'm so sorry. Larry, go ahead. Larry, go ahead.
Let people talk. But you
Larry, go ahead.
Hear people's voice.
Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, carry on, Larry. The floor is yours.
This guy speak, man.
This woman is a director in Altex Engineering Oil and Gas. And this Achimugu, if you've been following oil and gas, this woman has been at the forefront of deep sea port in South. And this woman's husband.
Larry, what's her annual income?
Wait, let me talk.
Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead with that. What's her annual income?
You don't need, wait. I'm just
telling you. You
let him land now, Emeka. Let him land.
That's why you see we pride ourselves. No. We pride ourselves. Wait now. I am not holding. Larry is not the one that spent the money. We pride ourselves to protect things. What is the annual income of directors in oil servicing company? That's not an oil producing, that's an oil servicing company you just called. And the highest oil servicing company in Nigeria, which is even struggling now, is Schlumberger. What is the annual income? What is the annual income of a director?
Okay, have you asked your question? Can I talk? Now, who was this woman's late husband?
What has that got?
No. What do you know?
Larry.
You were reading this woman's late husband. Who was this woman's late husband?
It was a Suleiman something. I can go and
Who
dig
was
it up
Suleiman?
Again.
That Suleiman something. Who was that guy?
Engineer Suleiman.
Who was Suleiman?
They don't know. Larry, speak on.
Who was Suleiman? Suleiman
was... Yeah, Suleiman.
Hold on, Larry. Sorry, Larry. Hold on. Larry,
everybody, hold on.
We must question you.
Hold on now. Everybody. Tell us who what peace is.
Emeka, hold on. Let Larry speak because he doesn't have the capacity to push his voice over.
Okay, sorry, Larry. Sorry.
Is that the former MD of PPMC?
PPMC.
Oh,
of what?
PPMC.
PPMC.
Yes.
I think we should end this conversation here.
PPMC.
It's a terrible, terrible corrupt.
PPMC. Those are the guys
terrible corrupt.
Hold on for Larry Bishop.
Sulaiman was the head of PPMC. So they had this oil money.
What's PPMC?
PPMC.
Wait, hold on.
Can you let him speak up, please? Now,
PPMC. I think it's petroleum pricing something. It's a key branch in NNPC.
No, it's petroleum product marketing company.
So it's a marketing company.
One man.
Right. So it's a civil servant. Yeah.
Can you go back to that thing you read?
A civil servant. I thought he was the owner.
That's why I said let's talk to Larry. What this rules is going on. Who you guys are talking about? And Bishop,
if you are speaking like that,
if we're not going to let Larry speak, hold on. If we're not going to let
no, what I meant, don't misinterpret me. Don't misinterpret me, please. Give me 1 second. When I say it's PPMC, if it is Tinubu or PPMC, I bet let's just die the matter. They are horribly, embarrassingly. I don't know the adjective to qualify their level of stealing. Let's just die the matter.
That's how we must speak about the matter.
Please, everybody, please let Larry speak. Just let him speak, please, Larry.
Okay, we'll let Larry speak, please.
Yeah. Larry.
Okay. So basically, right, you see, I want us to base things on facts, and I like fact a lot. If you're able to get me facts, I will definitely believe what you're saying. But if it's still based on this issue of, you read somewhere that this person is this person's girlfriend, this person is this person's child chick, without any facts. So for me, this is actually a public, this is a public medium. And I would rather want us to dwell things more on those facts. So for me, coming to Sanwo-Olu, right? For him to have even...
So Larry, can I ask you a question? Are you saying now on this platform, and you are saying with all conviction in your heart that this woman's salary could afford this as a director of an oil servicing company? And are you now saying that her late civil service husband, even when you die, that's the end of that money and the stealing, that she could still afford this? Larry, are you saying it here on this platform so we'll be sure?
Okay, can you listen?
Are you to spend
$20 million? Are you saying this here on this platform? Is that what you are justifying here on this platform now?
I don't want you to shout. If you want to
I'm not shouting, I'm just asking you a question. Because your tongue is shaking now when I'm asking you direct questions.
You can continue talking.
Your tongue is shaking. You say we should start with facts, and you are telling us this woman is a director of an oil servicing company when we know how much director. Sir, calm down now, sir. Let's push back on what you are saying. Let's push back on what you are saying.
All right. Let me read the super chats coming in. So the super chat, it says, can Emeka Workpeace and other panelists let someone say something different from their own opinion? Don't you? And then it goes on. So I think that the people want to hear from Larry is what they're saying. Larry.
So what I'm saying is this. I'm not justifying probably how they got the money to finance the party. The only thing I'm saying here is we don't have facts that Sanwo-Olu funded that party. All we've been saying here is probably some rumors somewhere, and we now picked on those rumors to be the facts. We don't have facts that this lady is Sanwo-Olu's side chick. All we've been basing everything we've been saying on is some rumors, and we'll take that rumor to be fact. So I'm not justifying probably the woman spends money where she got the money or anything, but what I'm saying here is when we have some things that are not facts, let's not make it fact. There's a difference between fact and assumption. Fact is completely different from assumption. Unless you're able to give me facts that so, then they should probe him. But if you don't have the facts, don't make assumptions to be facts. I don't have that power to shout, right? If you can go against what I say, but what I say is the fact that If you don't have fact, it's not fact. It's still assumption. So don't make assumptions turn to be fact.
Emeka, please, let me go first.
No,
please.
Sorry, I want to move on from that space. Round off that space, Emeka, and then I'll take you to one more talking point. I want to get to Bishop quickly, who is in a hurry to start driving.
So, one man, right? I appreciate Baba Jani Koko's input and even Bishop and Larry's input. Where Larry was saying we do not have facts, and what he said, what I would say is those are the missing links that we need to include. If there are information readily available in the public that we can go and look, we do comparison indicators to compare things, and we can tell when things are at variance with the norm. We can tell when outliers occur. At least we are exposed individual. We know the salaries of oil and gas directors. They are not the owner. Somebody on the comment section was saying they get contract from government. Which of the government, number one, that's the first place. Number two, you are not the owner of the company. And even if you are the owner of the company, you are still under obligation to operate your funds with the funds that you get, which are contracts, which are revenue, to operate it within your company structure. So you still have a salary that you earn. And then at the end of the year, as a governor, you're entitled to, as the CEO or the chairman, you're entitled to bonuses and dividend payments in line with your shareholdings. For Christ's sake, we know this. Now, this is a $20 million party being spent here at one sitting. Yes, in 7 days, but at one sitting. This is not the norm. This is not the norm. Not every billionaire too spend this money. If this woman is just a director, she cannot afford this. I saw where you flashed that FCT is calling her to come and pay taxes, which is the right thing we need to do. When we see people living a lavish lifestyle and are spending money, we check whether that money, whether they are paying their own tons of taxes. The middle class and the poor should not be funding the lifestyle of the rich. If you have so much money you are spending and you are renting an entire island for a week, bring that money to the country so that we can use that to construct certain things. Then there again, when we are saying these things, who were the high-flying people, who were the public officers that went to attend that party? So, but again, it is a rumor. Yes, we will keep the rumor. We cannot verify it. We are not in their bedroom. So maybe some of us want us to enter into the bedroom to go and see what they are doing inside that bedroom to say, yes, now your girlfriend, we don't catch you today. But now what is annoying for me here is that we are making latitude for government officials to act in a way and should not be held accountable for what their actions. And I think it is not right. We pride on this platform to hold government and public officers to the tax when they do the things wrong and to applaud them considerably when they do the things right. So when they are doing something that is not good, we are now making excuses for them. I think this is not good. I think this is not right. I think this is not okay. We should use equitable, measurable ruler and standard to put it at their face and say, Oga or Madam, you have messed up. We should not be looking for excuses or trying to go and purchase excuses where excuses do not exist and say, let's go and be looking for the legislator or the act or the laws, or let's go and stand in front of the National Assembly House and tell them to make new laws or repair old laws so that the people who are involved should not be held accountable. We should stop this. The governor is not supposed to be there. The governor was there for a reason, and the governor was caught wanting, and he begins to explain himself. We should call him out, even though we know that he has immunity clause. In other crimes that works, that which we always continue to compare Nigeria with, and if we truly want Nigeria to move, we begin to hold them to those standards. He would have resigned by now. One man, let's move ahead.
One man, please. One man, please. Let me just add this before you move on. Please, I beg you.
Hold on, what please? I'll come to you in a moment, but I'm very keen to get to Bishop because I think
I know. Just need to add to this.
He wants to start driving.
One man. I know, Bishop. I beg you. Just 2 seconds. Let me.
Hold on, please. Can you limit this guy to just one topic? I mean, our friend.
Emeka.
Limit. Just go round because a lot of us are waiting here. It's going to take a long time.
Okay. Let me add this to Emeka zone. And first of all, when some of the perfume saga came out, this house people spoke. No, where's the proof? Then proof came out. When Better I Do Matter came out, this house people spoke. Where's the proof? The proof came out. Now, if this party Sanwo was in Lagos, and people are accusing Sanwo he spent 20 million on the side chicks party in Grenada. That would be a fair argument for rumor, but he was there. Anything happens there involves him. And again, Nigeria is looking for dollars. In a sitting, Nigerian citizens took $20 million to Grenada economy. That is 30% of their economy of their budget was spent in 7 days. That economy went up in a particular of the eye. And we are talking about Mura here. And everything is wrong. That much should be spent in Nigeria. Thank you.
Imagine. Thank you, World Peace, for your addition.
All right. Let me go with let me go with Rational Minds recommendation and get to Bishop quickly. But Emeka, hold steady because there's so many topics I want you to speak on. But let me get to Bishop and invite Bishop to take the floor. Do you want me to feed you topics or do you want to go straight at it, Bishop?
Well, you can give me the topic you have. Of course, we'll not be able to talk because we've over exhaustively flogged this one. I mean, Emeka was on for almost 1 hour on this Achimugu. So I don't want to talk about Achimugu again. I think we should bury that.
All right. Do you want to speak on army pay? You are very passionate about the military.
That army pay, I will just spend 1 minute on each. 1 minute, 60 seconds at the very most. Number one, it's just an individual that is hiding somewhere that wrote that. There's nowhere they sat down together, and if they have complained, there are charges of complaint. What that individual has done, if at all, is a military personnel, which I doubt very seriously, is at best a mutiny. So I don't think anybody would lose sleep over that. They did something like this sometimes ago, wrote something that some people even dressed in military uniform and they were discovered not to be genuine. So, and we can always have some recalcitrant rogue military personnel that after they take substances. So I don't think anybody would lose sleep over that. So I can say that.
All right. We were trying to open up this conversation yesterday, but we couldn't really progress it. We are committed to upholding integrity. Federal government probe all theft allegation against naval chief. So it's Emmanuel Ogala, who is just now been alleged that is moonlighting as an bunkerer. So have you got any more on that?
Yeah, like I said yesterday, I wanted to read, but I read something that really broke my heart today. Somebody said, and was as usual, as we would expect, the comment was very sad. To me, I find it very disturbing. If there was evidence, let them put him up. But somebody say, oh, now the only Igbo man they have managed to give a service chief, they are looking for a way to rope him and pull him down. I felt saddened by that. And that's why I will not want, because we are going to give it ethnic coloration. If we go this, if we say, oh, probe him, they say, oh, is he the only one? We are going to give it, and I don't want to get involved in that. It's too dirty. We need to clean the audience table already. So if the man if there is anything, any semblance that he's guilty, I'm not saying he is. I'm defending him that he is not. But why do we always want to go to that tragedy and somebody put that on something today? When I read it, my heart just melted. Here we go again. So I believe him. I believe in the statement of the naval headquarters, and I want you to be at that, except when there is every strong evidence that he was actually involved. And if he's involved, whether he's Yoruba man or Igbo man or Hausa man, let us call him out and let the law take its course. But somebody's trying to gaslight and say, oh, the only service chief, the only person they have managed to give service chief in a long time, they are trying to pull it down, that is a scheme. I think that's very disturbing.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. Nigeria in talks with United Kingdom to commence London-Lagos flights. This is Festus Kiyamo trying to make life easier for Nigerians. So I was even surprised that there were no direct flights between London and Lagos. And I was
there are direct flights. There are direct flights from London to Lagos. So I don't know what that's what they used to say. The issue of direct flight from Lagos to London, yeah, it's important, but should not be top of the priority, because there are more than about 11 flights going to Lagos between Lagos. So not all of them are direct. Weekly now. Weekly. About 11, is it 11 or 13? You can check.
Sorry, who flies directly from London to Lagos? Who does?
British, what do you call it? Still fly Nigeria now, still fly Lagos and Abuja now. Fly Lagos 7 times a week, fly Abuja 2 times a week. Are we asking this question? You live in London, man. I think there are 2 airlines from UK that goes to Nigeria. British Airways goes to Nigeria 7 times, to Lagos 7 times a week, and to Abuja 2 times a week. Thursday and which day again? So what are we talking about? Lagos, London, is the most common.
We're talking about Nigerian carrier. We're talking about Nigerian carrier. Nigerian own airline.
Okay. If you are saying for a Nigerian airline, that now explains it. But saying like there is no direct flight between London and Lagos, that's ridiculous. That's the easiest thing to fact check. So if you are saying Nigerian airline, now they gave earpiece sometimes. I mean, this airline used to have it. Arik used to have it. Not only Arik, about 2 airlines used to have it before. Because these are things we need to sort out when we have a flag carrier that can represent us in the BASA, the Bilateral Air Service Agreement, like I mentioned yesterday. And we were propping up this Nigerian Air, the Air Nigeria, with the one that guy did. Look, he might probably not getting everything right. Maybe he failed in some area. So when this guy came, he had not even read the handover. No, he just pushed it under the, throw it under the bus, as they used to say. And we want that to end. Then we spent money. What happened to that? Our agreement with Ethiopia Air. And if we keep dishing our agreement with foreign bodies, when government changes, nobody will take us serious. Why can't he bring that one to the fore? It's been 6 months or 5 months that he's been a minister now. And he just made some casual, careless statement about it. Why don't you bring it to the fore and look at that first critically? If there are mistakes that were made, let us correct them. If people have issues against them, but you just put it and we seem to have forgotten it. Now he's going to start his own all over again. If they remove him as minister tomorrow, another person will come and throw his own. Why can't we sustain policy for crying out loud? So we are getting some things straight here. It is not about direct flight between Nigeria and London, because that is a fallacy, because there are flights between Nigeria and London, and I challenge people to bring out those facts. Now, if it is about a Nigerian carrier, then what happened to the license they gave to Arik and Earpiece before? Because at some point they gave Earpiece Arik. What did they do that made them to withdraw it? What are we not getting right? So we need to put our house in order to be able to call, challenge our foreign bodies that seems to be shortchanging us. Because Nigerians travel a lot. Nigerians travel a lot, and it's a very busy route. But we are not doing the right thing. And if you are not doing the right thing, people will be shortchanging us. They've been doing it for like forever. So for me, I want the fact about the Nigerian Air to be brought to the fore. Let us dig into it. What exactly went wrong? Why is it that the current Minister of Aviation seems to be jettisoning that and just want to now start his own jamboree again? So that's my take on that.
Oh, all right. Let me take you to one more space, Bishop. Full list of ECOWAS countries as Niger, Mali.
One man, you do more than one. I've just spent 3 minutes, so you do because I'm talking fast. I'm talking very fast. I'm not. You can spend almost 1 hour. Okay, go ahead.
All right, but I don't think everybody can spend 1 hour. I think
I'm not saying 1 hour. I'm not saying. Let me spend my 10 minutes.
Yes,
let me spend my 10 minutes.
Of course. But that was the heat of that conversation. But so go to that Niger Republic then, because some of the commentaries coming from experts, industry experts, they are actually suggesting that these people are ultimately shooting themselves in the foot. This is a commentary by a lawyer and a security expert. It says Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso withdrawing from ECOWAS amounts to a colossal act of economic self-sabotage. Isolating yourself from your closest neighbors amidst an epic economic crisis is profoundly unwise, and unfortunately, ordinary citizens who are led to believe this action serves their interest will be the primary victims. Moreover, these countries lack alternative to ECOWAS. So act in haste, repent at leisure, Bishop.
Yes, I mean, very quickly, too, that's very straightforward. I agree with what that gentleman wrote, and I'll just add to it that, look, it was very interesting that when some people were supporting them. Now, the simple fact is this: these guys are not ready to leave. That's their timeline. within 18 months will conduct election. It's not what they don't want. It's exactly what they don't want to implement. They want to stay there for as long as forever. The Anglophone countries of the African Anglophone countries, we have our own share. We had our own shares between the 60s, 70s, and the 80s of this incessant coup and the rest. We are just trying to break away from there. These people are going to run those countries now. I remember when we were having this debate, and people were supporting him because we have something against Tinubu, and they were trying to install, and people were saying, "Oh, we want to take Nigeria to war." Blah, 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 blah. We listen to all of the topics. All of us take our side, but the only fact of this matter is that these guys are not ready to leave. Look, they are going to settle themselves into power, and they want to be there for as long as that. And the only obstacle from them doing that in the immediate is ECOWAS, because of the hostilities of ECOWAS and the demand ECOWAS presented to them to make sure that you said there are some things, you can correct that one and organize an election in 18 months. Initially, they agreed to that proposal, but they have realized that, look, 18 months, this power suite, 18 months is too, before you know it, 18 months will come and go. And they have already agreed among themselves, the rulers, that's those new junta, that look, after you complete your own 2 years, me too, I will come do my own 2 years or 3 years. So they say that 3 years is not feasible. I mean, that 18 months is not feasible. So the only way is to let's get out of ECOWAS. So we are an independent nation. They don't have anything. They cannot have any input. So it's their own cup of tea. They are going to lose economically. They are going to lose in interaction, with other Africans. And those places are not safe at all. So for me, Nigeria should just do the necessary thing. Enforce the blockade. Complete blockade, especially because of the influx of insecurity. Because even in Niger, and Burkina Faso, I can talk on those two. Mali already is a pot of mess. In those other two places, they are chasing every opposition away now. And there are small armed groups that are that are coming off. I lost that word. There are some small armed groups because a lot of them are, they are opposing camps. And already before you know it, if care is not taken, one of them will descend into a civil war, and it should not be nice for West Africa.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to another topic, but before on my way to that other topic, let me do a bit of advertising on Wednesday, the 31st of January, at 10 p.m. UK time. Segun Showunmi, one of the probably the leading candidates to be the next chairman of the PDP, he will be joining us in conversation. So it's going to be an epic session. So the link to that session is being sent into the comment section now. Click on that link, go and put on the bell notification so that you're notified when that session starts. So let me take you then to this space. Tinubu is having sleepless nights over very bad economy inherited from Buhari. So this is Dave Umahi, who is backing up words spoken a few months ago by Nuhu Ribadu.
Yeah, I mean, I heard when you were doing it, and I laughed. Yeah, thank God you even brought it up. I almost forgot. I laughed when you said that you made a reference that under Jonathan that Buhari inherited a very robust economy under Jonathan, and I laughed because I remember very well Okunjowela called me at least on the national television and saying that Nigeria is so broke that we were borrowing money. That particular month, she said, whether there was 678 and 783 billion dollars that was being borrowed to settle federal civil service workers. So we're borrowing to pay salary after we just came out of an oil boom. That oil peaked at over $143, and we were selling over $100 for over 3 years. We had no savings that Obasanjo left in the foreign reserve that clocked over 60 billion or 40 something billion. If you add the excess crude account of almost over 20 billion to it, we're talking of over 65 or 70 billion was depleted completely. There was no major infrastructure that was built. And 27 states, they were not getting money. 27 states were owing backlogs of salary. That when Buhari came, he had to give them bailout. A lot of bailout for federal government posts.
Sorry, Bishop. When Jonathan was leaving, how much did he hand over to Buhari?
29 billion. 29 billion. 29 billion. Yeah, right? In foreign account. Yeah, in foreign reserve.
foreign reserve, I know. That's what I'm saying. Foreign reserve. I thought it was 32 billion anyway, but 29 billion is okay. It's close. Now, how much did Buhari hand over to Tinubu when he was leaving?
About 29 or 30 billion too.
Are you sure about that? It was
What's
about
that?
about 400,000.
Forget that 2 billion that people were. Forget that 2 or 3 billion that people were throwing around. Forget about it. I beg.
What are you saying?
Can we wagga? Can we do the bet? I want to eat somebody's money.
Facts. Yes. Let's eat ourselves money.
Let's bring it out. Bring it out.
The 29 billion that was artificial, that was already borrowed to JP Morgan.
See,
what are you talking about?
See, every money, every country.
As a swap?
Hold on. Can we?
Ask a simple question. Listen again. Let me rephrase. How much did he hand over physically? No, fiscally. Cash. In foreign reserve. Buhari to Tinubu.
Fiscal cash was in reserve. Our foreign reserve. Anybody can take up anything and look at our foreign reserve today. Our foreign reserve is still around 29, 30 billion, 31, 32 billion. You can check it. I am saying if we are going to over that 3 billion, 30 billion, of course, now do we count foreign reserve in Naira? You want to be pointing to that? Sometimes somebody said that they said that we have borrowed our money, that we are only having $3 billion dollar in foreign reserve. How do we balance? How do we do? What do you call it? I mean, with 3 billion. If anybody says that, let them bring it forward. So you can do that now. Just check your Google. Don't let us dissipate energy and waste time on that.
Sorry, Bishop. The money we have there, we cannot touch it. It's no longer us. We already borrowed against it. It's just like the oil swap. We don't have. That's how our naira keep depreciating. We don't have nothing to back our naira. If we will have $5 billion, our naira will be pegged at 720. We have nothing. So let's stop all these kumbaya by accounting world. There are a lot of accountants here. Nobody will dare to tell you Nigeria have $32 billion liquid cash in our foreign reserve as today. That is our own sitting there.
The way you are talking of liquid cash, it shows that probably it's not your fault. It's not your area. They are talking of liquid cash. See, if we understand what foreign reserve is, it is the amount of money that you have in your vault that you have printed your naira against. So just to like I don't know what the word economists use. It's not my area. I don't want to go. But you talking like foreign reserve like this, foreign is sitting down there. Let's get the facts right. It is not 3 billion. It is either 30 or 33 billion. Forget that thing that came that time that some people said that our foreign reserve. So people plant news in Bloomberg now the way they like. They plant all manner of news. So if you want us to put a swagger on that one, that what is our current reserve today, or what was the current, or is it just between January, May, and now?
Foreign reserve.
Give me a second. Is it just between May and now that Tinubu has built it to 33 or 32 billion? Is it just there now? No. Forget that 3 billion. That's what I'm saying. Let's stick with facts. The fact is that when Buhari was going, our foreign reserve was around 30 billion. That's a fact. Have they now use it to print naira or spend it or something? That's a different kettle of fish. But our foreign reserve that we use to when you want to this in the top when our Nigerian foreign trade, when you want to do trading with I forgot that there's a technical word for it in foreign trade, that is what you use to back whatever letter of credit. Exactly, your letter of credit in anything. We cannot have 3 billion and still be opening letter of credit. 3 billion cannot even do us for 1 month of letter of credit. We will have run bankrupt. We will not be able to even fulfill our financial obligations like some countries that have failed. But we are fulfilling our financial obligations now. And we have not defaulted, not in any way. We have defaulted. So when people that have this the technical skill, I mean, the know-how in this area come, we can throw the question to them. But I challenge you that what you are saying is not right. So back to what I was saying. When
Bishop.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, one moment. Sorry, Bishop. I don't want to sound like it. Okay, Larry, go ahead.
Yeah. So actually, Bishop, the $33 billion that you see there, that's what you see as kind of like figure. But in August, JP Morgan, because there is this agreement that CBN actually signed with JP Morgan. And JP Morgan came out and estimated that what we'll be having will be like $3.7 billion.
I am saying to you that you check today.
Let him land now, baby. Sure, let go land. Well,
why don't you? We are having conversation.
Let him land the point now.
Why did it mean that you will tell to shut up now? Why did it mean that you will tell to shut up? Why?
I'm not telling you to shut up. I've said
hold
on, rational mind. Bishop,
having a conversation front and back. Why did it mean that you will have to shut up for crying out loud?
It said Jekyll land. But
Bishop, they gave no land to the coming. Would they allow it? Would they interject the fact that you are saying that Jekyll land? What's the business with Jekyll land?
Bishop, hold on. Jackie Larry, let him put the fullness of what he wants to say to you, so that you can handle it in the roundness of how he's presenting it. So let him put it, and then you then address it from the full understanding. Larry.
So Bishop. So what I just want to put some facts so you can actually go against it. So basically, we had 33 billion, but in August, I remember in August, JP Morgan came out and brought a figure of 3.7 billion. That if they remove every other thing, because in that 33 billion, there are other facilities that are there, right? That if they remove everything, they're estimating that will be at 3.7 billion, which before this guy left, when they had, as at that time, that was when they had that, this other Yoruba man, kind of like acting CBN governor, he faulted it. But after they did that investigation, I think they found out the exact thing we have, which is not that exact thing. Because if with that agreement they signed with JP Morgan, this is more like they used that particular foreign reserve as collateral, which is more like when it goes down, help us kind of like pushing it. So for me, I'm not really sure that 3 billion is the actual, it's what is there. But if you take that everything that JP Morgan has, but JP Morgan is still saying 3.7 billion. But they've not done they've not audited CBN. Probably at the end of proper audits, we'll get the exact figure.
I'm struggling to understand. Just Google what is Nigeria's current foreign reserve. This technicality of they have removed everything they owe. They have removed. America is owing over $33 trillion today. If they remove it from what they are,
our foreign reserve is not 33 billion. It's not even up to 10 billion. I think our foreign reserve. I think our foreign reserve is.
Where did you? How much is it?
Hold on, everybody. Bishop, listen to this 1 minute clip from Willie Obiano. It speaks to that broad space that I think Larry was trying to explain.
Did he actually live in the state coffers when he left as governor? And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statement to settle the matter once and for all?
Yes. Not talking. Yes. My predecessor left 9 billion cash and
9 million or 9 billion?
9 billion cash and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. If you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion. Technically, but he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. So you can see it's timing and leading in accounting. That's what happened.
So that's broadly what Larry was saying.
Absolutely, it is absolutely ridiculous that we are using this example for what we are discussing. But
that's for Anambra State. That's for Anambra State. That's Anambra State. Now, Bishop, just come now. Let me drop this now. I just went to the CBN. The CBN website. They've refused to update the reserve that we have. We have 6 billion FX forward contract that we are yet to honor. NNPC now, with a shady project Gazelle, the SPV, are trying to borrow 3.3 that they have paid 2.1 for that same 6 billion forward contract that we have not paid, right? Our foreign reserve is probably not even close to 5 billion. Cash at hand is not close. If it's 33 billion, we would have offset all our issues.
So we don't have it. No. I think we are mixing it up seriously.
No, I am telling you. I heard what you were telling One Piece about foreign reserve. I'm telling you what foreign reserve is. It's not at the back of a note. I am telling you authoritatively. If we have $33 billion, if we have $33 billion of dollars in our coffers, we will not have an exchange rate of 1,400. We will not be struggling to pay all this. Sir, listen now. Sir, listen. You are in the wrong here. You are in the wrong here. Our foreign reserve is not even, at some point, I am thinking our foreign reserve should be 2.5 billion, and it is not growing. The reason why is NNPC is not paying anything into the CBN's account. NNPC has mortgaged all our stuff into forward cruise. Going, they are not remitting any funds at all. We are not seeing any import into the account. Nothing is coming in. So our foreign reserve is actually depleting. We are in a deep mess. It's not even up to $10 billion. That is why regularly the CBN keep updating our foreign reserve. And I've been watching this I looked at it September 2023. They've not updated, and they won't update because there's no money. Thank you, Bishop.
You have your say. I have my say. Let me just round it up because obviously I've exceeded the time. I insist you are getting it wrong, but that's fine. When majority seems to be that way, a simple Google search asking, it's not CBN that will quote what our current foreign reserve is. There are several, what do you call it, that will tell you what our current foreign reserve is. We are mixing it up completely.
Give us example.
That if we have, hold on, let me take my own now, please.
No, I'm asking you, give us example of such bodies that can give us, besides our own central bank.
You just go on Google. And unfortunately, I don't have access.
You just give us names that you know. That's what
I don't know. If you cannot go to Google, then I don't know. So what I'm saying, in essence, is this: you just made a mess of it now. Say if we have a foreign reserve, our dollar will not go to 1,400. What the government has simply done is to stop subsidizing dollar for people. That look, some people will have access.
International banks are not honoring our letter of credit because we do not have foreign reserve to back it up.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
And then we'll go on to the next
that one. They are not honoring our letter of credit is a blatant lie. If they are not, it will have overshown. It will have overshown. It will even affect IOCs and multinationals that are operating in Nigeria. You are just saying it because it is easy to say. Let me land. They are living where? Where are they living?
They are living.
Who are the ones living?
Shell just sold the last book and they are living.
Let him land.
Where are you? See, Shell we are talking about. We pick things, we pick headlines. We don't dig to get the facts. Shell that you are talking about selling their onshore assets started way back in 2009. Way back in 2009, they were selling some of their onshore assets and they were selling some for their marginal fields. They did not just start today. Almost all our IOCs were living onshore for deep offshore because the cost of our production in onshore is one of the highest in the world, and because their area of operation. Because of security issues, the amount of money they were spending on security issue, the oil theft that was leading to continual and incessant shut-in and community hostilities. So Shell have started selling and winding up their onshore assets. Their biggest asset is no longer in onshore, and they were not running it profitably. So we just jump on some topics to make Nigeria look bad because we feel that is. So when they were leaving, they started long ago, and I won't say more than that because I know a little bit more than what I'm saying. And they put their, go and ask, Shell is still involved in about 3 or 4 major. In fact, they are pumping in 24, 25 economic something. They are pumping in additional almost 7.2 or something billion investment. They are in the gas, they are there in the LNG, they are reinvesting LNG, the Train 8, they are investing in it, they are in the offshore, deep offshore, their well is producing very well, they are investing. So because they are shutting down their marginal operation that they started in 2009. 2009, not 2019. Go and fact check. I will be making reference that they are leaving. Which other ones are leaving? The ones that are leaving, the ones that were ripping us up. that they were enjoying the compromised business atmosphere. Business is competitive. Yeah, of course we have challenges. I agree. But to say that there is the worst case and because they are leaving, and you have just added something to it that you cannot back up now that nobody is honoring our letter of credit, that is blatant. That is blatant. So comparing that because our foreign reserve, that's why our currency, no, because Nigeria just decided to stop subsidizing, I did not hear what you say. What did you say?
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
If you say they are honoring our letter,
yes,
the letter you call it, or we call it. Now, why is it that the Afri-Exim Bank is asking for some kind of form of collateral, or they have to propose it? Hold on. Some form of collateral, a form of, like, I don't know if you listened to, although we had that debate here like a month ago, even before the former vice president had to ask Tinubu in a letter about they should give to Nigerian figures as to what kind of deal are they making with Afri-Exim Bank when they ask for $3 billion US, and they are giving a collateral that by the time of that agreement, they'll be getting like $12 billion out of it. So why would they ask, if you are credit worthy, why would they have to collateralize? I mean, I don't know what kind of word. Why would they have to ask for some form of collateral, a form of our oil, to ask for $3 billion, which invariably at the end of the day, at the time of that loan, is going to be $12 billion that these people are going to be making. So why would they, if we are credit worthy, we should just go by our credit, just give me $3 billion. We promise to give you back, and then they will give it back without even asking for any form of collateral, or asking for us for our oil to be used as collateral. Why?
Number one, the oil is not collateral, it's a form of payment, the agreed form of payment. So you are missing it all. If they agreed, I don't agree with it. Hold on now. Let me finish now. You asked a question. To the best of my ability, where I understood your question. The letter of credit is not even involved in this matter at all. We are talking of letter of credit, we are talking of loan. How are they related? How?
What's the point of letter of credit that you're talking about? What does it show?
How do I begin to explain letter of credit now? Where is collateral, for God's sake, on this day like this? Look, letter of credit is simply, how do I begin to explain it? If you
is a form of payment, right? Where it's a guarantee that once the document gets to a particular point, either at the port, that's a document, or the goods lands, that the creditor should credit the bank where let me explain better. So if you are purchasing, mostly for imports, if someone in Nigeria here wants to buy a goods in China, right? Now, they want a form of guarantee that you will pay them. So you will go to a bank, you go to your local bank and go and get a letter of credit. Now, they would not signal the corresponding bank. Most corresponding banks are in the United States. And that letter of credit, they will move that document, the import lady or import document. Once the import document gets to either the bank or it gets to the port, then the funds from the funds from the buyer would be transmitted to the seller's bank account. So that letter of credit is now like a guarantee that, okay, the bank itself, your local bank, is not guaranteeing the seller, right, that they are going to make payments, that once there's the name for it, let's say import papers gets to the port,
let me help you, Emeka.
The goods get to the port.
Let me help you, Emeka.
All right, start to bring it home, Bishop, and then
let me help you, Emeka. Letter of credit is when you want to import something, you approach your local bank and they open what we call a Form M for you, which is with what the local bank transact with the seller bank. That's the buyer bank transact. So guaranteeing the amount and the purpose and so it is not just on your, not like you carry a wad of dollar in your pocket now. It is the country now that has opened that letter on your behalf through the approval of the Form M.
Well, you must be in good standing with the bank. because that's what we call credit worthy. You're being credit worthy.
Yes,
So the
I'm
bank
not.
reserve-
Yes, that
no,
is it.
we are not
That's it.
talking of
That's
you now.
exact.
No,
That's
no,
the exact
hold on.
term.
So
You
what
must
does
be
that mean?
credit worthy
Our
to your local
credit
bank.
worthy
We are
because
talking.
our
We are,
foreign reserve, which is
we are
33
talking of
billion.
Nigeria now, not an individual. You are saying they are not
No,
honoring
it's
our
Mrs.
letter of
Plus.
credit,
Hold on.
and that
Listen,
is
let's not
wrong.
go there. Let's
They
not
are
be.
not honoring our letter of credit.
That's what I'm
Our banks
saying.
do
I mean,
not have the.
that's
Our
what
Who
I'm
banks do
saying.
says
not have the
that?
dollars
Where
to
did you say
pay.
that? Who
They are
says that?
not. They are not
That's
honoring
what
Where
it.
I'm
you cannot
listen.
just,
Our
I cannot
reserve,
just take it because you say so
Bishop,
now.
I didn't want to interrupt you. Our reserve, I just wanted you to continue. Our reserve is 3 billion. We
It
don't
is
have the
not.
funds yet.
It is not.
Even
Where is your source? Look,
economic
we are always
intelligence unit
telling
has said as at 2022, we are
we
overstating. The audit report has shown that we are overstating our foreign reserve by 40%.
make
We are overinflating our foreign reserve. We don't have the cash, and that is why we are having this FX issue we are struggling with. And the reason why this NNPCL is going into this shortage, and we borrowed money, we borrowed 10 billion to resolve most of the airlines that we are owing. The first batch are tranches. We still have 6 billion forward contract that we have not yet honored. If we have 33 billion standing in our foreign reserve, do you think we will not honor that foreign the 6 billion FX that we've not honored? We don't have the funds. We have
what
less
is
money.
your source? Hold on now. What is your source? Quoting that our foreign reserve.
I will say, okay, what I will copy and send it to the private chat.
Emeka, that 3 billion that is there, it's not even there. We have printed naira against it. If you remove the naira we printed against it, which is causing the inflation right now, that is hammering that spot, we have like $450,000 left. We don't have money.
What piece? We don't need to print naira against the foreign reserve. The foreign reserve are funds that you get from your exports. Once that money comes, it goes into the CBN directly. And if, like as a trader, you trade and you get $4, you send it to the CBN, you get your naira equivalent, and you move on. That money is there, and we're using. And major problem we are having, NNPC is not remitting any funds into any account into the CBN. They are not. And now what they have gone to do with this loan is they are not saying they are paying upfront money that they owe the bank, the Nigeria as dividend and taxes. They are paying upfront to reduce the for FX liquidity issues that we are currently having. And that money is 3.3 billion, and it is not even enough. It is still not enough. With that schedule deal that they are doing, it's still not enough. When you say we have 33 billion, I didn't want to interrupt you. I wanted you to continue. Maybe when I have space, I will come out to say it. We don't have it. Even the 3 billion cents, I don't even sure say it is. It will be 1 billion.
Emeka, I'm telling you, that 3 billion they have borrowed against it in that naira printing. Opacity was shouting and screaming on it. They went to deal for that. That was on the side. We don't have money at all. To the extent that we are already borrowing against our crude oil on ground untapped. We are borrowing against
That's what NNPC is doing. That's what NNPC has done. They've encumbered our crude oil. We are not getting any revenue from it.
Wait.
All right.
We are borrowed against our FX. I know. Yeah. Sorry. We borrowed against our FX in a total of 6 billion. We are borrowed against our micro credit scheme. We borrowed that 3 aspect out, a penny to $1, and we are saying that we have 32 billion.
All right, bring it home, Bishop, and then we go on from Bishop to Larry, and then when we get to Larry, we start to moderate somewhat the interjection so that we can get to people quicker. Bishop, back to you.
Yeah, I'm not a banker. We're missing we're missing the understanding of the foreign reserve. Definitely, I've always said that we are not rich, and we've had this argument. Most of the people that say, "Oh, there's money." I was saying that we are not rich. Nigeria is broke, but we are not bankrupt. Now, simply put, I will just use a very simple analogy. I have 100,000, let me say 100 million naira, which I have put in a fixed something, whatever. And because I am currently, my gas finished, does not mean I need to go and break my fixed account. Oh, because my Gary finished today, I need to go and that's not how I should handle my fixed account. What I was just pointing out before, I mean before the argument of the foreign reserve came in, I just use that as an example
of saying when the issue of Umahi that woman asked about Umahi saying that the economy was yes, and I was making reference to when he was reading out, and he said that that Buhari inherited a very buoyant economy under Buhari. I mean under Jonathan. And I made reference that under Jonathan, Okojo said they were borrowing money to pay salary, and that 27 states were default in salary of more than 10 months. Some of them 20 months, 20-something months of salary of civil servants over 27 states. And that the foreign reserve has been depleted to 29 billion. And that that is after we have had about 3 years of continue over $100 crude oil sale, and crude oil was over 1.8 million barrels continuously. In fact, we crossed 2 million barrels continuously, and what again? SS crude accounts that Obasanjo left was still there. Then Soludo also even said about the economy then. So I was just trying to make a reference that the economy that then was inherited before this man did not even let me. Unfortunately, the time has gone now. Came in with it because I have not really got into the issue. But the fact of the matter is that yes, as they say in Yoruba, the rain did not just start beating us in 2015. We mismanaged our past, our economy, our finances in the past, and the reality is beginning to turn on us now. This man said in his book, I used to make reference to Odifos in Sophocles. He said, we left our pots unwashed, our soup now pours. The issue that is leading to our burning of our soup today did not start today. It is because we have left our pots unwashed for so many months and years ago. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent, Bishop. So thank you, Bishop. Let's go on from Bishop to invite Larry into the conversation. Larry, you're up next. Larry.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Woman. Where do you want me to start from?
You can start from whichever tickles you the most, but do you want me to take you to let me take you to, do you want to start from Niger Republic, Mali, Burkina Faso pulling out of ECOWAS?
Yeah, so for Niger Republic, Mali, and Burkina Faso, for me, I think it's just all the same thing. You see, these military guys, you see, once you allow them taste power, they don't want to leave. And that's exactly what is really happening. They are using every opportunity to keep themselves in power. And I don't know, and they have the backing of Russia, right? Russia is really pushing them and kind of like making them know that they're ready to supply them arms and everything. But the only thing I have, it's particularly with, the security along the Sahel. That's, and I think, and if you look at our military now, they are really overstretched. So that's my fear. So because, I don't trust those guys. Particularly along that line. So probably our military should use this as an opportunity to kind of like do more things within that area. We've been doing a lot of great job, particularly with Boko Haram and stuff like that. But with this, we don't know what's going to happen. So I think it's just more for our military to know what next to do.
Yeah, all right, brilliant. And to what we were just debating quite fervently just now, Dave Umahi insisting that Buhari left a comatose economy and Tinubu struggling.
It's something that is obvious. That's part of why, for me, I believe if Tinubu really wants to leave politics and face governance, he needs to be transparent to Nigerians. He needs to let Nigerians know what the problem is. There's a lot of problem, and I see him trying to like cover things up. And that covering of things, because a lot of Nigerians don't really know the present status of Nigeria, present financial status. A lot of things have really gone so bad. And I'm very sure that even him himself, saw a lot of things and he's still trying to cover. A lot of Buhari did a lot of bad job. But I think if Tinubu really wants to face it, this is every time he keeps saying, "Oh, I inherited as the asset and liability and all this." That's not what we want. We want to know exactly where we are and let Nigerians know what is happening. Because he's been trying to look for a way to support the dollar, the dollar to naira and all those things. And if you look at it, there's no magic. There is no magic. Yeah, I don't see any magic that he's gonna do. Because what they've been doing, borrowing money to kind of like clear the backlogs and everything, there's a lot of sabotage even within that space. If you bring $100 billion to Nigeria, give it 2-3 months, those guys will mop it, and that's how bad it is. So I think for me, he needs to just face it. If he needs, if we've seen some of these Buhari's guys, if they've taken what doesn't belong to them, let the FCC do their job, and him himself, he needs to focus on. There are some systemic.
Do you think he's afraid of taking on the Buhari administration?
You see, that's part of why I said politics. Different from governance. For me, if he really wants to focus on governance, forget about 2027, 2020. Forget about that. Forget about politics.
Larry, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Now oh God, you continue. I forgot what I wanted to ask you. Just continue.
I've got today. Look at that.
Okay, well, anytime you can. So for me, things are bad, and even all the ministers know that things are very, very bad. Even the governors, they know that things are bad. So, but I just hope he's able to, and even himself,
They are attending the side chicks party.
I think I remember it now, real quick, before I forget again. I'm sorry, Larry.
Okay, sir.
Now, you said even though we inject, maybe we just make $30 billion.
Yeah.
We inject into the economy, it will be mopped up by these gluttons, these criminals. Now, if they mop up that 30 billion, and you wonder, where are these 30 billion going? Now I say we don't have dollar in Nigeria, but some people are mopping up these dollars. Somebody just given us an example now, like what happened when somebody went to Grenada, and you saw at least that event that they had in Grenada, at least not less than $1 million to be spent on that event, just organizing everything, more than $1 billion. Now we complain we don't have so like that.
$20 million.
My point is this. You say what? What did you say?
$20 million.
20, just imagine. I was even saying $1 million.
Yeah, if you think they are having sorry, go on.
My point is this: when they mop up that huge amount of billions of dollars in the system, now the question is how did that $20 million how did they go through Nigerian central bank? How did it just go out that they can't even figure out how it went? You know what I'm trying to say? My point is this, is that if this money is being mopped up, these hard currencies are being mopped up by these people. This money, they're not just mopping it up just because they want to save it somewhere. But at least more than half of that money will go out of Nigeria. So how could that money go out of Nigeria? That central bank and the NFIU could not really, trace where this money is going. What are this money going to do outside?
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Yes.
So why can't we? Why is the Nigerian system allowing that to happen when we need that money and it's sabotaging the economy?
Okay, so those are the systemic issues, right? And there is one particular one that a lot of people don't really know that is happening, and I was very, very disappointed, particularly in the governors. Was it not on channels? Somebody was saying something. What the governors do now, once they collect their allocation from Abuja, they take a large chunk of it, right? And the next thing they do is to call their bureau de change guy and change it into dollars, which is really, really, really huge. And this evening, I was listening to this guy, this governor of Imo, and he was basically talking about how some of these multinationals, how they've been shortchanging Nigeria. Some of these multinationals, oil multinationals, they sell crude oil, And when you sell crude oil, there's a law that says you sell crude oil, you make dollars, that money has to come back to Nigeria. But unfortunately, these guys are not really bringing that money back to Nigeria. And it's even he himself, the Imo governor was like, because I think they just made him the chairman of anti-vandalism or something. And he said he was shocked. He had to write some of all those multinationals that this is the law. And that's exactly where the problem is. That's why, for me, part of why I think Tinubu got it wrong, and I've said it on this platform. You see, all this economic team, and I'm not a fan of the Wale Tinubus and the Cardosos because they are part of the problem we're having now. They worked on that policy document, and if you see everything Tinubu did was based on that policy document, they made a lot of assumptions about foreign reserve, and that was why they were more like, here, Tinubu should float that currency then. And when they floated the currency and they now saw the problem, and they are now running scatter to fix the problem. So he needs to just take responsibility and work on those systemic issues. There is a lot of systemic issues. As in, if you look deep, most times I hear some of all those guys and I see the problem. So it is so huge for the president himself. And they are using the approach they are even using to tackle this problem is not even going to give any results. There's a lot of backlog. You are borrowing money to clear backlog. Imagine you borrowed like they said you borrowed like 3-point-something billion. They said you've already collected 2.7 or something. All in the name of clearing backlog.
Okay, you're mentioning what they are getting wrong. So what would they have done right? What would they have done right?
I think for me, what they need to do right is to focus more on how to tackle the systemic issue that are mopping that money. Take, for instance, now, do you see any country, if you go to some schools in Lagos, I have some cousins that goes to schools in Lagos, and when they say some of these schools charge dollars, Nigeria economy have been so dollarized that even some restaurants in Lagos charge dollars. And these are things that are within the government to really, go all out for. But unfortunately, the politicians are even the ones sponsoring some of those things. So if you bring the money, those guys, I'm telling you, you bring the money, it gets its way into the bureau de change guys. Those guys, they've stolen a lot of naira. The next thing they do, because they always look for a stable currency, which is dollars, they go in and buy. So this is more like, Yoruba people used to say, this is more like, you have a basket and you're pouring water in that basket and you are expecting that basket to hold the water until you are able to block those things that are making, you just keep doing the same thing. You're bringing the money, it goes in, the dollar, the exchange rate is not even having it's not really having any impact on the exchange rate. You go in again, you borrow, you bring it in, you say you want to get all the backlog off. At the end of the day, it will normalize for like one or 2 weeks. After that, it comes back to the same thing. I know if you remember, the exchange rate kind of like went a little bit down and people were like, oh yeah, it's good. After some months, it got back. Because as at that point, there was a lot of liquidity. And immediately those guys came in again, mop this thing. Now we are back to the same level. So that's what I see in this thing. So he needs to focus on those guys. They are powerful guys. Everybody knows it. They will come with all sorts of things, bring ethnicity, bring us all sorts of things. Because these are powerful guys. They've been in bureau de change business for long. And for you to even face them, they have a lot of powerful people. So he needs to just look at a way to fight it. If he can fight it, I'm very sure they will get it right. But if they don't fight those things, you can keep borrowing and it's still the same thing. For me, that's what I see.
Larry, you said you blame Wale Edo and Cardoso for the economic policies done in the manifesto of Asiwaju.
Yeah.
Now, based on those assumptions, now you can clearly see that Emefiele lied that we had $33 billion as far as for effects. Now, and that money does not exist.
Yeah.
If they had based their assumptions on an unexisting fund, are you going to blame them on it?
Yeah. So
yes, where the mistake? Okay, sorry. The mistake I would have said is the president who has not sat down to see the realities of things, taking action. Even on his swearing day, he has not even see the handover notes or go to the vault to go and check whether this money is even there. He was not issuing policies. I will not really blame them.
Okay.
Right?
Can I say something?
Sorry.
Can I say something, sir? You see, I'm not against, for me, for subsidy removal, I'm not against it. Right? The only thing I'm against is floating that currency. And if you remember, floating that currency, that decision didn't come, during the first week. It took some time. It was when there was this acting CBN governor, right? That they kind of like, they advised him. Tinubu has always been more of like unification. But sometimes, right, this man believes in some of all these guys, and he believes they are the best, right? So sometimes you are economist, right? You look at things, and one thing you can do, because as at that time when you made that policy, you were not in government. So it's understandable. But now you got to government, which means that you have access to verify things. And when you verify the exact thing, not what CBN governor tells you, the president has the right and has the power to verify. CBN governor can tell you we have 100 billion, but you as a president, you can verify what you have. So, and immediately you are able to verify, you should be able to know if you have something to back your policy. So, but at that time, I'm very sure if they had done their due diligence, they would have verified and advised the president not to take that decision at that point. And the aftermath of that decision is what we are all facing now. And we'll keep facing this thing for almost 1 or 2 years from now. So that's why I said I blame those guys. Because if you are not in government, it's understandable. There is a lot of assumption. You don't even understand things. But when you are in government, you have the power to verify without any hindrance. That's it, sir.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you. I think we've overlabored that lady's birthday. But let me take you to this new space, Larry. Tinubu approves inauguration committee on new minimum wage. So in my readout, I was really just opining that that minimum wage should actually be a living wage, and that living wage has to be means tested. And that means testing has to be contemporaneous. So you cannot just put a percentage on the already existing minimum wage, not taking into account inflation. So what are you then making then of this minimum wage that is going back and forth between labor and the government?
You see, for me, right, I see this government as more of being reactive than being proactive. And you can quickly predict this government. Immediately the Labour guy came out and started shouting. I knew within myself, these guys they will rush and say they want to start bringing this committee. I was actually expecting this to have actually come. And for this minimum wage, this is it. I think what he needs to do is to be transparent. Let them know where we are. And let them know what we can afford.
Do you think they will sympathize with him if he lets them know? They will just say, you people looted it now, so go and collect the money back from them.
You see, yeah, it's normal, yeah. They might kind of like, because that's the major thing. Until Nigeria, and Nigerians won't even support him because they don't even know the present state that we have. So because you can tell, labor, they were bringing some ridiculous, kind of like 200,000 minimum wage and all those things, which I'm obviously, sure that it's not going to be possible. Probably.
How much would you say living wage is as a minimum wage in Nigeria now?
Yeah. You see, minimum wage, I can't even say, because with the present inflation rate in Nigeria, I can't even put a number to it.
I wouldn't say 200,000 is ridiculous. I think that's just about right for somebody to be able to feed, pay rent, travel, medicine.
No. I'm not saying it's too much, right? I'm not saying it's too much, because if you have to look that to dollars, right? That's even too small. But what I'm saying is, you still need to look at Nigeria itself. What can Nigeria afford? Because things are so bad, right? And me and you won't even advise the government to kind of because we want to pay this wage, go and borrow. Where exactly are we going to? We have a lot now. So that's why I said, people will, they will definitely, not support him and all those things. But sometimes we just need to face the reality based on where we are. You can go to everybody like you want to borrow more money because you want to pay, increment in salaries and all those things. How long will you be able to do that? So that's why I said, put everything into consideration. At the same time, be transparent, let them know the exact condition you have. And let that exact condition and everything determine what you can actually offer. That's what I just think in all those things. If they want to collect 500,000, if Nigeria can afford it, yes, I support totally. But we need to look at what Nigeria can afford. And this issue of, you always see labor kind of like, hey, yeah, how much is it to $1? But, by the end of the day, they look at things, right? Look at Nigeria. It's so bad. It's so bad. And sometimes I pity the country. And sometimes I even pity the president. And that's why every day I pray for the president. Because if Nigeria is good, it's good. We still have...
Larry, sorry to interrupt you. Can I say something? And it's a form of a question. It's a both statement and a question.
Yes, sir.
You said something earlier about this whole thing with the forex matter, the forex issue we have in our country.
Yes.
Now, if you look at it very well, first thing first, you cannot go from point A to B if you have not gone to A first before you go to B. At least if you were reading the alphabet, you want to read it properly. You don't read BC or ZD, like that. You start from A, right? So now, if the first thing is not done first, how do you think this you see, that's one thing about Tinubu and his propaganda and his propaganda machine. They will just throw things out there without, like you already said earlier, that they don't think things through thoroughly very well before they just act on impulse. Now again, we're still under impulsive movement here. Which is, for me, the timing for me is wrong, because first thing first, you can only say you want to review the minimum wage, or somebody was saying maybe living wage, if you have a stable economy. You cannot project what people should be, what should be a take-home pay of people in an economy whereby today the dollar is 700 naira to $1, and the next day it's 1,000 naira to $1. The next time it is 150, 120, like that, and then it goes up like that. So you cannot project, you cannot make projection, you just keep reviewing it, and people will keep making. So why don't you do first thing first? Tackle this issue of the forex. I've made that submission on this platform before, and I think this former Osun State governor, Ogun State governor, was also saying something like that in one of his recent interview, that he has advised Tinubu that they should put in place some kind of law, and I know we have that law, but I don't know, maybe they need to retweak that law, make it sound like anybody is a terrorist act if you buy dollar and you have no business doing anything with that forex. You will be sent to jail and make scapegoat of people. So my point is that why don't you do what you need to do first? Stabilize the economy first before you can start talking about minimum wage. Because when the economy is stable, the dollar, the variables, maybe today it's like $700. I mean, 700 naira to $1. Maybe the only goes up by 1 naira, 2 naira, and then it goes down again. That way you can plan. Or you just skyrocket from 700 naira to $1 to 900 naira to $1. The next day, 1,000 naira to me. How can you plan like that? So my point is this: do first thing first before you can start talking about this minimum wage. You see, it's just to make Nigerians see like, oh, we are working, we are doing something. These guys, they have no plans. Fix the forex matter first that is affecting the economy. That's affecting every areas of the economy.
National Bank, can I interject for 1 second?
I'm done. Go on.
Okay. The issue of the review of the minimum wage is a constitutional thing. It has been constituted every 5 years. The last one was in 2019. And the reason why they made it a constitutional thing is because of the way it has been neglected to the whims and caprices of every government that comes. So every 5 years, it is mandatory that they must do that review. So I don't think they can leave it in abeyance because the masses really, especially now, they really need it and they need that money. So if you remember, I said this in one of our conversations that the next one is due in 2024 May, and they should start preparing towards it now. So I don't think it's something they can just put off like that. Thank you.
Yeah, back to you, Larry.
Yeah, I think the major thing is just that all of us are actually saying the same thing, and I hope, and I just pray God just helps him, because for me, right, if I look at the whole thing, it's not adding up, and I'm very sure, that's why they said he's having sleepless nights, because he's having sleepless nights because the guys that told him that things are going to be good based on their recommendation are now coming back to tell him that it's out of hand. So now they are looking for magic. And there is no magic. There's nothing as bad as volatility of your exchange rates. So volatile that you can't even predict anything.
Larry, tell me the names now. Government magic. Then go down everything. Government magic. They go turn the red into blue. So continue. So that is what so we have government of magic. That's what.
Yes. They told him, Baba, don't worry, you just do this, you just do this. Ignore me sometimes. When you listen to them, they tell you, don't worry, when you do this, this, and that. And those are just theoretical things. But now they're now telling the man is now seeing it himself. But you guys said this will be all right. You guys said you are projecting. Imagine, you guys said you are projecting exchange rate to be at so 850 and all these things. But now it's not even 850. And now the guys are now saying, we don't even know. And that's why the man is having sleepless nights. So I just pray one magic happens one way and is able to really get hold of this. Even if the exchange rate is going to be 1,004, let it be stable. Let people have the ability to plan.
There's no magic. There's no magic that is going to happen. If NNPC is not remitting funds to CBN, no magic. Except they want to go and borrow a large sum of funds, and who is going to borrow them? How are they going to pay back? NNPC, which is the main supplier of FX, is not remitting any funds. There's no magic. Naira will continue to devalue.
So that's why I said, most times what I do is just to pray for Nigeria. Just pray. I don't know how God is going to do it. I just pray. Because
what's your biggest area of concern, Larry, for the country?
Yeah, I think aside security, right? Because security is actually
aside security, yes.
Yeah, I think it's the economy. Aside security is the economy.
And what do you think they are not seeing in terms of the economy?
No, I think one key thing, just like everybody has actually said, the major problem is NNPC, and I used to say it here, right? That's the only secret court company that I know anywhere. Look at every company in the world. Until we get to that point that we start following the money. Nigeria is currently not following the money. We are just waiting. This NNPC guy will just come and tell us, oh, we've sold this and this. No. The Ministry of Finance needs to follow the money. Let everything we sell be transparent and let's know where the money is coming from. That is the problem. That is why you can't even plan. You can't even project anything until NNPC tells you. That NNPC just come in and tell you, oh yeah, we've borrowed federal government this, we've borrowed federal government that, right? Look at the last time they were saying, okay, how much is NNPC going to bring? NNPC came back and said, yeah, do you know you guys are owing us this? So let's follow the money. If Tinubu really wants to work, I don't see any reason why the Ministry of Finance does not have a clear figure of every single drop of crude oil we sell and every single money we make. It's not don't leave it to NNPC, because at this point, that's the major problem, because we don't have any other thing to bring money. That's the only thing we have to bring money. And that thing you have to bring money, you are leaving it in the hand of NNPC without you taking charge of it. So if he's able to do that, but I know it's going to be difficult, because the Kaaba in that place alone, oh my God, that place is another Kaaba. So I don't know how Tinubu is going to do it, but if he can do that, I think Nigeria, you start getting some prediction around what we can get. So, but for now, it's just still the same thing. Hopefully, if one magic just happened and God just turned everything, and that's it.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Stay with us. I thought we had Prince. Did we lose Prince? Oh yeah, Prince is there. So stay with us, Larry. Let me go from you, Larry. Bring Rational Mind on board. Rational Mind, where do you want to come at it? Do you want me to play you a clip that somebody sent in from Ruben Abati, or do you want me to just line the topics up?
Go on with that, Ruben Abati. Let me see if it's one of those things I want to talk about.
No, it's actually to that Achimugu space, and he adds more flesh to it.
I believe that was actually in the Dome. I'd like your input on her celebration, and also the fact that, all of those comments are coming on social media, wondering why she had to celebrate her birthday in Grenada.
Okay. You asked the question, who is Dr. Aisha Achimugu? Full names, Dr. Aisha Sulaiman Achimugu. And she has a national honor of the Order of the Federal Republic, OFR, given to her by President Buhari. People say on account of her success as an entrepreneur in the oil and gas sector. So she's one of our national honor recipients. Secondly, she was married to late engineer Achimugu, who was at the time managing director of the PPMC, a petroleum marketing company, and who was the first man in Nigeria to have been announced to have died as a result of COVID-19. Those who do not like her will say she's a merry widow. Merry widows, flaunting wealth. Now, this is not the first time she will have an elaborate party. 10 years ago when she turned 40, everybody said, oh, that was the best party in town. But this time around, she has even surpassed her own performance 10 years ago. Once upon a time in this country, people used to go and hold parties in London. They will go Friday, they will party till Sunday evening and come back. That was in the days of the oil boom. One would think that had ended, but apparently there's still a lot of money in some pockets that they could charter flights, take the rich and the deep pockets, and go all the way to Grenada in the Caribbean islands and have a whole week event. In fact, Mrs. Achimugu surpassed anybody's expectations. Day 1 to day 7 in Grenada, including renting rooms in Silver Sands Hotel and Calvini Hotel, where I understand that you pay $800 per night. The musicians that were taken there, some informants have said each one of them was paid $400,000 per performance. The master of ceremony was also specially taken from Nigeria. And when she entered the hall for the event, in fact, she was carried by some able-bodied men as if they were carrying a colonial overlord. So it was a very colorful event. And when she herself took to the dance floor, there was a rain of dollars. Yeah. So it was a very conspicuous, very lavish party, appropriately named Gala. And what she even said, she described herself as somebody who has class, elegance, and equity. That's the source of the A's that you were referring to. So the Grenada part has been concluded. She has dual nationality. Okay, she has Grenada citizenship, and she even gave money, gifts, school bags to school children, and she featured on Grenada television. So if you say why Grenada, she's also a citizen of Grenada, and Nigeria recognizes dual nationality. As for the money, well, she's not been a public official. People may say you have a right to spend your money the way you like. But the party is not over. The party is continuing in Nigeria. This evening, there is an event at the Transcorp Hilton Hotel
in
Abuja,
where
there will be a big celebration. And it's not ending today again. No, it's not ending today. There is special dinner tomorrow at the International Conference Center.
Well, I'm sure Arise will be there.
They will move from Transcorp today. Tomorrow is at the International Conference Center. The invitation cards are all over the place.
You have one.
Some people have sent the cards to my
I knew it!
But it's not the kind of company.
I knew it. So this weekend is pepper soup and jollof this weekend.
No, it's not the kind of company in which I would like to find myself. But what many people have also complained about is the number of people from Nigeria who took private jets to go to Grenada. Governors, oil and gas executives, Nollywood people, all kinds of persons. But well, what can we say? Nobody has looked for their money. Nobody has said that their dollar is missing. Nobody has said she should come and explain how she took a hotel of $800 per night. And I'm sure the people that went there enjoyed themselves. But at a time when the poor are groaning, this kind of conspicuous consumption, this elitism supported by the private jet class of Nigeria, it's likely to be depressing for the people who are looking for Naira and who are monitoring the stock exchange, who are monitoring the inflation rate, and who are every day monitoring what Aboki FX is saying.
Well, I look forward to that video next week. And Dr. Abati, if I see you there, well, we're going to see more of it. It's not over.
You know Dr. Abati Sandra. Agbabola.
How much is money?
It's
nothing. That was what we're playing when I was just going to say that.
It's quite a thing, isn't it? Rational mind. What's going on in that country?
Woman, at the beginning of this whole, when I joined your platform, there's a way I've always carried myself. That does not mean I'm a moral police, but I've seen what how immorality and disregard for morals and ethics, how it has crumbled some civilization. Well, I was not saying I would have seen it personally. Well, I've seen it in some countries that I've been to, that I've lived. In some ways, I would say, but I've read about how the Roman Empire and some other empires in the past, how they crumbled. It's just things like this. One of those things, when people just throw out morality, they give way to is a licentious kind of a lifestyle at the detriment of the people. We see even if you read the what led to the French Revolution too, you understand how Louis XIV and the aristocrats of the French old French aristocracy back then, how they give way to licentious kind of living at the detriment of the people, and how the people revolted. You see, no society can thrive if some people just disregard the feelings of other people, and they just want to act like they don't even care, they don't even exist, as long as their own desires are met. You see, I listened to everybody when everybody was debating this matter earlier about this lady, whatever it is. Our public officials, that's the angle I want to come into this matter. Someone who is a public official, and as such, he wants to carry himself as one who has the trust of the people. Not even at this stage and time that country is going through a lot. Not even Lagos State as a whole. There's a lot of reports coming out from Lagos of the decay of public infrastructure. Let's forget this issue of this light rail crap that they do. We know these people, they are just all about money, how to make money for themselves. They don't care about the people. Go to some streets, you can't even walk down some streets. The streets is not only Lekki. Streets is not just only Ikeja. Streets is not only just some eyebrow areas like VI. There are places that are streets, that are humans, they live, except they don't count those people as humans. So, but then all you hear them is they want to build Fort Midland Bridge to whose benefits? Even the ones you have already. How have you demonstrated that you want to ease the life of people by even making it easy for them, by creating some kind of way whereby they could access this their already existing bridges? I was listening to the other guy, was in Jandor, during the campaign and everything, how he gave a very brilliant way of resolving that matter. That you can decongest people going into the island. I mean, what happened to that? But no, it's about building another fourth bridge where they will steal money. They would let it. They will be building it for 20 years and siphoning money. You see, man, it's and some of us come here, we just want to justify the lack of morals, lack of disregard for ethics by some people. And we just want to justify that. What is there? Is his money? Is it Nigerian money? Is it Lagos State money? Look, there are certain things you should not be seen with. That was what Ruben Abati was, I think he was alluding to when he said, this is another, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I'm a Ruben Abati man, but sometimes I like to use people's comments or whatever actions they take to justify what I want to say. When he said, these are not the kind of companies that I want to keep. Yeah, because how do you want to look when you are in the midst of this kind of people that's kind of like they flaunt this wealth in the midst of a large number of people groaning and sighing under the harsh economic realities of that country. And you're living licentiously, living lavishly, flaunting this wealth in front of them. And you wonder, I mean, if he says that's not the kind of company he wants to be fired, well, I can understand. Maybe that's what he's talking about. I agree with him on that. Why would the governor of Lagos State be found in the midst of these people? I mean, they said. I think at the beginning of this very clip you played, I think they commented on earlier on it as to Sanwo-Olu was also in Grenada, I think for this very event, and he was caught also spending money, maybe at a casino or whatever. I don't know what they were doing. So my point is this, one man. You see, some of us, you see how they gradually they kind of how do I say? Some of us who are even living outside Nigeria, some of us within. Our people who are already in Nigeria, a lot of them have been captured mentally. But why would some of us who would live outside, we see how things are done? If what is done in Nigeria is done in those countries that we all live, I tell you, most of us will not be there living there today, because the society there will be as bad as that of our country too. But because we live here, it's because they have regards for what is known as law and order and ethics and morals. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying they don't have money, they lack morals in some ways here too. But when it comes to morals, that's to the benefit of the generality of the people, they don't play with it. I mean, when it comes to what will make the life of every person here that's a citizen or a resident of the country here we live, they don't joke with it. They don't just let feelings or religion or ethnicity or tribe or whatever come into it. But we play with that in Nigeria. So you see, flaunting wealth like these people do, I mean, it's like Ruben Abati said, they even do well. The one in Grenada is not even enough. They still come into Nigeria and come and flaunting in front of the Nigerians, tell them that you people are just crazy. You're crazy. I mean, you are condemned to this poverty. I mean, I don't know what message you're trying to say. I'm just trying to make up my own message from what that. So, one man, for me, it's just to tell you, Nigeria is not meant for the Nigerians. I mean, those people who claims to be. I mean, I don't know if we have Nigerians. It's only meant for these elites. These people who call themselves elites. Nigeria is only meant for this. It's only meant for these people. It's not meant for the Nigerian. I mean, poor masses or the ordinary masses of Nigeria. It's all about their own and them. So it's up to Nigerians to start emancipating themselves from this mental slavery of saying, oh, it's their turn now, it's their life now, let them enjoy their life. If you two are dead, won't you enjoy it? Look, certain things you don't joke with, certain things you don't let come into public. To affect public lifestyle or way. I mean, I don't even know how to put it. Governance and all of that. I mean, I know this is not governance. I'm talking about the governor, the current president, the current governor of Lagos State, who was said to have been spotted at that event, and also living lavishly and also spending money and all of that. What's the message? I mean, this is your boss. You're the one who begot Lagos to you. He's complaining that Nigeria does not have money. Look at the millions of dollars that they moved to Grenada. Just for, I mean, whose economy is benefiting that? Grenada's economy, of course. At least not less than $100 million would have gone into the Grenada. Just that single one event would have moved more than $100 million into that country just for this event.
That is not an exaggeration. If you want to look at the numbers, a fleet of private jets, they hire the whole island for a week. Yachts, hotels, everywhere completely bought up for a week.
And people are groaning, and they are just all lamenting, crying under this weight of economic ash.
I went to check out this woman, and they said she's the MD of what do they call that company? Femlac Concepts. And I was like, okay, what do they do? I think Abati was saying oil and gas. I didn't see any oil and gas in the website of that company. What I saw was maritime, project management, training, water treatment, listing a lot of things to show that the company does not understand what they are doing. Then if you are even, yeah, it's true. Let's call a spade, because when you look at the company's website, right, and you say, okay, about us, they tell you this is what they are into. These ones are just listing things: project management and training, water treatment, maritime, and then you are in maritime, you are in Abuja. Your head office is in Abuja, your branch office is in Abuja. I looked at the team of people she had. What I saw, I just like, this thing is...
Nigeria is a funny space. Nigeria is a funny
joke. Who are these people joking? Who are they toiling with?
Funny space, yeah. It's a
you
funny
understand?
Space.
Then, they keep telling us if you want to travel out of the country or you want to travel into the country, don't come with more than $10,000 cash in your pocket, or else custom, you have to explain yourself anywhere you are traveling to avoid money laundering and the rest. But you are hearing about it saying that it was raining in dollars. So it is a class elitism situation that we have in that country. And I think, again, where the country is just pretending that it's a country. Let's be very realistic. We are not yet acting like we're a country. The president has appointed an individual, Oyedele, a brilliant chap, but we are not seeing any action. Where are the tax reform policies?
Wow, that one I didn't talk. Didn't you hear what didn't you hear what the idiot was saying on that? Was it channel?
He wants to train area boys.
He wants to train Agbero boys to come and collect tax.
See, that's the confusion we have.
How is that a bad idea? How is that a bad idea?
I think he clarified that.
That what? What did he clarify on that?
He clarified that. He said he's not saying he's going to recruit Agbero. He said presently those are the guys currently collecting some of those taxes. If you
what
go
kind of taxes those boys collect? They just collect levels from transport. The NURTW. When I read it, I was let's stop giving.
Let him learn before you just let him learn. Let him learn, please. Go on, please.
So what he said was presently those guys are already collecting several taxes, right? Collecting levies here, collecting levies there. So basically what he's trying to do is to streamline some of those taxes to a single digit. And it's more like you've been doing these things, but you are actually doing it outside the official route. So how do we bring that unofficial to official? I think that's what he said, because I think he dropped something after that thing clarifying what he meant.
But you didn't.
Can I ask a question, please?
But John,
is disappointing me.
You didn't answer you didn't answer
No.
yes.
Larry can't answer the question.
What did he say specifically?
Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
You and Rational Mind. Did you listen to Oyedele talk in that interview?
I did.
I did not. I'll be honest with you, Bishop. I didn't listen to him because I stopped listening
Rational
to him.
Mind. If you actually listen to him, you will not call him an idiot. And you are always to bring you will not. If you listen to him, you will not call him an idiot. You did not. But that's okay.
So
let me address Emeka. Emeka, you've been a very good
position. I can actually address it before you move on with that. When I call people idiots, it's a way of just saying that they don't know what they're doing.
No, but it's not fair. It's not fair.
Rational Mind is right. The idiot part of it, I don't agree. But he does not know what he's doing. I truly agree. That's why I stopped listening to him.
Listen, you did not. I was excited.
I didn't listen. I did not say I listened. I did not say. I stopped listening to Oyedele 2 months ago.
Okay.
I was really excited when he was appointed to streamline our tax policy.
I said, did you listen to that?
Oyedele has been going from one media platform to another and talking gibberish. He has not implemented nada. This is 5 months running since they gave him that job. He has not done anything. So are we going to now? Next month, February, will be 6 months in that job. You have not streamlined. Have you started doing something? Now he keeps talking from China's to Arise to TVC. We have people who are not paying taxes in that country that we can hold. Let's ignore the market women first. We will come to them later. But there are people in Nigeria that are not paying taxes, just like this woman now dancing in Grenada and coming back to dance again in Nigeria, not paying taxes. And we have someone who is the chairman of the tax policy in the country, and you say that man is working. I stopped listening to him 2 months ago because I've not seen any effect. Oyedele is a brilliant chap. I know him personally. He's a very brilliant chap. Rose to the rank to become partner at PwC. I know what he can do, but why is he not implementing? It's not about to speak.
Can I ask you something, please? You see, this issue of implementing, that's what I don't get. Is Oyedele supposed to implement?
Yes, that's part of his job. That's part of his job. No, he said it himself. He said it, Larry. That's what you see. That's why I said I stopped listening to him 2 months ago. He said it that it is not just a committee. That the charge Tinubu gave to them was to devise and streamline our tax policy and implement it. I will send it to you.
Wait now.
I will send it to you. One man quickly just go and type.
Look at it. Look at it yourself. Can Oyedele implement? It doesn't work like that.
Why you say it doesn't work like that? Who gave him the mandate?
Now, what Oyedele, the mandate given to Oyedele was just to work on a policy document and submit it to the president.
One man, please, pardon, to end this argument. To end the argument, just go to the screen and put Oyedele implementing tax policy. That was what he told. That was the first media interview he said. And that was the excitement. I said, okay, we are going to get things right. 5 months now.
Maybe the use of word implementing is wrong. And
Oyedele is intelligent.
Oyedele cannot implement. Oyedele is not
we understand. Larry, let's not go into the word thing. We know who has the mandate to really implement it. That is Tinubu, who really want to, at the end of the day, sign it into law, or maybe the National Assembly will sign it into the law. But the point is this: he has the mandate to shape up our tax policy, the new tax policy that we will be using to generate income for that country going forward. But this guy is just acting for
personal income tax, right? It is the state that is going to implement those policies.
No, you can't. No, I won't agree with you on that. You see,
no, it is the state. It is the
I don't
state.
even know what these many people are promoting like as if it's a
rational mind.
It's a czar of
rational mind. Rational mind.
I don't even know what the guy is even talking about. Okumaloy did not even ask him some question that I wanted him to even ask it about the real meat, the real substance of those tax that he's supposed to do. But it seems like this guy is just trying to bring a replica of Lagos State kind of a tax collection system. He wants to. That's why a lot of people have been suspicious that I hope he's not trying to bring in this alpha beta into this whole thing, because this guy is not even saying anything. If anybody knows to the contrary what this guy said, can you just tell us what this guy said in the last interview or any other interview as granted? Because when you talk about tax, there are many ways the federal can get tax. You can get tax through income, business tax. You can do that.
Corporation tax.
Or well, maybe like if you want to go through VAT, if you want to go through the VAT system, you can do the VAT system. But you cannot have all this double taxation of everybody. I mean, triple or three times, four ways of taxing the people when the people are not even making money. So streamline it. If it's income tax, basically you want to go by his income tax. But then you need the data, the same data that this man that was talking saying that data will job. Now you're realizing that you need data to be able to know the number of people living in your country so that you're able to tax them based on the data. You see, when we say this person does not even know what he's doing, he just want to be a president. Some people will say we hate him. I mean, look at people he's bringing in charge that would say, oh, he works with Deloitte, he works with so big.
I will not blame the president. See, I won't blame the president on this one. Rational mind, I will not blame the president on this. The president has identified people who are supposed to do the job, who have the expertise.
You say he has a high for people. He has high for the best. Look at the phony guy he's bringing, and look at you can tell me it's a czar. But I say it's a phony guy because look at what the guy is even talking about. Okay,
rational mind, right? Rational mind. I cannot. You know why I laugh? Right? I cannot go against what you have said anyway, because you see, when they've given you a job to do, it's better to deliver the goods. And let's be very realistic, Oyetele has not delivered the goods. So to go ahead to say that the president has identified a top talent to do the job, that now it is questionable. Look at Wole Edu, questionable. Cardoso now, we don't even understand what he's up to. Questionable. Edu, criminal mind, questionable. Bumi Ojo also involved in criminal activities. Another questionable activity going on. So let's be very real. So that's why I cannot even go against rational mind to say, rational mind, please, no.
Can you read us this?
People are not delivering. Let's be realistic. They are not delivering. They have not delivered.
Bishop, can you tell us what did this guy say? Can you give us, you and Larry, can you tell the platform, all of us?
No, I'm not going to. I mean, you said you want Brett to say you listen to him. I mean, and the other, I mean, that you did not.
I did. Now, let me
say this.
Okay, go on.
Unfortunately, sorry, sorry. Unfortunately, we expect probably in our next round of elections to actually look for miracle workers and magicians. Now, I followed briefly, and I still do, what Oyedele is working on. What he's working on is going to have multiple effects, because it affects state, and states will have their input, so that we will not end up in court like the issue of what do you call it? The issue of
Wike River State and Lagos State versus
River State. What's the name of that tax now?
Yeah.
VAT. Like the issue of VAT. Now the question is this: was there a timeline? I'm going to back to read the mandate that was given to the man. Was there a timeline to deliver and implement? In the first instance, he does not have the mandate to implement, because even Buhari, I mean Tinubu alone, sorry for that, Tinubu alone does not have what it takes to implement this nationwide tax reform. He has to go with the states, because it's a federation thing. It's not just like a federal thing. We used to make that mistake a lot. It's a federation thing. A lot of it actually resides, the power on tax actually resides with the state. States implement their own. So if they want to harmonize, to let us have a way forward. And I want to agree with somebody, I don't know if it's Rational Mind or Emeka that said that I hope they don't want to implement the Lagos model. Look, as we speak today, 11 states, as of May, 11 states have gone to ask that they want to copy independently on their own. They copy the model of Lagos. Look, hey, maybe all they need to do is to plug the loopholes and not, but it works better than whatever they have used before. So if states and other countries are even coming that, look, let us use this model. Because if they are using the old model and it's giving them 1 million, and they are using another model now that is giving them 10 million, and you say, oh no, it's actually bringing 50 million, but they are stealing 5 million. The issue is that before that model, they were only getting 1 million. Now they are getting 10 million. It makes a lot of difference. So now, finally, sometimes the people used to say when you want to something quick, you plant corn and quick fix. But if you want something that endures, maybe you plant cocoa or palm tree. Corn will germinate in 4 days or 3 days. I cannot remember my elementary agri. Corn, you plant corn today, in another 4 days is already. In another 3 months, you are already eating it. If you want to plant coconut, you have not even begun to see seed come out in 3 months. But meanwhile, in corn, you are already harvesting. So yeah, if they need to speed up, they need to speed up. But I want to believe with the way the man recommended, the way not only local people, even international people celebrated his appointment and are looking forward to something. And the man is still working because we are in a hurry. It's like somebody is in a theater and the doctor is there and you are in a hurry. After 2 hours, you're beginning to shout that the doctor does not know what he's doing. Let me go and look for another surgeon. The doctor, Barista sang a song many years ago. He said, we are going to Ibadan. We took from Oshodi in Lagos. And when we got to say, oh, this driver, we were complaining. Oh, in fact, let's go back. Let's go and look for another driver so that we can start the journey again. By the time you go back and start
but you understand the urgency of why this is urgent.
We understand, but then we must make it urgency.
What is this
we must make it that if the tax experts, excuse me, we understand the urgency, but at the same time, we must make it with caution.
Yeah,
we don't need to run so that we collapse and we now have to go back to the starting point to go and start again. He is an expert that everybody celebrated. So for me, I will give him the benefit of the doubt. That is
to come to an end before we know what.
It's not 4 years. You just said that the man was appointed 5 months ago. Sometimes we are too impatient.
Bubu came, spent 8 years and wasted our life of 8 years of our people.
I'm not saying.
We are today.
Let Larry come in. Larry.
Can I clarify something? Now, Oyedele was given, in terms of the scope of his job, he was given 1 year. And in October, he submitted a preliminary report to the president. Now, part of those preliminary reports, they've started implementing it. 3 or 4 days ago, there was a tax retreat in Nigeria. And part of those tax retreats was the reorganization of FIRX, and which the minister actually launched. So, and part of that was they gave FIRS a target of 19 trillion for 2024. And Zach was even saying it there that they got 1 or 2 things from Oyedele's report and they are kind of like working on it. That's why I was more like, when we're talking of implementation, that's a very heavy word, because Oyedele's duty was not to implement anything, because he can't even implement. The only thing he's doing now is more of consultation, consulting the state government, consulting National Assembly, and giving advices to FIRS, which they are presently working on. So for me, I think the main focus.
Who is heading FIRS? Who is the person?
Zach Adedeji.
Can you guys hear me?
So am I confusing 2 people now? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
One man, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, all right. I'm on the Twitter page. Okay. It said the presidential fiscal.
Now we lost you.
So rational mind. Zach Adedeji is the chairman of FIRS. So while Oyedele is just part of, they are kind of like advisory. So
who was the one speaking on channels the other day?
The guy, this Oyedele, who is actually the advisory.
Is the chairman. Is the chairman, Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee.
Yeah, it's a committee, but it's not the chairman of FIRS. So Zach Adedeji, the guy with the tribal mark from Oyo State, is the chairman of FIRS, is the head of FIRS.
It's like I'm dipping in and dipping out, right? The guy's work is also to implement. It is on his Twitter page to implement quick wins within 30 days. Critical.
Emeka, if you are still there, you see, let's not struggle with this word implement. You know, this, you know, our people in Nigeria, the way they use English sometimes is just it's just ridiculous sometimes. Let's forget this word of implementing. Let's not fight about words. But the point is that when it comes to tax, like how it's done in most countries, it's an act of the parliament. And if the president or the head of the government make recommendation, he has to send it to the parliament. They will deliberate on it. They have their own subcommittees and whatever to look at what they can take, how they can tweak some part. Lobbyists will come in there too and all of that. And they will pass it into law. And if the president wants to assent to it, it's up to him, or he send it back to them. So if this guy is just only charged to, okay, work out a good policy for us that we can use to tax our people, well, fine and good. But the point is this, is that this guy, I don't know if it's the same guy, because I'm getting the whole thing confused now. I'm going to have to go back to that channel's interview. Is that when this guy was asked, and he was talking about Alaye boys, all these boys. I mean, we need to understand something very clear. I don't know, most of us, we live in different countries, but I want to use I want to use the country where I live here, which is the same. I mean, it should be the same system we are practicing, the same federal system. Even though Nigeria is not really practicing the same federal system that they copied from here. They're practicing their own, more like a unitary system and all that crappy thing they've thrown into it. My point is this, that the state here has their own tax laws. It does not have anything to do with the federal law. The federal tax businesses, corporations, they tax your income. Also, the states too, they tax businesses, they tax income. That's why you see, when we're talking about a while ago, we're talking about minimum wage or living wage. This is where all this factor comes in. So that you wonder, some people will hear, they will be working. You already, no matter what that you will do in Nigeria, and you'll be earning like maybe $100 by conversion from Nigeria to here. But somebody here will be doing that job and will be earning like $5,000 here. Why? It's the same job they're doing. It's the same brain or whatever. But why? So that is what you see. Let me not go into all this thing because I'm not an economist, but I'm just trying to say is that people are taxed here, and they make income based on how much you're earning. They know how much you can pay for your utilities, your rents, and other things, your other bills that you might have, and they will tax you based on all of these things, so they know how they're going to take from your pay. Each state here, they have their own tax system. They have sales tax. If you want to go by sales tax, some only have sales tax. They don't have income tax. One of the states where I live, they don't tax my income. They only tax when I go buy stuff in stores or whatever. The other states, they tax my income, but they don't have sales tax. Like California has, I think they have both. They have both sales and income tax. So the point is that that's a state on the state level. Then federal has their own tax. So I don't know what this guy is doing. You people call this guy some kind of a czar or some kind of a genius. I don't know what does it take him to. His mandate is to make a tax system, tax for the federal government. I don't think it should not be consulted for the states. The federal government needs to generate income. He wants to make some kind of tax system whereby it will not conflict with the states. Now, why don't you focus on the federal? And extricate yourself from this issue of the states. Don't concern yourself, because if you're carrying each state, this guy will stand there forever. And Tinubu will leave. He will never make up anything. So face the federal. And this system that is trying to bring in Alaye boys. What does that even have to do? Why should Alaye, all these Jaguda boys, or what they call them, all these touts in the street? Why do they have to come into the tax? When you have all the you have all the what's it called? All the technology for that. Just capture people's biodata, know what they're doing. He said, I'm not a tax person, but I'm just trying to say that this thing should not be a rocket science. Face your own federal. Let the state deal with their own. So that's my point. But I don't know all this thing that we see. We have people that doesn't know what.
So if you one man, I dropped something in the chat. So I think part of what he was supposed to do is to look holistically, not just for federal government, look holistically at the whole tax across the whole country and look for a way to bring it into a single digit. So if you go down a little bit, you see part of what is actually taxed to do. So I think the one he has submitted one, which I think he, if you look at it, he said the committee will be enacting harmonized tax law as well as provide list of taxes and levies for the whole. So it's basically around the whole country. But for me, I think he talks too much, right? I don't expect him to keep going.
Thank you. He talks too much.
Keep going.
He talks too much.
From channels to this. And I think he should focus more on what he's doing now. Consulting governors and consulting more of National Assembly.
Oh, my Pembe, this consulting. Face federal, that's the point. I think,
did I hear Prince Daddy try to come in just then?
I think I heard. Go on. Prince Daddy, are you there?
You woke him up. Oh, okay, carry on. Maybe it's not ready yet. Carry on.
Larry,
can you hear me, one man?
Yeah, we can hear you, Prince.
I've been muted all along. It wasn't me.
Really? Somebody muted you?
No. I muted myself all along from the beginning. I didn't speak.
Oh, all right. Okay. Okay, carry on.
So I think he has, for federal government, he has done what he's supposed to do. So now I think the major thing is the ball is in this Zacchaeus' hand. They gave him a target of 19 trillion, and he needs to put everything to achieve that 19 trillion. Oyedele, as far as I'm concerned, he has done his own job and he's doing it. His own job is more of advisory. The guy that is going to implement the job that has been given the mandate of 19 trillion should just work. If that guy can work, then I don't even have any problem with Oyedele. Oyedele can speak whatever grammar. The guy that should implement should start working and make 19 trillion.
What about the woman that is dancing in Canada? Is she not going to pay her own tax?
Abuja is after her, Abuja.
FCTIRS is collecting our own tax now.
They have to collect tax.
Wike needs money, and Wike has told that.
Exactly. He needs money for the.
Wike is even happy to bring the party to Abuja. Now, bring that party.
She has to pay. People cannot. You can't be all this wealth show. If you have the money, pay. Don't go and be spending it elsewhere. Come and pay it here. The country is poor. We are looking for money. You took $20 million to go and give to another island. Pay your share, I beg. Let everybody see what you are paying.
Now that money even leave Nigeria, sir. How the money even pass through the central bank?
They say they are going on private jets. Of course, now they will pack it.
And then what is Nigerian customer, Nigerian immigration doing when they didn't search them? Because you cannot take more than $10,000 out of.
They will search Mr. Big Man.
You said what?
I said they will search. Do you know what happened to me once when I was passing through Abuja airport?
What happened?
It would have, maybe it was the way I was dressed or something, and then suddenly I was approached, and then the lady took me into the VIP lounge, and you had picture of Buhari there and everything, and then they were not a word of a lie. They were serving me coffee and everything. And then when it was time to board, some guy came to usher me all the way. I still had to go through immigration. I don't quite know how that happened. I was just,
Well,
maybe there's a merit to being a fat boy. Maybe it was because I was fat.
You bought business class now. That's what they do for business class. She saw your body pass and she said, "This man, why do you want to go and join economy when you're holding business class? Come to this side." That was what happened.
Yeah, so one man for me.
They will just pass them through now. They are not going to search their bags now.
Maybe they want you to drop something for them. Sometimes all these Nigerian security people, they just want you so that you can drop something. Who knows? I don't know. I'm just saying it could be too. So yeah, it could be maybe they took you for some other person. I don't know. Let me know. So one man, just in conclusion. So for me, you see, we need to start asking ourselves some questions like people have asked here. Are we a country? Are we? What are we? Nigeria is just an enterprise only meant to work for the elites. If you're just fortunate to fall in among these elites, yeah, fortunate enough for you. But if you're not, you're damned. That's up to you. You die like that. You die in misery. So, one man, you see, I don't know what to say. Let me just leave that topic there. And maybe if you have some other topic for me, let's go.
Let me take you to this space, Rational Mind. Tinubu approves inauguration of committee on new minimum wage. So there is no, if they don't quadruple the minimum wage as it stands at the moment, then because the country is so grueling, the inflation has spiked to unfathomable levels, and there just have to be leapfrogs in this thing. So what are you making of this committee after committee as people continue to drink Gary in their parlors?
We just spoke of one committee that was set up for the tax reform and all of that, and I don't even know how this tax even work in Nigeria. Like I said, I think it should be an act of the parliament. It's not just what Tinubu just by some presidential fiat just sign into law without having any recourse to the National Assembly, because it's has to do with. I mean, you see, that's why we need to ask the question: Are we a country, or are we just an enterprise, a banana republic? We need to answer something. When we answer this question, we don't move forward. And how does that come in play with what we're talking about? This topic you're asking. You know, I've said it earlier. You know, you cannot talk about minimum wage or living wage if you don't have data in front of you. Data will speak. You calculate, okay, electricity. I mean, let's just put everything on that utility. Okay, if this is how much you spend. But now look at it. How can you even talk about that when even every day they keep increasing the tariff, the what's it called, the electricity charge they charge Nigerians. You just recently said they jacked it up again. They jacked it up. So how can you even plan when every time something's always in flux, everything's just in motion, everything's just moving. You cannot plan. So my point is this: it's like if you don't fix the first thing first, you're gonna be talking. I know Nigerians, they need also this, like somebody said, he said it, was a bishop said, it's a 5-year thing that they have to review the minimum wage. Yeah, I get it. They should review it. But how can you review? What's the point of even reviewing it when you cannot even work with the data that are available to you, because this data is in flux. It's always moving forward. I mean, going higher, and then it drop and it go higher. Where do you even drop? Where do you even say, okay, this is take home package for every person working in Nigeria. You're a laborer. You should be earning at least 1,000 naira per hour. At least after that 1,000 naira, okay, you will pay 20 naira to take transport. You pay 100 naira for taking transport. You will eat inside it. You would, if he has children, he has to pay his medical insurance or whatever. You have to factor all of this in. You see, here in America, let me not use America sometimes when it comes to matters like that, because it's not something I cannot. It's incomparable when it comes to that. But my point is this: is that you cannot plan when you don't have a data to work with.
Last time I beg, can I? I'm sorry. Maybe this is the last time I don't understand what you are saying. You are convoluting a lot of things. You are mixing up a lot. Are you saying they should not review the minimum wage? Remember, the minimum wage are just for government workers, civil service workers, and they chart a part. States follow. It is not mandatory. It's just a minimum. That because several states. So are you saying because we don't have all the data now, we shouldn't engage in the exercise of it's not a must that we must talk on every topic, but I'm confused because we're supposed to be learning. Are you saying the exercise is not necessary, that we should fix all the problem of Nigeria, data first, electricity, before we talk of minimum wage that we know is long overdue, that the amount of money that people are earning have been overtaken and eaten up by the recent government policy, which of course, unfortunately, are very necessary.
Hold on, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask a question real quick? How many people do live in Nigeria? What's our population?
Our population, as of today, I mean, they say we're about 200 or 280 million.
Forget they say. What
they say?
That's what I say now. Listen, what do you mean themselves when they say, did you count?
Hold on, you must invest in your data collection. You must have accurate figures.
We know.
Plan.
Yes.
Can't be guesstimating all the time.
Yeah, look, listen. Not even the US know exact what they do. When after their last census, they postulate and it's some element of estimation because it's the scientific. So don't tell me they can be estimated. Now we had a census that was long.
No. They can guesstimate within plus minus maybe 5 to 10%. Yours is like crazy. Yours is
well, that's you just say that, and unfortunately, I agree to some extent, but not to the extent that look, even if you don't have a figure, there is something we can work with. Now, we had a contested census in 2006. And they said we've been growing between 2.5 and 3% annually. So if you add that what we had, just take it in the face value. Okay, they said we have 108 million or 100 something million in that 150 something million, and we've been growing at 2.2 between 2.5 and 3%. That 0.5 is a variable that will become very significant over 10 years, if you understand what I'm talking about. Now, we're talking of 2006 till date. 2006 to date is more than 10 years. It's more than 15 years. In another 2 years, it will actually be 20 years. So if you understand what I'm saying, so we if we take it from what we had then, even though it was contested, and begin to add between 2.5 and 3%. Now, where do we stop? Is it at 2.5 at 3% to make it a constant variable? So if we say that is what we have used so far. Now, if we have the census, it should bring us closer. And that's how it happens everywhere. And that's how it happens everywhere. When we run with some negative figures, when we run with some negative figures in Nigeria, we're quick to admit it. People come up and say, oh, 20 million children are out of school. I was here on this platform. I was saying that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. Bishop, we have 20 million children out of school. But we were running with it. They said Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world. We were running with it. We did not ask, how did they arrive at that? But we were running around with it.
Hold on. I think we should be focused more not on a minimum wage, but living wage.
Yes, that's what I said. It has to be mixed.
You cannot even do either. You can't even
look at the average of the cost of renting, feeding.
Yes, that's means testing.
Can I answer that?
If you do living wage, you're looking close to about 150 to 200K a month on an average to meet up with the cost of living in Nigeria right now.
Can I answer that?
So, okay, go ahead.
Good. You cannot, and I will tell you why. In Nigeria today, if I ask you, all things being equal, certainly variables I used to say, even though they hardly ever are, that if you will earn 200,000 in Lagos and you earn 200,000 a month, I'm just argument say, okay, let me say $1 million so that you put some value. You earn $1 million naira in Lagos and you earn $1 million naira in Ekiti, all things being equal, where would you rather live? $1 million naira a month in Ekiti?
No. Average, that's not how it works. Here in the United, hold on now, Bishop. Here in the United Kingdom, they have a minimum wage, but then they have something that they call weighting, WEIGTI, weighting as in weight. So in a city like London, for instance, there's an additional add-on that they call London weighting for reasons of understanding that is more expensive to live in a place like London. So if they want to means test a minimum wage in Nigeria, they would look at the average state and model it around. Can you hold on, please? They will look for an average.
I know if you cough again, Mr. Man. I only cough now.
All right. No, sorry. Apologies. Let me mute you for 1 microsecond. I'll unmute you. They will look for an average state, and then they will do the calculations around that, and then more expensive state can add that weighting on. So that's what I wanted to add.
Okay. So basically, you have just helped, even though our system does not work like the UK system. So basically, you are saying what I have just said. Now, federal government have minimal presence in the state, minimal workforce in the state. Federal government cannot dictate. Some people have challenged that federal government cannot dictate, because when they did make wage review in 2019, more than how many states did not implement it, because they say it is not a federal government, because federal government does not know what their pocket is, cannot dictate what they pay their workers, and they did not implement it. And I can assure you, about 3 or 4 states have not even implemented it till date as we are speaking. So asking federal government to enforce or to implement and say, look, this is how much you must pay, is a little bit difficult. Now, going to the issue of minimum wage and living wage. Quite honestly, it is just semantics, because a living wage in Lagos is not a living wage in Karanamoda or in Benin Kebi, or in Idosi in Ekiti State, or where is it in Ondo State. So everywhere you go to, there is that.
I thought we just addressed that. We
That's
said
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That the system in Nigeria,
it's not
the system in Nigeria,
it's not semantics now.
No, I said the system in Nigeria is different from the system in UK.
It's a universal model.
It is no.
It's a universal model.
No, sorry, please. Can I just put my position? The system in the UK is not the system in Nigeria.
It's not
you
the
can
system.
say it's a
No,
system.
hold on.
Bishop, calm down. Bishop,
calm down.
No, Bishop, just relax, Bishop. Bishop. Basically, what we're saying is that for an individual with 1 or 2 kids, just look at the model of mother and child, 2 kids. How much would they need to live to survive in a month on an average? That would be where you should start for a living wage, right, one man? That would be your just minimum.
And then you won't look at Lagos, or you
So
won't
Lagos
look
cannot
at
be your
Gombe.
example
You look at an average state, and
right.
then you
So
model
you
it
move
around
Lagos,
that.
Abuja or Port Harcourt. Just look at the average. Then that will tell you the number. Then compare it to what you're currently paying for minimum wage. That is your difference where you can do the adjustment. So you can't go with just say minimum. So just because federal government wants to pay something does not mean it's keeping up with the living wage of what they ought to be paying. Now, should you say you should downsize the numbers of workers or streamline to pay that wage? That would be something it should be debatable. Like, do we need 1 million people working for federal government, or do we need 500,000 people? So then, how much can the private sector pay? Then do I reduce taxes for private sector for them to pay? So you must work with a lot. So that is where you need data, accurate data to effectively manage these things. But I think, like I said before, living wage is where we should focus on, not just saying minimum wage and saying
Do you know also that even in the US there are 2 classes of minimum wages? Do you know there is a standard minimum wage which is $7.5 per hour? And there is another minimum wage of people that they say whether they collect tips in the cost of their job, which is about $3 or $2.5. So what I'm saying is simple. I'm not disputing that. Look, where we started from is, should the federal government go ahead with the committee that they have inaugurated to review the minimum wage, which I think it is long overdue, even though it was supposed to be 5 years. The last one was 2019, and the current one is 2021. But because of the recent happenings, especially in the fuel subsidy removal, and probably the electricity, that it should be hastened up. It should not be delayed. That is where I actually came in, because the argument was that is it necessary now or something. So that's where I came in from. Now, it is important. How much it is to the context is of, okay, it is the federal government that is determining how much impact will it make on the state if the states are not independent enough to be able to arrive at their own figure. I'm saying it is going to be very minimal, because the percentage of federal civil worker present in some of these states is very insignificant. Just go and look at how many people are working in federal secretariat, except some very good, juicy parastatals and agency of government. So that it is going to be very minimal. So the state themselves are the one that will determine. So Edo State say they are paying 40,000 minimum wage or 40-something thousand minimum wage since how many years? And some states are still not been able to even go past the 18,000. And that is a fact. That is a fact. Let's check. Google is there for us to show how many states are still paying 80,000 minimum wage, and how many states are paying the current 30,000, and some are paying 40,000. I think about 4 or 5 states are above the minimum.
Bishop, can we use that data in Ekiti? Okay. You said they're still paying 18, but it's supposed to pay 40 in Ekiti. Okay. Can you survive with 40K a month in Ekiti State?
I did not say. Okay,
no. I'm just using that as an example of what I'm trying to get at.
Now, another thing we used to make is this: we're using minimum wage. How many people are actually minimum wage? Let me tell you the category of people that collect minimum wage in all the states. Level 1, step 1, which is you don't have any.
Not paid for it, because of course experience at work, qualifications matter. You will not get that minimum wage. Maybe about 10% will actually get the minimum.
Less than. I will tell you the people that are even getting it.
Hold on, but what happens is when you push up minimum wage for the bottom tier, you also have to push up the middle and the upper. They move up as well too, right? They also get
yes.
So
guys, I think we're missing the point here. When like here in America, when they say minimum wage, that's the minimum that any employer can pay anybody. They factor. Hold on, we know that like seven. Some I mean, some is 750 in some states. Some is like 850 in some states, and it depends. But the point is that they look at each state, look at what is obtainable in their areas, and they tell you that you cannot go below this amount. You cannot go below it. Any employer that does that, he or she will have to face the Department of Labor for that. So we need to understand that very well. The federal has its own, and the state has their own. Even cities now have their own. Like some cities here in LA.
So what is the minimum wage?
Well, hold on. Some cities, like for example in Seattle, they have some I don't know what it is right now, but some like 2-3 years ago they were talking about debating 15 hour as the minimum. But in Seattle, you will see people who have who even get more than like ordinary laborer who has like even like 18, 19, 21 $21 per hour. So, and like some like in LA, that is very expensive to live. You see, like they tell you that the minimum is $16 an hour. That's the projection, that you cannot go below this. And so some people can still pay more than that, but that's the minimum you can pay.
But Bishop, but that number was adjusted based on the living wage, what they thought was livable for LA, right? So they were adjust minimum wage based on
I think it's not about semantics here. We're saying
apart from
when he said semantics, I'm like, what do you mean by semantics?
It's just we're just trying to confuse them.
You must adjust your living wage based on what you think the living wage is.
Well, you see, that word living wage for me, it's not something. It's very debatable because, like someone like Bishop rightly said, now in some states, you can't compare some certain states to certain states, you know. And the point is that you see, I think you just need to sit down and figure this out. But what I know is that there should be a threshold. Like you cannot go.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of where I live.
No matter how recluse that state, I mean that village is, you cannot go below this because.
Let me give you an example of where I live.
You say what? Go on.
Let me give you an example of where I live. Now, federal minimum wage is $7.25 in the US. So we are expected to work 40 hours. If you are lucky, in some places you don't get up to 40 hours, and it's immaterial. There are several people today that in their workplace, they have caught it. They hardly manage to get 32 hours at very struggle, even in Georgia. So let's leave that. But Georgia minimum wage is more than 7.25. Georgia minimum wage is about $9 now. Now let's take $9 that you are lucky to get 40 hours. If you get 40 hours in Georgia today, no matter how remote place you are living, and after tax, if you are not careful, you cannot survive. You will barely be able to buy groceries after you pay your insurance, you pay your car insurance. That's if you drive a car. You pay your car insurance or you pay your health insurance and you can barely survive. That is assuming you are getting your 40 hours. But many people are not getting 40 hours today. I know people that are working in the airports today with, what do they call them? These are airport authority. I know people that are working with that they don't get that 40 hours today. Badly they get 32 hours. So if we bring that minimum wage and living wage, we match it together, it will not work. Now, that is, I'm talking of Georgia. There are other states that earn more. But by the time you put their tax and their other expenses, the standard of everything, living, what do they call it? Something parity. You put it into 4. How much does you get an average one-room apartment in a place like Seattle that you are talking about? I mean, somebody went from Georgia to New York. She was a nurse practitioner, and she got the job, and she was so excited because I was working with her father, and she moved her car. After 1 month, she sent back her car because where she was living, that she was paying $3,500 in a month in a 2-room apartment. She has to pay $500 for the car spot where she was parking her car. $500 in New York. I don't know where it is in New York. So she sent back the car and she would rather use public transport. Why would she be after paying insurance of how much she's paying? So these things vary. It is not one cap fits all. Now back to Nigeria very quickly in 1 minute. The truth of the matter is that we use minimum wage so that we can make our argument to flow. The percentage of workers that are actually in that minimum wage bracket are very, very insignificantly small. Now I'll tell you why. It is level 1, step 1. What is level 1, step 1? You have zero education. That's number 1. You have zero experience, and it is just your entry point. What many people use that minimum wage something to do is the one they used to compensate people. Okay, just bring 2 names, just bring 3 names. That's the majorly where they used to pile up those ghost workers. Because even if they have them, they hardly go to work every day. They have other things they are doing. They are just using that place. And mainly there are sometimes in some local government, in some other institution where they say, so just come as a cleaner, just come as something. Hardly do you see people in that circle. Because ordinary primary 6 is not even level 1, step 1. It's level 4, step 1. As if you have primary 6 at all. It's level, if you have school start, it's level 6, step 1. So when we put this something, yeah, it is okay to use it as a gauge, as a measurement, and it's better we make it to improve this living standard of people. But that should not form. We should be able to get an average, not the lowest of the lowest of the low. Level 1, step 1 is the lowest of the lowest of the low. So when we use it, it makes our argument to look a little bit one-sided. That's what I'm saying. Everybody deserves a fair share of what they're earning. Yes,
I'm with you that we might not be able to pay a living wage. What I'm saying is that if you have accurate data to guesstimate what the living wage is, that will actually tell you, okay, I can't pay $10 an hour, but okay, let's say I'm paying 4 right now, but based on my calculations, it's actually 10. I should be paying 10 for living wage. I can say, okay, that gives me an idea of, okay, if I have more money to raise, I can actually at least keep up with that. I know what they should be earning, but I'm currently paying below that. So that gives you an idea of how to improve the pay. Not because you might necessarily be able to pay that 10, but that gives an idea. If I want to increase, I can actually know what the target is. Like an idea of what I should be paying if I have the funds. So it's just to properly plan is my whole argument. Like if you have accurate data, you can properly plan for your workers. That's all I'm arguing for. Doesn't mean
right. Let me just
round up that space. Rational
I think I've listened to everybody. I think everybody has a point. It's just let me just correct myself real quick before I move on. I think last year in the city of Seattle, they pay $18.69. Now they jacked it up this effective January 01, 2024 is $19.97. That's how much you need to make within the city of Seattle to be able to live. Very expensive place to live. Very, very expensive, like in the ranks of LA. But I don't know why LA is still stuck in that $16 something cents. That's what they said from what I saw on when I Googled it. So my point is that, you see, this it's dynamic. This for every 5 years. You see, there's so many things we need to fix in that country. Let me answer your question, Bishop, real quick. You said, am I saying that they should not even consider that minimum wage? That's not what I said. No, that's not what I meant to say. I mean, that's the impression of what you're getting from what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what I meant to say. All I'm saying is this, is that you need to fix certain things first before you can talk about minimum wage. If you can do it, you can jack it up or you decrease it or whatever they want to do. It's up to them. But I'm saying is that it's an exercise in futility, because why would you do something? I mean, again, you said something again. You said that review only applies to civil servants. I mean, like, what kind of country are we? I mean, if going by what you say, because I don't know, I've not really read it.
That's the truth.
If it's what? It's for civil servants? Is that what it is?
That's the truth.
No. It's not. You can only compare it to civil servants, but it is recommended nationally.
Oh, okay. Okay, so
because of course they can't enforce it on private business because they are not the ones making their profit for them.
Exactly, yeah, but I agree. But then it's one is that why would you? I mean, the minimum wage we talk about here in America, it applies to everybody, because the Labor Department here they set a standard that everybody must abide by. At least this is the minimum you must abide by. $7 or $8 something. This is the minimum you can go. And every state too, their own department, the Department of Labor, to set the standard. Of course, they don't make their money for them, but they tell them for people to live in this state or in this locality, this is how much you need to live. This is how much you need to start paying them. But how many people get paid that? Because even some people get paid 3-4 times than that, even some people 10 times that amount that is set. It depends on your level of skills. But my point is this, is that country called Nigeria, we come here every time, we talk about this country, and however all of us have that love for that country, we hold that country dear, despite some of us hold a different nationality of different countries. But we still, because we remember that was where we were all born, where we grew up there, and we wish the best for our people. But we cannot hope for anything to happen if the very, very core of it is not fixed. We can come here and these people will continue, just pushing us and merry-go-round, like just pushing us around, like with all this kind of committees, subcommittees that is keep forming. At the end of the day, we don't see anything coming out of it. I'm not saying they should not review it. If it's due, it's fine. But the point is that it doesn't even sound ridiculous that this minimum wage only applies to civil servants. No, it should not apply to only civil servants. It should apply to the generality of all Nigerians. Of course, they're not making this money for these people, but they set the standard that this is the minimum you can give to anybody working, because the Ministry of Labor, which we use in Nigeria, they should be able to wage in there and say, look, this is the minimum. We know we're not setting your money for you. You need to also adjust your prices based on all these things, these parameters of amount you're going to be paying people, which is the minimum. Of course, they're not setting, but you see, we're not running a country. We're just running some kind of banana republic enterprise that people just come in there, just do their own and go. People do his own, other people did their own. Now we have Oju Yobo there now, he's doing his own. We don't even know what he's doing. You see, the point is that we cannot build a country like that. Our people back home are suffering. We need to set a standard. You need to fix what you need to fix first before you can move to the other step, which is this minimum wage. I'm not saying you should not do it. You do it, but you do what you need to do first. Collect those data that you need to help you be able to fix the economy and be able to people who are sabotaging this economy by taking off the hard currency out of that system or mopping it up. You need to bring these people to book. But if you don't do that, how can you even plan of say you want to set a target of what people should earn? Because the naira versus dollar is always going up and down. Like the inflation rate is just crazy. So for me, I've said
Let's just give one information.
Until we fix what we need to fix first. I don't see it's just an exercise in futility trying to say a minimum wage. This guy just throw out topics for us to talk about every day, and it's so sickening to me sometimes. I had to take a break from some video because I just like, what is going on in that country? Every day we come here, we talk, and then at the end of the day, we just see the reverse. We see the opposite happening. We don't even see anything impactful in the life of our people. So I don't know, these policymakers in Nigeria, they need to get their acts together. They need to sit down and ask themselves that question: are we really a country, or are we just some kind of enterprise by some criminals who just hijack power from time to time? I leave it at that one, man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Rational Mind. Did you want to chip in a very quick word?
Yes, a very quick one. I just want to say that I'm looking down. I'm looking down. The minimum wage in the U.S. as we speak today, the least minimum wage state pay is $5.15, and the highest is paying $5.15. $5.15, the minimum wage, and the highest is paying $16.50, and that is DC. And so many states are within that $7.25 and $5.15, and that's the latest minimum wage. So $5.15, yes.
Okay, and one man, why do you have that much disparity? Because they factored in cost of living, which is the living wage in different states.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's the weighting that I was talking about.
Exactly.
That was saying was universal.
But nobody can survive on $5.15 working 40 hours.
No.
Not in Georgia, not in Wyoming. I've been to Wyoming.
Yeah,
Wyoming is $5.15. Georgia is $5.15. You can survive on $5.15 in Georgia.
From 5 to 16 is because the policymakers in those states have determined that, but it's based on estimation on what is the livable wage in their own state. That's why you have that much disparity amongst those figures. That's the argument we've been making for the last 30 minutes.
Yes, which circles back to the point that we made originally. Thank you, Rational Mind. Let's hear from Prince. Unusual for Prince to be so quiet. It doesn't often interject, but we hear from him occasionally. It's probably at some basketball game. Tell me I'm right, Prince.
and not right this time around, man.
Basketball game. I didn't know it was a basketball fan. I didn't know that. I didn't know you wanted
It's by. Oh yeah, you explain yourself, Vince.
No, my daughter's game. Usually that's where I go to. So.
Oh, she plays. Oh, what does she play? Is she a point guard or what is she?
Yeah, she plays point guard for the varsity team.
Oh, cool.
Freshman, yeah.
Cool. Oh, nice.
I was expecting you to come in playing the guitar. This is the new level where
but by the way, one man,
yes,
what you allow happened to our friend yesterday was just was unfortunate. Sometimes you're responsible. You're supposed to save us from ourselves, and just to have Pansat, I don't even know what to start.
Playing the guitar, I thought that was quite innovative. Yes, now.
Innovative, Umbo. What was that?
What happened yesterday?
I mean,
it was serenading Chioma with the guitar.
I mean, on video. Actually, never mind. On video, like, what was this guy? Man,
but that's not the first time, though. Sometimes he'll bring it out and play La Bamba. He does that when the mood takes him.
Just go ahead. It was just sad.
It was nice. I enjoyed it. It was fun. It was fun.
No, yes.
Yeah, making fun of him. Yeah, that was fun. Making fun of him. Yeah,
it was a deviation from just the noise making. So sometimes we just put him and Mike in the. Maybe that should be a regular feature of Pansat versus Mike in the ring. So where do you want to come into the conversation, Prince? I'm still insistent that a minimum wage has no meaning unless it's a living wage. Because if it's not a living wage, then you are inviting corruption into that workspace. So you cannot be paying. Look at the army for. Let me show you this headline, which goes on to buttress that point. They are paying the soldiers 50,000 naira whilst they are buying SUVs for themselves. So and the army officer actually putting this out in the public space is saying that they are having to take to criminality in order to augment their wages. So what are you making of this minimum wage that is not a living wage?
Yeah, thanks, man. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. It's quite clear. This is no different than any other sector for that matter. I mean, we're talking about wage disparity here in America. But the CEOs or the big bosses, they're making a lot of money. They cannot stop making money. I mean, with their parachutes, salary and all kinds of, largesse. And they say that the poor are getting poorer. So, but these people, maybe the common officers, they get paid 50K a month. But the reality is that, the big boss in the army, the major generals and whatnot, they have a lot of money. They get paid a lot of money from all the deals they make with the weapon purchasing that they never buy anyways. So they're doing very well. The people on the top, they're doing very well, and they've always done well anyways. So to these people, I don't know what to say. I'm not sure what is an ideal amount for a military personnel in the low ranks. But at the end of the day, it's usually, just like Baba T said, it's living wage that matters. But as good as that sounds, not every employer can pay that. Not every employer can pay living wage. How do we determine living wage anyway? I mean, it's, of course, it can be figured out. You can have a basket of certain commodities or expenses that you can argument and determine what should be a viable minimum living wage. But the reality is that you can't expect a mom and pop store or a small business to be able to pay living wage, in a sustainable way. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Even some states in the United States, they can't pay, a certain minimum wage, because the employers or the states, some states are not very, buoyant. They're not. not like on the West Coast, where like literally the minimum wage on the West Coast is about $18 an hour average. So when I hear $5 an hour, I don't even know what to make of it. Maybe though in those states it is fine. Maybe it's their mortgage or their rent is not as an exorbitant.
You should move to the West Coast. Yeah, why don't you move over to here? Move over to West Coast. You make more money, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, on the West Coast. Yeah,
I'm saying I'm inviting you to move over here so you can make more money. You understand?
Really?
To Montana,
well, it's up to you if you want to say about Montana. But
where is the cheapest place to? Where is the best place to live in America?
Tennessee.
Boston. Boston is the best.
I think Tennessee. You live better in Tennessee.
In terms of climate, in terms of racial balance.
One man. You know, this is the place.
One man.
For intellectuals too. If you want to be intellectually, they come to Boston.
No. Where the fat bottom girls are is really.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
So for that topic, one man. So for me, right, I think it depends on how you picture it. So it depends on how you picture it. Like someone like me, I live in Tennessee, and my office is in New York. And severally, I've seen severally they've begged me to come to New York, and I don't see any reason why I would live in New York. So
sorry, do you live in Murfreesboro in Tennessee?
No, I live in Clarksville.
The dead city that should be scrapped from the surface of the earth.
No, I live in Clarksville. Is
okay.
Like 35 minutes to Nashville.
So you live close to.
Murfreesboro is not that bad now. This one you are just bad in the place.
No, I was there. There's no way I can. No, I can't. That was a god awful city. They should be removed from Earth. So you live close to Joel of Nashville and
Coco, right?
He lives in Tennessee, I believe. He lives in Tennessee.
Yeah. So for me,
you probably ran into him and you didn't even know it was him.
So for me, I think it's better for me living in Tennessee, right? Because as I prefer making the New York money and living in Tennessee because it's cheaper for me,
Yeah.
You pay income tax in both states?
No. They don't pay, but they get you in their sales tax is horrible.
Yeah, but sales tax is crazy. Yeah.
Jesus, their sales tax.
Yeah. One more to your question, I'll say that the Pacific Northwest in the whole of the United States probably the best place to live. The weather is great. You don't
Northwest.
Pacific Northwest, yeah, it's one of the. It's
Northwest.
Yep.
What are you talking about? Northwest.
Come on, man.
Washington State, Idaho, Wyoming. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's the best. If to let me.
No, Agbado in Idaho. Okay.
Northwest or northeast? You mean?
They have corn farms over there. They have corn farms and all that. You can eat enough Agbado.
No, not east is New York and those areas, those New England states.
It said northwest. It said northwest.
Yeah, we're saying northwest. Yeah, that's what we're saying.
No, because you live there. That's why. So be objective. No, nobody lives in there.
No, you
but see, okay, I know about the intellectual, capacity or whatever in Boston now is this kind of clustered around there.
Yeah,
I agree, but now tell me, what is apart from you guys going to the library and go to the museums, what else do you do that is so warranting to want to live there?
No. Hold on. We have the Boston Celtics. We're going to the finals this year, by the way. You better believe that. We got the Boston Celtics.
Boston Marathon, right?
Yes. No bombs anymore. Because we stay healthy, we help. I mean, come on.
No, you guys, no. You see, you guys are always on. What do you call you guys? You guys, you get your power through. Your lifestyle, like you power through everything. Look, if you want a more relaxed life and want to deal with nature in its best form. Not like the terrible snow they have in, I don't know, Wyoming or New York or the northeast corner or corridor. In the Pacific Northwest, it barely snows. When it snows, it's beautiful. But the weather is great. You talk about greenery, greens everywhere, nice, beautiful mountains. If you want to go skiing, snowboarding, the mountain is like an hour away. It's not that far. If you want to go to the rivers and fish, you're gonna leave.
Have you been? No. Have you been to the Boston Harbor before? Have you been to the Boston Harbor?
And I've not been to Boston Harbor, no.
Yeah, so Google Boston Harbor, you see how beautiful it is.
Wow. Why don't you Google
one man as
Google
a Nigerian?
Google the lakes in the Pacific Northwest.
Go to Texas.
Google the lakes in the Pacific Northwest and see what you're gonna see. Talk about Boston Harbor. Google the lakes in the Pacific Northwest.
If you want to live at least that is close to Nigeria.
You can say that one. That one Nigerian.
Yeah, I'm surprised that people that are living in the northwest are posting. Why is it that place, if it's so beautiful, why is it that place is so sparsely populated?
Because we have a state. We have Bishop. The entire woman. Listen to this. The entire west coast of America is covered by 3 states: Washington, Oregon, and California. Do you know how big the states are? Do you know? Do you have a clue? Do you know how big they are?
No. Oh my!
You don't have a clue.
No. Prince.
It's a huge state.
No, Prince. Where do you live? What state do you live? What state?
I'll tell you in the chat.
Okay. Please tell me. I want to know. Maybe I'll visit you someday.
You don't want people coming to knock on your door.
No. Just
even though you say, how do you know exactly where he lives?
Well, you do that a lot as well. Now, rational mind. When people will ask you a question and you
why
expecting them to come and knock on your door.
Oh, the man lives in Montana where nobody lives. Why is he even allowed to talk in this? Even allowed to even discuss it? Nobody lives where you live.
I live in the Pacific Northwest.
No, where?
I just told you Pacific Northwest on the coast.
Oregon? For real?
Yeah,
I said on the coast.
It's beautiful here.
We got 3 states in the entire west coast.
When you call me, I'll bring you. We go see the grizzly bear.
This smoke with smoke in Montana. I don't know.
Well, we have grizzlies there. Montana has a lot of grizzlies. Also, even Washington State does have grizzlies.
Where is the whitest part of America?
Midwest.
Well,
yeah.
You want to?
Yeah, probably where
Hideout is very
Bishop stays.
No, I live in Georgia. I live in
That's not Midwest.
I thought I heard Wyoming earlier.
I think Kentucky too is.
Wyoming too is.
Anyway, let's go back to the Nigerian army. I don't know what to make about these guys. Did they made an offer to how much should be ideal to be paid? 200,000.
No,
what is it?
They've not made an offer. Their outcry is that their wages are too small, and if you think that an army at whatever level is earning 50,000 naira a month, then
isn't that higher than the minimum civilian wage?
I don't think 50,000 naira is correct, but I don't have the figure. I don't think it's correct. Well, I can tell you very confident.
Well,
it's not
this is coming from an army personnel, so maybe
you cannot tell now. Anybody just write something saying the army personnel. One man, let's do. Maybe we should have a verified committee.
Bishop, if we have to go by your logic, it means everything we're talking about here, we should just discard them.
No, not discard them. We should dig a little bit more. We should be a little bit more painstaking. I mean, it's not. I mean, private is not any 50,000 naira today. I can tell you that for free. And if you want to dig, let's do some mental exercise and dig. You can have people that you can ask. It's not 50,000. It's not.
Why would they not be earning 50,000 when the minimum wage is about 35,000?
Army is not number one. Nobody in the army, even you see when you enter the army, we call them tradesmen. The people that entered at the 0 level, the one we call recruit, they are tradesmen. They have some level of skill. When they are coming in, they don't have. When they get there, they give them some skill. So they are different from the people that are minimum wage. So you cannot use minimum wage. It's not just like Iruwa Giriwa. And the duties they are subject to is different. It's a little bit different. We just describe who are the people in the minimum wage. 0 education. primary one. That is level 1, step 1. There's nobody in the army that is level 1, step 1. So if you want to use that logic, let's use that one. But immediately they enter, we call them tradesmen. No matter of the call you are entering, there are 5 truth arm. Truth arm. The armor corps, the infantry, the signal, the the one we call the truth armor corps. Now they have their own specialized training. Everybody from the depot, if those people they go to number 1, they go for 6 months depot training. Now their 6 months depot training, even and you are not going to enter without primary without school start. The fact that you even have a school start, you are not going to be recruited as level 1, step 1 in civil service. So you are not minimum wage. If you have school start, you are doing level 6, step 1. So we cannot use the army to say they are any. The comparison does not work. It does not add up at all. Let's just apply some logic. But what I'm saying is this: to get better facts, we can dig and we can get the facts. No more of them. So the minimum wage does not apply in the army because they are not ordinary people. They are
If
not
we are
primary
digging
people.
on everything we discuss
I
here, we will
dropped
not have
something
a
in the chat,
conversation.
but I can't verify.
Okay.
I dropped something in the chat regarding the salary and everything.
All right.
Okay, let's leave that to let's say Bishop is an expert on that. I can help.
But Daddy, even forget the salary for a second. What is the package? Healthcare package, retirement, all those things that come with being in the army. Like in America, they have all this package, school, paying for your education. So what is that for the Nigerian army? Do we have information on that? Because I really want to know. Like, do they have?
Sorry, let me give you this. I apologize, Prince, for your benefit. Really, police and army salary in 2024. This is from some paramilitary type of organization. So it gives you a table. The Inspector General of Police, he takes 1.2 million naira, and then so that's for the police. And then a police constable, which is at the bottom of that ladder, he takes home 48,000 just approximately. The army, a lieutenant, a second lieutenant or lieutenant, as we call it in Nigeria, 120,000 naira a month. And then a general takes 1.5 million naira. And then a private takes home 50,000 naira. So there it is right there. A private takes home 50,000 naira a month. So it looks as though there might be
some journalists. They must have done their research before they just come and publish things.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
But back to your Prince.
Yeah. So the 50,000 naira is within the range, right? It's the private. I mean, that's the minimum. So.
Are you ready?
So
that might not be.
Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's well, really, sometimes I always say, it's sometimes not how much you get paid. It's how much you can actually save or live on. If you're talking about earlier, the minimum living wage, that matters. And sometimes people don't mind the lower salary because they can get a really good package. If the healthcare is great, if they have free housing, that's a big plus. Maybe subsidized transportation and whatnot. So it all depends on the package. But obviously, these people that's complaining about 50K, I don't think they're getting all this benefit. That's why they're complaining. I don't think it's probably justifiable, So, but all I know is that the people at the top, they don't really live off their salary, just like the politicians. Their big bosses, they make a lot of money, a whole lot of money. They're not complaining. They're absolutely not complaining. So, but that is fine. I wish them well. But I was gonna say quickly to the lady earlier, the lady that went to what is it, Bahamas?
The Perimpe woman, the socialite.
Where did she go to have a party? Grenada.
Grenada, yes.
So, yeah, you played Dr. Batty earlier, and you talked about 10 years ago. I think when she was 40. She had a big party also, and she spent a lot of money. It seems to be a trend for her, at least, celebrating every important milestone. And she had a big party. So 10 years ago, I'm assuming that she wasn't someone who's girlfriend as for being purported right now. And 10 years ago, she must have had a lot of money to have that party. And according to what he studied, surpassed the party this time around from 10 years ago. So, but there's been a lot of, the people's submission earlier, some outcry about, the country suffering, why this elaborate, expenses and wasting money and whatnot. I wasn't understanding that those people complaining, like Emeka and Rational Mind. I'm like, I don't get it. Are we talking about somebody's private or personal money that is spending to have a large, luxurious party? Is that what we're talking about here? And for the governor going to the party, I'm not sure what he did wrong. The governor is not to be taking permission from the president from leaving the state. I don't think that's the way it works. And he of course, being the governor, you assume that he hands over to his assistant or the vice governor, and before he leaves. But this time around, it may have kind of abscond somewhat to go party, to go do one day, maybe that's what happened. Not because he committed any crime per se. And he went to a private party. Now, if we're questioning him for using the state money to fly and spend the state money for having a party or funding the party, then that's another case. But I'm not sure if we have any anything to support that. And people are saying he's spending this Lagos state money for the party and all these things. It's not fact. I don't think it's factual.
Well, there'll be an element of Lagos state money there, Prince Daddy, because he'll be traveling with the retinue of staff, his security details, and the cost of the flight, of course, will be. I doubt if he'll be paying that out of his private pocket, because of course he has packaged some sort of interaction with the governors there. So at the very least, the cost of that travel will be invoiced at least 700,000, if not more, to Lagos State. If it was just the travel alone.
But one man.
So that sounds to me like an official engagement. Then,
so if it's official, my question is, what is that?
It's using an official cover for a private visit.
But then, what was that official about? Like, did he go there to seek investment for Lagos State, or there's a partnership that they have? What area? What was it all about?
He went to update the Prime Minister there on the blue line.
I'm not the one to encourage.
This is what happens. People that just now we'll swear for.
Well, I'm not the one to encourage those jests, but as the governor, he has that discretion. He's more than happy to reschedule.
What discretion?
He's more than happy to reschedule or move his itinerary to favor or match maybe a personal engagement. I don't think it's a crime. He has that discretion. He can do it. I'll be more.
What are you talking about?
He has discretion over his schedule. That's what I mean. Is that a crime? Is that a big deal? It's not a big deal.
And then, so when he went there, what was the substance of?
Well, good question, Rashomai. That is what we should be talking about. If you think he went to Grenada on the bogus. No. You get more concerned about him go to the party, go on a private yacht.
Because hold on, the reason why we could not talk about the other side of it, whereby we saw him giving out a toy train, blue line to the president of Grenada. There was no substance to that because we only saw a picture of him. You know what they do in Nigeria? That's what Nigerian politicians, they like to do a photo picture just to show whatever. But after that, did we hear anything that he said? Maybe there's a partnership, or he's trying to get some kind of.
Did you hear that? So that was what we're talking about. Did you inquire, do research to find out if there was one? Do you know?
There was no searching on the Lagos State website. On the Lagos State website, that he's going there and for a partnership or to discuss some business thing or some kind of Grenada partnership with Lagos State. There was no searching on Lagos State website. So why would we talk
I'm not the
about
one to defend someone who maybe it's not updated yet. Maybe the
you are
website is not
defending him
updated
because
yet.
that's what you're doing. Because you see, this is what some of us do here. When we talk about these people, you don't want us to talk about them because they don't give us anything to talk about besides what we're talking about. Because if he had said, okay, I was in Grenada and there's a picture of him maybe on the Lagos State website that, oh, the governor was in Grenada with the president and they talk about this bilateral whatever that partnership about this and that. There was no such thing on Lagos State website. That is why we're talking about the other side of it that coincide with what he went there to do. Because they saw him at the party, at the lavish party. People said they saw him. In fact, there's a video trending online.
Well, sometimes, one man, the question would be again, was that travel sanctioned by the house or the committee? That should be what we should be looking at. Or he just jump into the plane and grab a bunch of his minions to go along. But if it was something sanctioned by the state, by the Lagos state, it's irrelevant really what he goes to Grenada to do. It is totally irrelevant. And if he goes there to a private engagement, that is fine also. Come on. Sometimes we want to be robotic and pretend that this kind of things don't happen. Do you know what goes on in Washington and around the world? In fact, in one man's country, I understand during COVID, that guy, Boris Johnson, was hanging out with a bunch of his parliamentarians or lawmakers in a private place where other people have been forced to wear face masks or nose masks, and they're having cocktail and doing all kinds of stuff. These people are human beings. They just like common people for the most part. Yes, they have power, but let's not pretend that like they're like these robots that they can just stay in the room and do everything exactly. No. And again, but at the same time, let's be more focused. Let's not be like Peter B and want to play this fake opposition that's not meaningful. Let's be substantive in what we do. Let's bring out more really, something we can bite on, to hold them accountable. Not go to a private party because they're spending dollars, private money. Who cares? I mean, who cares? People are suffering in Nigeria and somebody's spending their own money. I mean, how does that even color it? It doesn't match. Let's move on. I just thought I'd throw that in the one man. What's next?
Is one man still there?
I think he's muted, perhaps.
No, yes, I was muted. You got me right.
One man, I'm going to real quick. I'm going to paste Lagos State website. I'll paste their news. Go and see it there, and see if there's anything about. I mean, I've been looking at it. There's nothing. There's no such news on there about Sanwo-Olu going to Grenada on an official.
Go on his Twitter.
Yeah, go on his.
On his Twitter handle, it explains it there.
On his Twitter handle, that's where we're going to get information. Why is it not on the Lagos State? You see,
because governance communicates via Twitter now, both in your country, my country, and Nigeria.
Yeah, right. I hear you.
Is that by other than by Twitter?
Oh God, it's okay.
All right. So Prince, yes. I was saying that what did they actually have to offer? It was saying that essentially Nigeria in talks with UK to commence Lagos London flights. So I'm wondering what this has to offer anything, because I was somewhat excited to hear that until people started to point out that this already exists, BA Virgin, etc.
I thought you would know that already, one man. I mean, how do you fly? Don't you fly directly from London?
I fly the cheapest I can buy. So usually I go via Dubai or whatever it is, wherever, know.
Oh yeah. So I mean, well, and what is the benefit? Obviously, what is the benefit? I mean, direct flight. Okay. Is of course.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
One man, probably you need to read the major context. I think what he went to do is more like helping earpiece. So if you look at, he's trying to like help earpiece one way or the other. I think if
right, to create that that route for airpeace. Okay, that makes
so.
Woman,
you did not read it before you start telling us about.
No, I read it, but I didn't digest it quite in the manner now that Larry. I don't have the brain function of somebody like Larry. so yes, so yeah.
Okay,
all right. So, go on. Please.
Yeah, so that's nothing much to talk on this. But I'll say though, if it's for airpeace, that is great. I think Oyema, right, is doing a great job. I think airpeace, the airline is great, perhaps the best in Nigeria, and I think the last administration.
Do you think the government is doing too much for that airpeace? They always seem to be favoring them.
I was going to say the contrary, actually, because during Obama's, Buhari's term, I don't think airpeace was getting what he wanted. It seems to be at loggerheads with some of the Buhari's people.
Buhari fought for him to get a route to Dubai.
Right. Well, a route to Dubai, but there came the Nigerian Airways with partnership with Ethiopia, and I think that was meant to bypass airpeace, and it was kind of a mumbo jumbo deal, and I think kind of slided on war peace or Yemen somehow, but maybe they did. But I think airpeace is doing a great job. I think this is what, see, if that's the case, what Keyamo is doing, that is great. This is what you call a partnership between private and government agencies, right? Because at the end of the day, they will be creating more jobs in Nigeria that benefits the economy. So this is what governments do. Yeah, I'm totally in for that. Let the government go out there and work for the private sector. Symbiotic relationship. It goes, it goes together, because the governments, they don't really necessarily create jobs. So when they do such things, it benefits the economy. So I'm all for it. Go airpeace, yeah.
One man, please. I'm sorry. I know my getting a lot. I just want to say this. I don't know why it's not making headlines too. Was it this week? I read in the news that airpeace also had a route to Abidjan. There was a real big.
I saw that. I wondered what the commercial value was when I saw it.
Well, that road too. There's something to it, because there are Nigerians, a lot of Nigerians in Cote d'Ivoire.
It's a very, very viable route.
It's a very viable route. Yeah. They keep welcome them with a big fanfare and all of that. We used to have Air Afrique. I don't know if you are, but it's moribund now. It's like it went just the same way as Nigerian Airways. Those are one of the best airlines in Africa. Then Nigerian Airways, Air Afrique, but Air Afrique went just the same way, and that's why I think they've never been the same. Like that those francophone countries, especially in Abidjan, I think they have Air Cote d'Ivoire. That's something I don't know, but what I'm trying to say is that if the federal government is doing what they are doing, I think it's another way of trying to save the country. Because they are holding this foreign airline over $6 billion to pay them, to settle them. The money that is lodged within central bank, they don't have. So if our local airlines can be making up for those areas, whereby our money will be trapped within our country, these people will not be taking our money out, will not be holding them, because the money is still within the system. If airpeace can be having so many of this route, or a chunk of this route, that the foreign airlines, they are also patronized, and they're also flying, and then Nigerians have to buy tickets, maybe in Naira, and they have to change that money back into foreign into dollars or their currency, foreign currencies, and that money has to go out of our system. It's not going to our economy; it's going out of our economy. So if airpeace can be used to cover some of this route, at least a chunk of those routes, and we can trap those money within Nigeria, I think it's a good move. It's a good move for me. That's how I see it. Because if you're buying tickets now, and these airlines like BA, let me ask you a question, woman. I was in London some few months ago, and I saw New Caledonia. Is it Caledonia Airline? I used to remember many years back in the 80s, we have New Caledonia. Did you still have New Caledonia? Are you there, woman? Oh, woman is not there. So anyway, yes.
Is it New Caledonia or British Caledonia?
Sorry, it is British Caledonia Airline.
Yes, I think it's actually under some sort of Dutch ownership, if I recall. Yeah.
Oh, that's one of the best airline way back in the 80s. I just remember. So anyway, so my point is that those routes, if the airpiece can be covering it, I mean, like, I would save Nigeria some money. We'll not be giving out that money.
Airpiece is cheaper covering it.
Airpiece is cheaper, you said?
Yeah, very, very cheap.
So is that why they don't want to give them that route?
Yeah, exactly.
The London route
happened with the Dubai trip. You know, Dubai, when I said Dubai or Saudi Arabia, when Airpiece started picking Saudi Arabia, it became very cheap. So everybody left for Airpiece. So with this now, if Airpiece can get direct flight to London, it will be very cheap. So, and obviously, you should know what will happen.
They will start to use regulation to frustrate them.
Exactly. Because it will be very, very cheap. Almost like sometimes you'll be seeing like 300,000 naira difference.
You know right, that guy made his money out of Lagos properties.
Oh yeah,
yes.
Huh.
Hey, he made his money for where?
From Lagos properties. He used to be a land dealer in Lagos.
Oh, okay.
Woman, can I ask you this question?
Go on.
When you were like, probably the federal government was doing too much for Airpiece. So how will you say what the US government does for Delta? Is it not the same thing?
Is Delta not the national carrier?
No, it's not. US does not have any national carrier.
Yeah, but US does not have IPOB either. So
no.
They don't have what? What did you say? Oh, man.
You see?
Oh, bad.
No, they don't have IPOB now. They say this guy will tell you he wants to secede from Nigeria, and then it's
we have IPOB here now. It's the MAGA now, the Pimp Daddy group. The MAGA group,
really?
the IPOB we have here.
With the IPOB, huh?
But that guy has actually been helping Nigeria. You know, once Nigeria is in problem, that guy comes out, help, and sometimes I'm more like.
I remember he sent a plane to the Ukraine when that was.
Yeah, not just Ukraine. I think when there was this African country that was having this,
Sudan, I think.
So I hope they're able to support him and probably encourage more private guys in Nigeria to buy.
But they should make him declare his allegiance to Nigeria first publicly.
No, I think he has actually done that severally.
Declares allegiance. What does that even mean, woman?
To distance himself from IPOB.
Oh God! Here we go again with one man. This is what does that have to do with? I mean, the guy himself often said it that he's a businessman. What's he concerning with the IPOB? Why are you going that route?
No, you have to speculate now.
I trust you now. I know you always speculate. I mean, Larry sounds like a DOG. Is it DOG? A former guy that is from London. It sounds like is that the same? Larry, are you DOJ or the DG?
No, at all.
You remember one man? You remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know DOJ. Of course, now I remember the one that owns all these betting shops in Ibadan.
No. I'm not. No, our guy in this guy that is from. He said he's from partly from Oyo, partly from.
Yeah, I know. He owns a lot of betting shops in Ibadan.
Really?
Yes.
He does buy Jebu too.
I think is he not politically connected?
Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah. You know that's the biggest. You know the guy that owned Baba Itebu. You know he has floated an airline. I think I heard.
United Nigeria.
Yes. Look at that.
I mean, it's a good thing.
I wish I had a lottery license in. That's just a license to print money just for Lagos alone. Imagine.
But you know how many people that you know how many people that are crying, that are betting, that are not even making.
No, lottery, not betting.
One man, that sector is very, very. There's a lot of rivalry going in that sector.
You mean to get the license?
Last name Baba Jebu. Do you remember the fight he had with this late guy, Kashim? What's his name? Buroji.
Yeah.
You know, they had a very big fight. Very big fight. That's another. That place is another oil. It's that money is
Well,
even more than
Buruji is not into
betting.
betting now.
He is.
He is?
Yeah.
Which
yeah.
one is his own? What's his name of his
Yeah,
own?
he is. I think he has even in Ghana. He has big something in
I didn't know
Ghana, in Nigeria. I think that's the genesis of their fights now.
If he say maybe betting, I mean, maybe if he say there's a rivalry between them, maybe because of
No. It's betting. Buruji was pro-government. I think Buruji leaked some secrets to the government at that point, and Baba Jebu was really. That was when Baba Jebu was having issues with the government. At the point he was having issue with Nigerian government. And that was when him and Buruji were really having that fight, serious fight. That even when Buruji died, some people were kind of like, Ogun State people, like probably he has one or two things in Buruji's death and stuff like that. But that place is another.
Yeah, there's a lot of mystery and conspiracy theories surrounding his death. Was his son not wrapped up in that Bowen's College? Remember when some kid was?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Back to your Prince. Prince, do you want to speak on Tinubu having sleepless nights on Buhari's looting?
From the People's Gazette.
Yes, I cannot.
What does that really mean? Yeah, we know there was a lot of malfeasance during Buhari's, Mr. Coming to fight corruption, right? And I'm not sure what they did for corruption, really.
Because what seems to be imagined is that we knew they looted a lot, but it looks as though they completely decimated that economy, even worse than Tinubu thought. He was coming, I will inherit the liability and the asset and whatnot, and now he's seeing the figures.
Well, I mean, see, a lot of things, sometimes you don't have to be like super smart or brilliant. You can just look at what was going on in the country. Look at Emefiele. We were talking about Emefiele for 8 years or so. He was there for a decade, and the CBN did not produce a financial report to the Senate or to the country to see what is going on. We saw all the shitty deals with the Dangote and all the people. So, I mean, I think what were they expecting to find? I mean, it's crazy. What is going on is well expected, but what did you expect Tinubu to say? That he is going to come in and blame Buhari for everything that went wrong? He is the boss now. He has to take the responsibility to fix the economy. But now, their attempt to stabilize the naira is not working. Is it working? Obviously not, because my understanding right now, the naira is about what, $1,200-$1,300 to the dollar. And it was that part of the $3.3 billion that was borrowed in the shell account.
Somebody was pointing out something in the comment section yesterday that really struck me. He said with about $700 you'll be a millionaire in Nigeria, and I thought, wow.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. I think I saw that also. Yeah. So that's the reality. So by the day, Nigeria is getting poorer as a result of the foreign exchange debacle. But nobody, I don't know if they don't know or what the problem is. But Nigeria's economy, see, you can apply this, Western straight line model to fix an economy or a currency that's skewed in so many ways. Do they have a clue about what is going on? I mean, a month ago, whenever we talked about it, that Tinubu needs to go uncover the people behind it and try to negotiate how they can help him support the economy. All these things that they're trying to use, all these economic models, is just stupid. Really, this is the problem I have with Nigerians, PhD holders or intellectuals, as we call them. They can throw all these models at the problem. It's not going to work. It's not going to work because I think you know that for the past how many years now under Emefiele that they have this dual carriage or multiple arbitrage exchange rate that a lot of people are making fortunes. Then all of a sudden, you want it to be gone overnight. How does that work? Some people did nothing but just trade currency with central bank and got rich doing nothing. They can even go anywhere and borrow money and just exchange the money dollars and make a bunch of money. And you guys want a gun overnight. I think some people are not being serious. I'm hoping Tinubu knows better, not to be doing all this nonsense with that. It's a big problem, and it's not unique to Nigeria anyway. Anywhere people are making money, you can't just come over and take the bread out of their mouth. They're gonna fight to the end. They're gonna fight to the end. Then they're going around borrowing this misery $3.3 billion to stabilize the economy. That was a joke. I mean, that was a big joke. Is it Cardoso and these people? They don't know what is going on. I don't think they have a clue.
Thank you very much for that.
What do you mean? Cardoso is one of the leading economists in the world.
One man, no.
Sorry, Rational Mind, check your phone. He's one of the leading economists in the world, though.
I'm not doubting his credentials. I'm not doubting it. See, and that's the thing with when we blindly try to compare our economy to the West in terms of how they apply the models. That's when the people in the West are very smart. They're very smart. They're smart in the sense that they know when to defenestrate the textbook and go practical to fix their problem. They know, because it gets to a point. Every model has its limitation. They stop working. They stop working because we said it before here. There's no bailout in any business book. There's no provision for that. No, if you run a business, when you're not making money anymore, just call on the government. They come in and give you money. It doesn't work. But guess what? Guess who does it the best? The West does it the best. They give a bunch of money. Back in 2018, right? Or 2008, 2009, they give trillions of dollars to Wall Street. And guess what? In less than 3 months, 6 months, Wall Street companies were turning profit. How did that happen? Well, go figure it out. So, they have to go to the drawing board and really.
Is this not some conspiracies you're making up here?
What do you mean?
It's a simple economic logic that if you pump money into a system, it helps jumpstart the system. In this case, economy. If you like the bailout we saw with what they did, and like the last COVID, the money that was given out to people is just to spin the economy, because the economy was slowing down and people were getting money.
That's the reason we have this inflation now.
Yeah, we know. But then, if that was not done, then you know the magnitude of the kind of economic.
Rational. If you follow my submission so far and the logic behind it, the ratiocination. What I said was that, look, I'm not saying they shouldn't put money in the economy, but guess what? They were giving money to private institutions, businesses, and they turn around and report profit on their books. My point here is that, look, the West, they know when to abandon their economic models and choose a different route that's more practical to fix their problems. And I'm saying we Africans, we learn their models and the ways of doing things, but we don't know when to deviate from their model. It's quite clear right now. Okay, I'm not an economist at that level or Cardoso or nothing, but it's quite clear right now what they're doing is not working. So they have to go to the drawing board and try to capture all the variables in Nigeria's economy that is constituting this problem so they can get to the bottom of it. And I said it earlier also that, look, for almost a decade or so, Central Bank and Emefiele and them guys, they were making a fortune with the arbitrage that existed or still exists in Nigeria's economy. And they made a lot of money. You didn't have to go worry yourself and worry about all the factors of production, wasting your time, where you can just get $1 million and turn it to a whole bunch of money. And that's, easy money, left and right. That's my point here. And you guys want to take it, you want to correct that problem overnight in less than 6 months. How the heck is that going to happen? When we have powerful people in the country, people that have vested interest in every aspect of the country. You got to keep it real. That's what I'm saying. If Tinubu doesn't know that, well, I'll be flabbergasted. If he doesn't know, and I think I know, well, we have a big problem going in our hands. A big problem.
Yeah, woman. You see, what yardstick do you use to call Cardozo an economist?
By virtue of what they tell us.
Cardozo, that's you see, there's a lot of things
Well,
there.
was he not a top banker in the pomp of his career?
Because you worked in the bank, does that make you an economist?
Well, it makes you somebody that it makes you somebody that knows about money.
They package some of these guys.
Is that what Tinubu is about? It's not packaging. You're not packaging.
Because Cardozo, I've always said it here, right? I'm not a fan of all those guys. And you calling Cardozo an economist is even an insult to those that are real economists. The fact that this guy worked in some banks and at the end of the day, those banks they ran those banks out of business, and they have the past glories and everything. He worked with Tinubu in Lagos. For me, he's not an economist. Economist where? How? Where did he get it from? So if you're saying you see, that's what I want to get. They said
he went to Harvard.
So he went to Harvard to read what? Public administration.
He went to Harvard.
So is public administration the same thing as economics?
Well, he went to Harvard now.
He went to Harvard. Is that the answer to the question?
Is public administration in Harvard the same thing as economics?
They will tell you that that's what it is. They say it's the same thing. Trust that Badu people now.
Yeah.
Where is Fulata?
This is a guy that has bachelors in managerial and administrative studies. He went to Harvard to do a master's in public administration. So how does that make him an economist?
He was the commissioner for economic and planning in Lagos State. So
does that make him an economist?
You're struggling to answer these questions.
No, it's an economist in the rounds. In the rounds now.
How?
By virtue of the experiences of his work history.
You see, Tinubu is unraveling before all of us. All of us are just saying that this guy is they just packaged this guy and sold him to us. I don't know. Did you listen to that? Larry. I don't know if any of you listened to this. Adetokunbo Pierce, this guy, Lagos State PDP chieftain. The guy was. I love the way the guy spoke today. Was it today or yesterday?
He attacked Tinubu, Abi.
Yeah, but to go attack Tinubu. No,
I'm asking you.
If I want to know, that's one of the topics I wanted to discuss here. But maybe when it's my turn, I will come back to that. You see, the point is this: is that we've said it on this platform. They just packaged Tinubu and sold him to us. Tinubu of 15 years or how many years ago, like I said, during that election period, it's not the Tinubu of today. Even then, not as if Tinubu was some kind of how do I say, a genius. No, it wasn't. Maybe if Fashola were to be there, maybe Fashola could maybe direct him very well. I think the brain behind the success of his administration back, well, I won't say success, but at least to some extent, he was able to carry himself and a technocrat back then. I think it was Fashola that was behind it. Not all these thieves, all these criminals, the likes of what's his name? This guy that former lawyer here in Atlanta that took his client's money and ran to Nigeria. Nice.
Miller.
Yeah. So not the people like that. Maybe Fashola is there. I don't know why Fashola is just saying out of this whole thing for him. If Tinubu wants to savage himself, if he really wants to let him bring somebody that really that understands him. I don't know if Fashola can accept his to work with him, because Fashola will not be able to deal with all these criminals around him too. I said if he doesn't want to tarnish his image. I think I watched his interview on TVC recently when they were asking him. He said he doesn't have any ambition to run for president in the future.
Is it when he was sitting with those women?
No, I think there was it one? No, there was one he had. Was it with those women? I think yes. No, not with those women. Yeah, there was one he had with TVC recently. There was one he had with TVC recently.
Yeah, it was with those women. I think he wrote a book, didn't he? And he was trying to.
Oh, is that one? Is that the one? I think that's the one. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So anyway, my point is that I just want to say is that Tinubu. I've agreed we're going to deal with him for the next 4 years. That's given. That's why I just.
What if you did not agree? How would that affect matters?
Well, I agree. I did not agree. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't affect any matter. But the point I'm trying to make is that I just have to accept that fact that he's going to be the president in the next, except maybe something else happens.
Yeah, for the next 8 years, so not
either they impeach him. I know it's hard.
Okay. Yeah, okay, guys.
That cannot happen.
So,
that can happen. Right? Okay. All right. So,
went to Ashton University, United Kingdom, earning a bachelor's degree, BS in managerial and administrative studies.
Yeah.
1980. Also, master's degree in public administration from the Harvard Kennedy School of Governance, graduating in 2005 as a fellow on the distinguished. So this guy, I think, is it Larry? This guy's not an economist.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because saying this guy is an economist.
Are you saying he's not an economist, or he did not study economics in university?
What yardsticks do you make? Do you pick, right? To say people are economists.
All right, let's open him up.
He didn't major in economics.
All right, I didn't see that. Yeah, but saying he did not study does not mean that he is not one. Let's open him up for a moment. Olayemi Michael Yemi Cardoso, 1957, is a Nigerian banker who is the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. He previously served as the commissioner.
Are you sharing your screen, woman?
Oh, let me share it.
Yeah.
All right. So Olayemi Cardoso is a Nigerian banker who is the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. He previously served as the commissioner for economic planning and budgeting for Lagos State. So that already makes him an economist. Cardoso's private sector career includes banking, stockbroking, consulting, and an appointment as the chair of the board of Citibank. He also served as a member of the Cities Alliance African think tank, etc. So he's an economist now. No. Advisory board of Lagos Business School, chairman board of African Venture, something or the other. He was also an executive lead at Harvard Kennedy School.
Okay, I think we get a gist of it.
Is an economist now. Okay,
nothing work history makes him so.
His work history
commissioner for economic planning and budget.
You're a teller that you work in the bank. Does that make sense?
He's an administrator, not an economist. It's an administrator.
Good example, Larry. Yeah, exactly. No.
If you're a teller and you work in the bank, that makes you an economist, right?
You studied Yoruba and you work in there.
Not at the. If you work at the policy level of the economic.
He's an administrator. Oh, Mama, do you understand that it's not only?
Yes, he's an administrator. Yes, that's the best. This guy is far from being an economist. He's far from being one. Say even it doesn't even show that he ever studied to be an economist, though he may have worked in somewhat of a capacity in a unit of an economic planning. This guy is far from knowing the tangibility of the variables necessary to run an economy. You should call on somebody else to do the job.
Yeah, but what you need at the central bank is an astute administrator with a good banking history.
No.
Well,
you need anything. You need a good administrator. I agree with that. But
I disagree with that. What you need in CBN is someone that is vast with monetary policies. Yeah. Not just mere someone that has worked on the bank. Someone that understands monetary policy. And that is exactly what we are lacking here. And that was exactly why I said those were the guys that deceived Tinubu. Because Tinubu believed in them. He thought they were experts. And we knew they were not.
Do you wonder why Ali Dume referred to them as Lagos boys?
Ali Dume said Lagos boys.
What are we saying?
Ali Dume finished this guy.
Even when they went to screening, Oshiomhole said this thing, but people had to calm Oshiomhole down.
Yes, Oshiomhole said it.
Tell me you are.
Oshiomhole said he never is not an economist.
The bank liquidated. They liquidated the bank. And you said his achievements. So for me, I've always said it on this platform. I'm not a fan of those guys. Wale Edun, Cardoso, I'm not a fan of those guys. Because even Wale Edu himself, what is latest achievement? Old school achievement is not achievement. Tell me your latest achievement.
So, to the speaker,
by now,
when I say that certificate is not achievement, people say I talk down on educated people.
For a country economy like Nigeria, Cardoso by now, if he's a true economist, should have published an article in the Economist, on Wall Street, in Nigerian newspaper for us to see his model plan.
But he gave a press conference a couple of days ago.
I said you write a white paper, an article, a detailed one, a detailed one to read.
A press conference is a thesis or
what? My press conference.
No, you need actual data for people to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we have a benchmark of reference points that this is what we following and see the trajectory and the deviation from the norm. All these things in this economic model you should follow. You tell me you had a press conference. Well, what is that? So that's what we need. If it gives us something, then we know what to hold on to and go by that. And this guy, I guess I didn't know myself. I guess Larry is right. This guy's not an economist. I don't think he has a clue what is going on. He has a big job to do. By now, we should have somewhat of a grasp on what is going on. And I keep saying, I don't know anything, but I keep saying that, look, we don't have a real model that will work. We have to go to the grassroots and try to uncover what is going on with the monetary
What is
policy.
his personal achievement in life? What is his own personal achievement? What has he built himself?
It was the executive lead at the Harvard Kennedy School Alumni Association.
Yeah, Chairman Citibank, Commissioner. It was. What do you mean that's it?
Well,
we just read the CV.
One more question: who would you have preferred instead of Yemi Cardoso? Did you have anybody in mind, like at the time, that you think would have been better?
I did not actually, because
I do. It's called Kingsley Moghalu. I'm sorry, it's called Kingsley Moghalu. That's what I have in mind.
I thought
Kingsley Moghalu is a lawyer.
No.
He's an economist.
The man used to work. The man used to work
He's
for.
an example of an all-rounder kind of person. He's an
No.
Oh, but Cardoso is not, Abi.
No. Excuse me. Kingsley Moghalu used to be a deputy CBN governor, right? I believe.
Well, he was one. He was one, right?
He's more qualified than
under Sanusi.
Under Sanusi.
Yeah, he was. But I'm saying he's more qualified than. Okay, read the CV for us. Can you read the CV?
I know. Deputy. Okay, CBN.
Let him just read it for us, Matijo.
It says Moghalu, but I'm just going to give you his education. Moghalu, or did you want the full CV? Let me give you his education.
Go back up. Okay, there you go.
Yes, it's a Nigerian political economist. So that has no meaning even. He served as deputy governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, appointed by President Umaru Yar'Adua 2009. Subsequently taught at Turf University as professor of practice in international business and public policy at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy from 2015 to 17. He was a presidential candidate. Moghalu is the founder of XYZ Strategies LLC, a global. I think it's based in Switzerland, isn't it? A global investment advisory firm, and the president of the Institute of Governance and Economic Transformation, a public policy think tank. He's a non-resident senior fellow at the Council of Emerging Market Enterprises at the Fletcher School at Tufts University, and has served as the United Nations Development Program Special Envoy on post-COVID development and finance in Africa. He was the Oxford Martin Visiting Fellow at the University of Oxford for the something or the other term in 2021. Moghalu is the chairman of the board of directors of the Africa Private Sector Summit and a member of the advisory council of the Official Monetary and Financial Institutions Forum, a network of global asset management firms. Let's go to Where is his education? This is education. All right, early life and education. Moghalu was born in Lagos in 1963 to Isaac Moghalu, a Nigerian Foreign Service officer, and Vida Moghalu, a school teacher. Moghalu spent his early childhood in Switzerland and Washington, D.C., where his father was posted. Isaac Moghalu transferred his service back to Nigeria's eastern region as the country was rocked by a political and humanitarian crisis. Where is his education? In 1970, in the 1970s, Kingsley received his secondary school education at Azima High School in Aba and Federal Government College Enugu. He earned his so he's a lawyer, as I said. He earned his degree in law from the University of Nigeria in 1986 and the barrister at law from the law school. He obtained his Master's of Arts at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. So he's a lawyer.
No, you didn't finish it. Where did he get his
Yeah.
PhD from?
He has a degree
Yeah.
in economy.
Where did he get his PhD from?
All right. Moghalu obtained his Master's of Arts degree in 1992 at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University, where he was the John Gillespie Fellow and a research assistant at the International Political Economy Program. He earned the International Certificate in Risk Management from the Institute of Risk Management. Moghalu later obtained his doctorate of philosophy degree in international relations at the London School of Economics and Political Science.
So he has no economic degree.
He's a lawyer now, as I said.
But do you need an economic degree to be a CBN governor?
Well, not really.
You see, now you are changing the rules.
No. I am not. I am not.
When I said it for Cardoso, you already
No.
He said he went to the London School of Economics.
Guys,
London School of Economics, right?
I only asked the question that give me a different individual.
Well, let me answer your question.
I only asked the question.
I think at this point in time in Nigerian history, we need somebody with an economist to really come and help us out. Not people who are not.
He's not even someone that is an economist, right?
Yeah, I want to make someone who is more well-grounded and more rounded. And
you see, there are people that are economists that are just normal.
What of a well-succeeded businessman?
Okay.
but Walmart, you have to listen to you have to listen to Moghalu.
A stronger CV, though.
No, forget about you have to listen to Moghalu talk about economic policies and break down the variables in an economy. You have to listen to
where
him.
did it come from? What did this economic way talk about economic? Since it's not, it doesn't have it on the CV. Where is it?
It's from the experience now, just like as I was saying about Cardoso.
But Cardoso doesn't have that experience. Moghalu doesn't have that experience on the central bank. He has the experience.
Do you know the
Cardoso
thing
doesn't have that experience.
You know why I don't even respect this whole thing? When this guy left, when Emefiele left, Tinubu brought this other guy to act. He brought a guy that was a mechanical engineer.
That guy was already within the system, though. So
yeah, it was already.
Wait now. It was a placeholder. It was a placeholder.
It was a placeholder. Something was getting bad. He brought someone. That thing was getting worse. Now you are bringing this guy because, as far as I'm concerned, right, you can be an economist and not know what to do in CBN. It's only people that are strictly monetary economists that understand this thing. That it's not, you see, when economists say
can you just give us a name or give us names so that we know? Just don't say people. Give us names. If you don't like Cardoso, who do you have in mind, or would should
Nigeria has what's the population?
Give us name. No, hold on. Give us names.
They don't have names now. They just want to do.
You can just say the Cardoso is bad. You give us alternatives.
Give you alternative.
I think Larry is first imagined to be another rational mind, but
no.
When you say
let me ask you.
If you say, hold on. Like wait, if you say A is bad,
one man, Nigeria to find a successful businessman. That's what I'm saying.
Can you
look for a successful businessman around well-successful businessman.
Do you know what goes on in central bank? Do you think it's not profit and loss or in central
bank? If you say A is bad, then you say then B is bad, then give me B. Who is B or C or D?
So what I want to ask is this: are you saying if Tinubu
should I give you a name?
That is better, right?
Should I give you a name?
Whole Nigeria, so we won't get someone that can actually help us.
Who is the someone? Who is the someone? Who?
Look for Koshari Simadoka.
I can't even say someone except I can see they can recommend. There are people that can recommend. If you
What people?
No. You can't. You see all these names, right? I don't even believe in all this. Somebody, this is this person's name. There are people in Nigeria that can recommend people that can man CBN. If it takes you to take the whole professor in Nigeria of economics, put all of them together, recommend somebody.
Look for Koshari Simadoka. I've told you guys. Tell Tinubu to look for Koshari
Simadoka. What's his CV?
He's a businessman. I say businessman. A successful. Look for a successful businessman.
Do you think it's a profit and loss matter at CBN?
Whatever you want to. I said look for a successful businessman. It's a profit. Yes, it's a profit and matter something.
So yes, somebody that goes on in CBN.
Yes, somebody that can think very well. I've managed economy well. Look for a successful businessman.
It's more than that. Let's not go to the. This is getting absurd.
It's not more than these guys you are mentioning. They have not built anything in their personal life. They've not built anything. They're just carrying the certificates, speaking good English. That's what they do.
It's more than that. It's more than that. It's not just being a business.
It's not more than that, rational man. I'm telling you for a fact. If you want, look for this guy, Atedo Peter side. You can look for him.
The one from the creeks, Sapele Water.
They stand big IBTC man. You can look for him. That guy is a very intelligent. He's a very intelligent man.
All right. We went to International Monetary Fund Institute. International Monetary Fund Institute. Also, education in macroeconomics and financial.
Who's that?
Can you bring up your volume, Prince? Your volume is a little bit low. I don't know what's wrong with your mic.
Really? Is it okay now? I don't know.
Yes, it's better now. Carry on. Start again. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, if it's better, I was looking at this wiki info right here. It says it received advanced executive education in macroeconomics and financial sector management.
What does that mean? That's a sandwich course now.
Okay. But then when I say
2 weeks and then they give you an A4 sheet.
No, he went to leadership at the International Monetary Fund Institute. He went to Columbia Business School. Come on. Then it went to
One man, you give us a name. Then you give us a name since you don't like this one. Who do you have in mind?
No, I have the person in situation in mind.
Okay, okay.
No, I'm a Cardoso man now.
Really? Oh, Lagos, the Lagos boys, I will see the Lagos boys.
No, if his name is Yemi, then he must know what he's doing. That's my philosophy.
Oh man, do you watch Hope was on my yesterday on with Ichewa Gambale?
I saw snippets of it. I'll probably watch it later in the day. It looks as though he put up a good performance.
Which good performance? You would have watched it, and if you can pull it off and show the last comment of Ichewa Gambale, it's just few seconds. Just last few seconds. The last comment of Ichewa Gambale. At the end of that, after he has interviewed Hope.
All right, I'll do that. But whilst I'm doing that, let Prince Daddy continue with his thoughts. Prince, back to you.
Yeah. I think really right now, I'm not sure about Cardoso. I never knew him. I can't offer anyone as a replacement because I don't know. But I know. I mean, they need somebody that's more practical that understand how these things work. I mean, this guy Cardoso seems to be very international, so you would think that someone Nigeria is not just states in internal problems with its monetary policies. What Nigeria does affect, it's part of the global economy, of course, and you need somebody that just has that brain to be able to juggle all these different parts and find an equilibrium, really. And I don't think at this point in time, Cardoso is the person. That's all I can say. Because, I mean, it's getting ridiculous.
President, it's just that Nigeria don't like to reward the good, the people that really wants to do the job. I tell you, appoint somebody like Atado Peter side. You will see the work he will do in CBN. If you will agree to work, go look for the guy.
What work has Atado Peter done before? What work has Atado Peter?
He's the IBTC man now.
You don't
He's the Stanbic IBTC man now.
And so what?
And so what?
You don't even know Atado Peter side. Atado Peter tried all the patronage. Hold on. Atado Peter tried massive. I beg you, let's leave growing a bank out of this issue. Atado Peter has
his bank is one of the best today.
I beg you, forget it. With patronage and bailouts. What are we talking? You are not talking to facts.
The one you appointed liquidated the bank.
Bailout from what, Bishop? Bailout from what?
Let him tell me the bailout.
Hold on. Let him land. Let him just make that point. So
I said, what are you? Just hold on, rational mind. I asked him, what is it? What is Atado Peter's size achievement that you are making him to sound like he's a messiah? And he said he's running what do you call it? Stanbic IBTC. We know the origin of Stanbic IBTC, and we know the patronage and the survivor grant out he got out from government. We know what Jonathan single-handedly did for Atado Peter's side, and the patronage and the bailout. I mean, whether bailout or backbone or survivor that he got from government. So, what specifically has Atado Peter's side done? You're not talking about
bailout. Support and all that. When we said the same thing for Dangote, you begin to say we are not
what bailout?
We are not patriotic. I'm telling you, somebody that did something. He's building IBTC bank.
That's what I'm asking you. Is it the IBTC bank that you are talking? Is it the IBTC that makes it to qualify to be the CBN governor? Is that it?
At least he's building it. He's holding it.
Building what? You don't know the story.
The one you appointed, liquidated his own bank.
It's amazing that we have people that have spent 4 months, 5 months in office, and we want to cut their head off after 6 months that they have not done.
What I'm saying is that when you look at this guy, whenever he talks, you don't see his economic plan. You don't see his economic plan. They just bend on giving
who are you talking?
Bishop.
That is you that you are rating what the CBN governor does. That you don't see the economic something in what he's saying. You.
Bishop.
When they were asking him when are we going to, he said he don't know. He's not a prophet.
Bishop,
even the entire government, the APC entire government don't even know where they are.
The implementation of the policy.
Hold on for Prince, Ekene. Hold on for Prince. Prince.
I was going to say, I mean, I agree with Bishop that it may be too early to see any real results. But do you think that Cardoso has a good grasp of the economy or what it needs to do? Do you see anything out there that suggests that based on what is going on at all?
It seems to be doing trial and error at the moment.
That's what I would say too. I agree with that.
You see, the truth of the matter is this: it's like the adage they used to say, when you want to climb a staircase, you cannot see the whole of the stair from the first step. When you climb to a certain level and you see challenges, you adjust. You might need to adjust your speed. You might need to adjust your grip on the railings. You might need to adjust your step. You might need to adjust the kind of shoe or change the kind of shoe.
But hold on. But can we agree that you are trying to build a staircase? At least you have a project.
Of course, they are trying to build an economy. But unfortunately, we should realize that everything is not on hold. That, okay, let's suspend everything. You are not spending money. You are not buying food. You are not buying gas. You are not just let's see how we can build. We have to do both pari passu. They are going together. So we are navigating a troubling water. It is not only us that our economy is troubling. We know that this turning around the fortune of Nigeria is, and I've always said this in anywhere I have opportunity, it's not going to be a stroll in the park. It's not just going to be handed over to us on a platter of gold. It's going to come with some very terribly painful
with
decisions.
this kind of inflation. With this kind of inflation,
our inflation, look, listen to me. Our inflation at 28%, we know it's bad, but we have people that their inflation has gotten to 100% in other African countries and even globally. We have people that inflation have gotten to 200, 300%.
We should get to 100%.
I never said that. I am telling you that our inflation at 28% is not something that just happened overnight. It's something that we have been patching and patching. It's just like we have cancer and we have been treating with Panadol and Cafenol. Something that requires a lot of chemotherapy and even probably
you that understand this administration, what is the economic policy and what's the end of it? Because you cannot be telling me that we do this, we do that, we are getting there without telling me this is the plan and this is what you have read about the administration that tells you that.
Let me provide a solution. Let me provide a solution to you. Do you know, if you want to be very drastic about this economy, 3/4 of our workforce in federal government should go? Do you know that?
Do it now.
What do you do it? Look at you. Then do it. Lay people off. In this kind of economy, you will now say, oh, it's because of joblessness. Unemployment is 77%, it's 80%. In the recent of the world, if you want to cut the number of workforce, both in the civil service, somebody said something a few days ago. I want to quote where the man said it, that they were talking of that in one of the states, that they're saying that the number of their school, out of school, he said, but when they did a serious critical census, they discovered that their primary school student was just about 50% of the population that people were crying, always shouting about. Now they have over the number of the teachers they have employed is more than over by 50%. Now the only question is this: do you sack those 50% of the teachers? There are people in the civil service today that are not adding value. But the only reason why they are being retained is because, look, if you still sack them, you are still adding to the unemployment and the poverty in the society. So government is spending a whole lot of money just to stabilize the system. Now, it's not good. It's not Eureka. It's not time to begin to sing Kumbaya, but it's time to be considerate, even in our criticism. Look at the reality, even in our own homes, when we have issues. You are earning so much, maybe you are earning 100 or 200 or 500,000, and all of a sudden ties change, and you begin to earn like a half of what you were earning before. Your children are going to be cut off of some luxuries, but you are not going to ask them to stop school. Let me land my thought. You will not allow people to cut into your thought, but you always do it. Let me land my thought, please. You always do it, but if it is you will insist. No, let me land. Let me land. So let me land my thought. I know. I'm continuing, so don't tell me to continue. So things sometimes it is going to. I always say, and I've said, it's going to get tougher before it gets better. But we're thinking that the fortunes of Nigeria can turn over in 2 months, in 3 months. We've been having this something since almost 3-4 months ago. The government is just 6 months, for crying out loud, and we're expecting that. And that's why I said that this position when it's that we took a driver from Oshodi going to Ibadan. We say, oh, he's not fast enough. When we are just halfway to go back.
Remember that Tinubu did not say to get to 6 months, bro. He said you will hit the ground running. He said you will hit the ground running.
Is he sleeping? Is he sleeping? Is he not running? So you are expecting inflation to come. Hold on now. You are complaining.
Hold on, everybody.
You are complaining. You are complaining.
Everybody hold. Let's have one voice at a time. Ekene, when he said he will hit the ground running, did you understand that to mean that he will fix the country just from the first day?
What I understand is that he will start from day one to make things better for Nigeria by hitting the ground running.
Look at this guy.
There is no other way.
All right, but back to your president. I don't know, man. I don't even know how to respond to that.
Can you allow Bishop just round up his thoughts?
Oh, yeah, sorry, Bishop. Yeah, back to you.
One man, I've not had my contribution in this platform for the past few days, though.
Let Bishop land his thoughts. We've not even heard from Ajan Lekoko. I don't think it's...
Obasanjo used an analogy many years ago. He said our country is like we are living in a house that the roof is damaged. And we are saying, look, let us come out pull down this roof and rebuild it. Everybody say no, that period of inconvenience, we cannot say, where are we going to stay? We are going to stay outside under the sun. No, let's keep managing it. Let's keep managing it. He said we will keep managing it until the roof collapses on our head. We need to take some tough decision, and it's going to come with some pain. How painful, how we are able to endure that pain. But I was not expecting any president to come and turn Nigeria to El Dorado. Look, even Peter Obi will not. Let's be very sincere with ourselves. All I don't know is that will he be bold enough to be able to take those decisions? He has already capitulated. When he did his interview, and I'm going to end there, he said from day one he's going to remove the fuel subsidy. Those were his words. I'm quoting him like Latin people used to say, Babatim Eluturato. He used the word from day one, but people have turned it around here. No, he would have done it differently. He would have done it in such a way. And the man used his own mouth to say from day one, one thing we needed to do was to take care of that fuel subsidy. Today, yes, it is not convenient. It is just because we have allowed it to build up for so long. If you have been adjusting gradually, and taming the corruption that comes with it, maybe we will not, the shock, with the impact of the shock will not be this much. But yes, I'm hoping, I'm praying for a better tomorrow, but I don't think it's going to come on a platter of gold. I don't think it's going to just be like a stroll in the park. It's going to come with some degree of pain, with some very tough, painful, but necessary decisions. Thank you.
Hey.
All right, back to you, Prince. Prince, round off your thoughts, and then we go on to Ekene.
One man.
Yeah.
Anything else? Yeah, we're done with Cardoso and anything else to I was going to say though, the section with Dupsy this morning, I listened to it. I wasn't there live, but it was quite interesting actually. Pretty good.
It was quite a Chioma turned up, and then some new chap turned up. Temi or Yemi or was it Temi? Yes, Temi turned up.
Prince, when is your own show coming up, man?
I'm waiting for you now.
That's down to you, isn't it, Babati?
Yeah, Babati.
Oh yeah, I have your email now. So yeah, we need to do something.
Yeah.
Right.
Babati has been planning that session for I think 18 months now.
One man, come on, don't put me out. Okay, you got me. Okay. Let's just move on.
Oh yeah, I heard. Somebody mentioned Chioma, and so I look at my screen to see if I can see her face, but of course I didn't. I was hearing some nice voice in the background, but anyways, the overall show was quite good. Yeah, so Dupsy did a great job. Yeah, it was good. It was fun.
Yeah, so
but yeah, that.
And by the way, let me also advocate and promote. We should also fight for Diwali's palm wine show. I think that is needed on this.
Yes, Oguro session. Yes, with featuring Diwali. Well, you have to have cameras on, and you have to have cameras on so that we can see a bottle of wine on your table as you slowly get drunk and the conversation gets funky.
Yeah.
Okay, well, man, we can move on to the next person. Thanks.
All right, brilliant. Yeah, we go on to Ekene, but on our way to Ekene, let me just flash up. Wednesday, we have Segun Showunmi, one of the leading candidates to become the next PDP chairman, joining us to come and talk about Nigeria and the politics of it. So I'm going to send the link to the comment section. So I'll encourage everybody to go and turn on the notification bell and get yourself ready so that we can have a robust. Let's have as good a session as we had with Daniel Bwala with Segun Showunmi. He needs no introduction to anyone. He'll be joining us on Wednesday, 10 p.m. UK time. So 10 p.m. UK time, Ekene de Megida.
Can you try and get this guy, Mogalu? Because that thing you read from the Wikipedia, I don't believe that thing is complete. You want to get him so that we can question him. I mean, interview. You can also interview him. Mogalu, you know what I'm talking about?
All right. I'll ask my plug. If my plug has his number, then yeah.
Oh man, by the way, I thought when the party chairman is from the south, then that means the candidate.
Yeah, that's one of the things we're
So
going to
if you
interrogate him on. Is this an
I know
article?
Shegun is a fan of Atiku, like his younger brother. Are they? You see where I'm going with this?
Yes, I know.
If he becomes party chairman, that means they're still going to go back to Atiku once again. This is Atiku's play, I think. Maybe when it comes out, we'll ask him that question because this is not making any sense.
He may well even be listening to us now. I suspect he might well be. So yes. The Megida of Alaba Market, Wagwan. Do you know what Wagwan? Do you know what Wagwan means, Ekene?
I don't know.
You don't speak Jamaican. That's Jamaican for what's going on. That's Patois, Wagwan.
Who can teach me? I don't say that Nigeria this. I never come off from Nigeria.
And you don't come out now. You go China now. How many times you don't?
That one no be to come out now. I know what I mean. I then Nigeria. I never come out.
I thought I saw you. I thought I saw you at this party with Sanwo-Olu and your billionaire and the rest of your billionaire friends.
I don't get straight. One man. I just say, for me these days, I just observe. I don't even want to talk too much. Just like Bishop was just singing some for us for APC. I don't kind of thing I like these days because for me, the way this country is going here, it's not a joke, but people took it as a joke. And when I say things the way they are, it's as if I'm condemning the government. Right from the onset of this administration, I said it. You know, when you focus on politics without governance, that's the result you get. You focus on politics without the issue of governance. This is the result you will always get. So all the appointments being made right from the day one of this administration, I know that's how it will be. Because he never saw the talent he said he would sort for us. He never sought it. No talent. I cannot see any talent there. He said he will sort for us. So all these guys are just political guys that want to always defend this administration. Just like what Ukuzodinma did today in the national TV. So it's all about defense. When they ask him, my annoyance is this. When they begin to ask these APC guys, to what end? What is the plan? And when are we expecting this? They say they are not prophet. All they know is that Nigeria will suffer to get better. What kind of statement is that? Even if it will take us the whole 4 years, tell us it is 4 years. But you say you don't know.
No, they can't tell you that now. What they can do is to put in motion things that will get the country out of the mires. And they try and make that. They can't tell you that on September the 13th, 2030. That is, what are you expecting? I mean, you're a businessman.
They have to set an agenda now. They don't know how to set agenda again.
No, they are telling you that this is the trajectory of recovery. So, and when that recovery comes, it's a matter of just how the system works.
Okay, they want to recover. They want to reform. That is the only thing that I used to hear. But for me, well, it will get better.
Do you not think the country needs reforms?
They need reform now, especially the restructuring of our system. You see, we need that restructuring so much this time around. But I don't know why they're paying adamant to it. We really need the restructuring in this country. Things are not. I don't see the way forward without that restructuring, honestly speaking.
No, don't worry about all that. You know, to restructure the country is the biggest thing to do in that country. And you have to satisfy a lot of interest in order to, and those interests never really come together. There are certain things within the workings of the system that favors different elements of the regions of the country. And when you are asking them to change that, you'll get some form of resistance. So it's very easy to say restructure, as if it's a matter of presidential fiat. It's not a matter of presidential fiat now. It's a matter of the whole country coming together to have a
but I don't. The only person I know that can do it is Tinubu, because he has nothing to lose. And I think he has the boldness. If he has the boldness to challenge Buhari, he should have the boldness to talk about restructuring. So if he cannot do it, who else? Who will be the candidate that will have that boldness?
You know the country is being you know this restructuring. When people are talking about restructuring, I think people feel that it should be just one fell swoop act, like you just swing an axe at it and chop it up. But that's not really how it works. The country is already undergoing restructuring, and you may not just know that. A lot of restructuring was done under Buhari when he unbuckled a lot of spaces within the exclusive list and then placed it within general play. And that is really what the restructuring is. What are we talking about? State police, more regional autonomy, and all of that. So those are acts of elements within the Constitution that needs to be unbuckled, reworded, unwound, recalibrated. And do you remember when they did a road show taking the Constitution around the country? So a lot of these things already in the works.
I think Jonathan started it now. So it's just a matter of bringing back those confab report and just put some amendment. So somebody has started it, even though he has not finished it. So I think he can still continue there, bring those reports, put some amendment, and move the thing forward.
You know there are maybe about 5 spaces really that needs restructuring. State police, so if they are able to do that, that's restructuring right there. They've already done the electricity one, which they've unbuckled from the federal space to let all the actors come into play. So there's that. But the biggest one, the biggest restructuring is resource control. So outside of that, everything else already either at the advanced stages of state policy will come under Tinubu's administration now because the space insists on it. So all of these things already been done.
Well, for me, the only thing about is just the political will to make things happen. That's just what we are lacking in our country. If Tinubu can develop that political will, because as for me, he needs to make himself a hero because he has nothing to lose. The man has achieved everything he wants to achieve in life. So I believe he has the capacity to sacrifice for this country and do what is good. So that's what I expect from him. He has the capacity. What is he looking for again? Is he looking for money? He's not looking for money. But if he's looking for money, I don't know why he should be looking for money. The only thing I would have wanted him to do now is just have the boldness, the capacity to challenge those cabals that Uzodinma is talking about today, because Uzodinma said these cabals are against his government. The cabals are fighting him. All the policies he made about both the Naira exchange rate and the removal of fuel subsidy, that the cabals are the one truncating the progress of it. Then when they were asking you, who are those cabals? Mention those cabals. So he should have the capacity to challenge those cabals that Uzodinma was talking about on Sunday politics. So, and he cannot even mention the cabals. Does it really mean that we still have many cabals in this government? And they are not ready to mention the cabals. He said the cabals are challenging the monetary policy, the exchange rate, the fuel subsidy removal. Then who are those cabals? For who pulls Uzodinma to come on national TV and be shouting cabals, cabals, cabals? Who are those cabals? If Tinubu cannot challenge the cabals, who will now have the political will to challenge them? So something really new. Our country, a lot of things are going on. We really need somebody to have the courage to challenge these guys, to make things happen. Even if it requires that person want them to do that. Because the only fear that will be catching him if I challenge these cabals now, what will happen in my second tenure? Which they are already challenging him now that he should consider his second tenure gone. if he dare move Lagos State, CBN to Lagos State and the FAN to Lagos State.
He's not moving CBN to Lagos or FAN, just a branch of it. I don't know
even that branch of it, they're against it. So they have already challenged him that he should forget his 2027 ambition. But if he should just keep those things at the back of his mind and do what he's supposed to do. Because I believe that those decisions he made, a lot of Southerners are behind him. So he should look at the people that believe in what he's doing and do it without looking at their faces. So, but now it seems that decision has gone cold because of the challenge the Northerners has given him, which is I don't like it. You should have the boldness. If you don't have the boldness to do those things, who will now do it? Who will now do it? So that is it, one man. We have a long way to go. They say the cabals are too much. Also, the man said we have a lot of cabals. That's what he said yesterday. That the cabals are the people. But things will get better. So we are now hanging it on the cabals. And that's the reason why we are not growing our economy. So also the man said is the cabals. That's the challenge we have. And that's the challenge of this present government. But he still believes in Tinubu to do miracle. So that's the only thing I had yesterday. That the problem we have in this nation is the cabals. So maybe we should go and be looking for those cabals. Because he fails to mention their name. When they ask him, who are these cabals? He didn't mention their name. At least if he would have done it good and mentioned the name of those cabals, then we, the citizens, will now chase them. We'll now chase those cabals and catch them by ourselves and remove them out of the way so that the man can perform. But the cabals don't have name. So maybe you should go and listen to the interview. That's what Hope Uzodinma said, that it is the cabals.
And you believe him when he said cabals, you believed him?
What do you want me to say? That's what he said now. What do you want me to say, Rational Mind?
APC and their propaganda. Is it not the same narrative they were spinning around during when Aisha Buhari was talking about his husband? That some people have hijacked his husband administration. And then you hear again where they're repeating the same. See, these people are just bunch of people that are clueless. Yoruba people say, "Oh, I mean, they just don't know. They're not ready to do anything."
I agree with the National Man, because if you remember, when the minister of mines, Alaki, said, "Well, all those mines are being controlled by the cabals, so then resign if you don't have any. You are the minister, for God's sake. If you have people mining gold, diamond, and metals in your country, and you say, well, I can't do anything about it because the cabals are the one running it, then why are you there? Can you wulu?
You come down now."
Yeah, so that's my point. So you can't say Kaba. Okay, if Kaba runs everything, so why are you in office? Then resign.
So that's a new statement too that I had yesterday. And there is nothing new. One man, this is what I heard. So what we now have to focus our mind now is how to fight those cabals. Now we, the citizens, we help them to find those cabals out.
No.
It has established that the cabals are there.
Hold on. So your own government are scared of the cabals, but it's you that you want to put your life on the line for the cabals. I mean,
we can help him if he is ready to mention those cabals. We, the citizens, we are ready to help him.
He's not ready.
We'll track them out. We'll track those cabals out.
Hold on, Ekene. The government is not even ready to fight the cabals, but you, the regular media, want to fight the cabals. I mean.
Yes, I'm ready to fight the cabals.
Okay, good. Okay.
The only thing is that they refuse to mention the name of those cabals. So if they have mentioned their name,
they are scared of them. That's my point to you. Even your government they are scared of the cabals, but you, the regular man, wants to go and fight the cabal. You, but your own government is scared of them. Well, I wish you luck out there.
Okay, if they are scared of them, then why are they there?
That's my point. So then just leave the damn place. If you cannot do anything about them, why are you there? I agree with you. They're not ready to do anything about it, is my point to you, Ekene. So if they're not ready to do anything about it, what can you really do as a citizen? Nothing.
Oh, let him break the chain of those cabals now.
Yeah.
Let him break the chain of those cabals, because I believe the way Uzodinma led is as if the man made policy for the naira, the floating of the naira, and those cabals are standing in between, not wanting the thing to be productive, and they favor the common man. So they're using it to make money. So what he should do is to take those cabals out of the way, close their business, so that your government, people will see your government and see peace. People will enjoy your government. That is the issue.
And by the way, even if I become president, there will be no difference. They will still have that much influence over the Nigeria.
And that is why we need that restructuring, Babati. We need it so that everybody will have his own say on their region. You contribute. If you don't want your region to develop, then that's left for your region. We need that restructuring, because these things are too much. I know Lily there is a cabal, but I still know that Tinubu has the audacity and what it takes to fight cabals. So, but if he cannot do it, who then can do it in our country? Who then? And it requires for him bearing the ambition of second term, because just the only thing that I know that they used to threaten him. If he still continue to believe that I need a second term, but I think he can still get a second term if he really do the right thing, because the masses will support him. There is nothing we need than the
like you, right? So if the Tinubu does the right thing, Obi runs again, we support Tinubu.
I will support Tinubu to finish his second term now. At least he has started. If he start well, do the right thing, restructure our nation, everything starts to go well. I wouldn't want maybe I will support him to finish it.
Against Obi?
Yes.
Okay.
So the issue now is that I am not seeing anything.
That's not true. That's not true. What you just said. You will not support him against Obi now.
I will support him honestly, because it's just a starter.
And they don't let these people pin you down with this their rhetoric.
No, that's what I mind. That's what I mind. I want them to pin me down. The reason is this, because I know that
they'll come for you later.
From them they need.
They'll come for you later. Trust them.
Let him do it now. Let him do the right thing now. Let them come for me. It's for him to do the right thing. Then let them come for me now. If I not support him, I'm waiting for him. In fact, all I want him to do now is just to continue, just do the right thing. Save this economy. Do what it takes to move this nation forward. Electricity, I just few things. Pick a few things: electricity, economy, and security. Just achieve these few things in the space of these 4 years. Then let me not support him. Let them come for me. That's what I want him to do.
Well, man, we have this on tape, right? We have this on tape. So
yes. Do we believe it for a moment? I don't think we do.
Why won't you believe me? Why won't you believe me?
Because you are
what does it do?
You are fanatical about Peter Obi. That's why.
No, not being fanatical. I will still love my Obi. I still support Obi. But that doesn't mean that these are the reasons why I love Obi, just to perform. I don't love him just for loving sake. I love him just to come and they perform. So if the same thing still happens with Tinubu and he perform, I will still love him now. Is he not old enough to be my father? So let him treat me as a son. Do what you are supposed to do for the nation as a father. So why wouldn't I love him? So that's my take. There is nothing too hard to support. There is nothing there. But when if what I believe in him right from the beginning, that I know that he will not perform, and he is now showing the sign that he's not going to perform, why then going to support him? He's making me believe. What he's doing now is that he's making me believe that what I believe towards the course of the campaign, that he's not going to perform, he doesn't have the capacity. That's what he's still making me to believe. So I want him to change that narrative by performing. But he seems like he's not changing the narrative. So I still believe that he's not going to perform until he performs. Oh, there is nothing there, Wama. It's just his performance. His performance will change a lot of mindset. So that's what it is.
All right. Let's hear from BT, and then we start to wrap it up.
Just skip me for now. I can't really speak for that on the phone.
All right, brilliant. Let's wrap it up. Take it to the back where we are able to free flow a lot with better ease.
How about Ajale Koko? Ajale Koko not there.
No, Ajale Koko was dropped.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Ajale Koko was dropped.
One man. Before I conclude, do you know that speaking of these cabals, the naval chief of staff have been accused of collecting bribe?
It wasn't accused of collecting bribe. It was accused of bunkering.
One man, we are all shocked at that story. It was a very shocking story, isn't it?
Imagine that.
And they sanctioned him. That have they at the government?
Why would they? What do you mean sanction him? Sanction him for what?
They move him out of the duty now.
For why?
Let him go for investigation.
By who?
The government now. Is it not part of the cabals they're talking about?
I wonder if you are trolling us sometimes.
What
let me give you this, Ekene. We are committed to upholding integrity. Federal government probe all theft allegation against naval chief. So there is already in hand. So I mean, what do you want them to do? So anybody that gets accused, they sack him, or what's the?
Yeah. By the way, one man. Yeah, I have one thing I want to talk about just for because you asked me to speak this.
Yeah,
after the victory against Cameroon, Victor Osimhen was pulled to the side by the doping agency, the same way they did Tobi Amusan, and he was drug tested. They took a sample after the performance against Cameroon. Hopefully, nothing is found. But I think it's kind of like targeted.
I thought they were over celebrating that victory against Cameroon as though they'd already won the cup.
Yeah, I mean, no,
I hope they are not too busy drinking to forget.
It was the fresh shot to deliver and stuff like that. But hopefully, because I want him to come to Arsenal, so hopefully nothing is found.
I think he's on his way to Chelsea now. Chelsea are pushing everything.
Yeah, I've been seeing Drogba around him. I've been seeing Drogba around him maybe 5 minutes. I'm like, well, Chelsea's going to get this. But I want him to come to Arsenal. But if Chelsea,
I don't think
Drogba is doing that work.
Yeah, Drogba is yeah. It should come to
does Arsenal have the? How much do you think he will command? Is it nothing?
About 120 million.
Yeah, exactly.
120 million.
The Arsenal does not have that kind of money now.
Yeah, we will sell his user.
The only person that could have afforded him was Newcastle, but with this financial Saudi money now, Saudi money.
Who cares about Newcastle? Why would you want to go to Newcastle? Maybe
one man. I thought that prediction we made that day that there was going to be a token for it. I predicted 2-0 now.
I don't remember you saying that, Ekene.
I see one man. You don't remember me saying that? I said Nigeria is going to win 2-0.
I remember you saying that Nigeria will lose.
I think one man, to be honest with you,
I didn't say Nigeria will lose. So I said Nigeria will win 2-0. Go and look. If you can go back to that tape, go and check it now. It was even some APC supporters are not confident that Nigeria is going to.
Wow, what has APC got to do?
The one thing that surprised me was that they've not claimed it as a Biafran victory. The Cameroonian,
no. Your friend did yesterday, by the way. I was here. I heard Pansat talking about dominating. I'm like, this guy, but this has been probably one of the best outcomes I've ever seen in a while. Because unknown countries, like when it comes to football, like Cape Verde, Guinea beat.
Egypt was knocked out today. Yeah.
But I'm like, all these mushroom countries just beating the hell out of all this the big boys.
If we can get past Angola, we will win that cup. If we can get past Angola.
Angola is tough. They have the top 2 goal scorers in the competition right now. They have so I don't know. They're not Cameroon, so I'm not sure we will go past. But if we do, well, I don't know. But It's been a
Even
very long.
this Cameroon we played, I think Cameroon is the weakest team in this. I don't
Not
see
the
them
usual
playing
Cameroon, right? Not the Eto
not the usual
Cameroon.
Cameroon I used to know.
Yeah, those Eto days, and yeah, this were like the real Cameroon.
These ones are very inexperienced.
Those are puppies.
Yes, can do joins us. I think
gentlemen, I
want to come and bully Emeka again.
I really have to go. Thank you.
You have to go.
You just showed up, Kando.
You just showed up to tell us you have to go.
Kando, no, Kando. Before you even start,
No. Actually, I'm sorry. I was responding to people in the meeting. Sorry.
Kando, hold on.
No, I'm not going anywhere.
I know. Hold on. How many hours of sleep did you get yesterday? How many hours of sleep those Solana?
I got like 3.5, 4. Yeah. Moving up in the world.
Okay. Good. You know, we have discussed this about your 3 hours sleep thing. It's not. We need to bring that up a little bit to 5 or 6. Okay. Go ahead, Kando. Say what you have to say.
I definitely will get.
I think it's come for the back. You've come for the after.
By the way, by the way, it does host a wonderful stock trading session after hours, though.
I'm in discussions with him. I thought you would actually champion that space, but you
no. You know, it was supposed to be me and this guy from Florida. Remember this guy?
Fidel.
But I've not seen Fidel in a long time. I don't know where he just disappeared. Yeah. So, but Kando does a wonderful. He does a wonderful breakdown. More than I
don't mind him. It's just that I can't say that a grown man is telling stories, but don't mind him.
Yeah, Kando is the professor of the numbers. So it does.
We just try now. Have you?
Yeah. So, but for if anybody that is interested in stocks, anything, Kando after our session is the place to be. And
we do some stuff over there. Robert T, he's got a lot of info on this thing too now. It's not just so let's put it together. There's more than enough money out there for everyone, so let's make it.
Woman, will you be joining us or I don't know?
No,
I've seen your old videos. I see that not too many people. Woman has a trading channel, by the way.
Yes,
I've seen old videos. Yeah, I've seen your old videos, woman. So yeah.
Trading channel.
Yes, he has a channel for trading. Back like you will see like him talking about trading and stuff.
You believe one man at your own peril. If you go and listen to him, you can't base your what's it called, your investment based on what man analysis.
All right.
The one that we're doing though, we're not really looking at long-term investment. We're just looking at opportunities in the market to take advantage of what's available and hopefully get some. We don't look at 20-50%. That's just not going to work. We look for things that are way more than that.
All right, gentlemen, let me take it off the front screen and then we take it to the back. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.